18 stakes races this week, and all get started this afternoon with the John's Call Stakes. Take a look at the schedule. John's Call this afternoon, the risk-averse tomorrow on Friday, New York Showcase Day, 6 stakes races for New York breds, and on Run Happy Travers Saturday. It's out of this world. 7 graded stakes races, 6 of the Grade 1 variety. Sign me up for that Jackie's Warrior Life is Good matchup at the Allen Jerkins. The Travers on Fox, 90-minute broadcast beginning at 5 Eastern. Now, this is normally where I'd welcome in my co-host, Andy Serling of the New York Racing Association, racing analyst. You may have seen his tweet earlier today. Andy has tested positive for COVID-19. He won't be here this week. Andy, we know you're probably watching. We hope you are feeling better. I miss you here out at the racetrack. We know how much Travers means to you, and look forward to seeing you back at Saratoga before long, my friend. So Paula Duca sitting in for Andy Serling, and on the other set, Paul, it's great to see you, of course, not under these circumstances.
Yeah. Definitely not under these circumstances, Lafitte, especially a guy that comes from a team sport. You don't want to miss one of your major teammates at this time of the year, and especially Andy. Our well wishes out there for him, from me as well. And like I said, you don't want to lose a part of your team, especially in this important a week, and what Andy means to the New York Racing Association too. So best wishes out to him. We've taken precautions. We've been vaccinated all the way since Aqueduct, so it's just an unfortunate situation. So now we've taken the precautions as NYRA, as a team, to space ourselves a little bit because we don't want to lose another teammate, Lafitte.
Now, Paul, you may not have been here for as many Travers as Andy has, but when it comes to this particular event, is there one particular Travers that comes to mind?
Well, there's a couple different Travers, but I would have to say Catholic Boy. I know we're going to show that a little bit later, but it was kind of horse that has always had my heart a little bit, and I actually picked him that day, and a horse that was a Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt. I thought Jonathan Thomas did such an unbelievable job, and so reportedly a lot of his yearlings and a lot of his babies have so far looked well.
Dual Grade 1 winner on grass and dirt, Catholic Boy, just 3 years ago, and that's what this week is going to be all about, revisiting some of the history of some of the greatest editions of the Run Happy Travers, all leading up to this year's edition on Saturday, with Essential Quality installed as an odds-on favorite. As for the live racing, today, race number 1, just a modest $20,000 maiden claimer, 3/4 of a mile sprint, and the current favorite, odds-on, wow, number 5, No Burn, 3-5, as we have just about reached post time. We welcome in the third member of our broadcast team, Acacia Courtney, standing by. Acacia, very happy Run Happy Travers Week to you.
And to you, Lafitte, looking forward to this weekend. What a great field we have assembled and a great card all together on Saturday. But kicking things off here, an interesting wild card in this race is the big layoff runner, Uncle Skeets, who makes his first start for trainer Kelly Breen. I saw him in his only start down in Florida, where, to be fair, he didn't face much. He did run behind a horse, Cross Court, who was 2-5. Never raced again out of that race, though. And this one finished up on his left lead, a little bit green, but overall ran a solid debut race. We haven't seen him since January of 2020, and to be honest, he looks much the same. Pretty laid back, didn't really grow too much, looks like a tried and true sprinter. We haven't seen many of these Kozans up here in New York. I've had the pleasure of seeing a lot of them down in Florida, and they're quick, they run on anything, particularly sprinting. I'm a big fan of the stallion, as we do have a late scratch of the number 4, Run White Rabbit. Do note that the 4, Run White Rabbit, is out of the opener. But your current favorite is the 5, No Burn, who goes turf to dirt and turns back in distance. He reminds me a lot of Hoopla, who Bill Ma ran with a similar type of move, going from a distance on turf to a dirt sprint on Friday and won. There was also a late scratch before that race too. And Bill's saying afterwards that it was a horse that had shown speed going long, and despite his size, despite his appearance of wanting to go a distance, just seemed to back up a bit. I think the same is going to be said for No Burn. He's been much sharper today, and from his debut, he just didn't really seem like he knew what racing was. And while he's not much more focused today, I do like that he's sharp, and we'll see if he can turn things around in this spot. But again, reminds me of a move that Bill Mott did just a few days ago, Lafitte.
The Hall of Famer, Bill Mott, Acacia, No Burn. Does he have enough ability to overcome the lack of focus? We're about to find out. Handicappers don't seem concerned. Odds-on favorite at 3-5. No Burn steps forward. Co-own Lee Einseidler in the hot pink colors with Junior Alvarado, and we're all set for the first On Run Happy Travers Week from Saratoga, the voice of New York racing, standing by John Imbriel with the first of 10 on a warm Wednesday at the Spa.
There in the gate. And the rough, and a good start for No Burn, who was going right out for the lead, but quickly joined on the inside by Point of Humor and Uncle Skeets. Point of Humor has the early lead. Uncle Skeets runs in second. No Burn is now back in third, and on the outside is Call Home in fourth. And then it's a break of almost 5 lengths back to Napoleon Complex and Value Chain. Point of Humor leads here by a length as the favorite No Burn now moves up on the outside to take second. Uncle Skeets has dropped back at the rail. As the field goes around the far turn, it is Point of Humor holding on to the lead here by a little more than a length. The quarter went in 22 and 2. As they come for the top of the stretch, it is Point of Humor with the lead. No Burn runs in second, 5 lengths back to Uncle Skeets, and then Call Home. The half in 45 and 2. It is Point of Humor in front. No Burn is all out in second with an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Point of Humor in front, now by 3 lengths. No Burn is second, a big break back to the rest of the field, and Point of Humor is going to get his maiden breaker here in front running style. Point of Humor and Louis Saez. No Burn was second, Uncle Skeets finished third, and Call Home was fourth.
I know exactly what Andy Serling would have said right then. Does Louis Saez win the first race every day at Saratoga? Paul, he strikes. Does the leading rider, Louis Saez, with Point of Humor closing it 7-2 in the opener.
Yeah, he won this race in about the first quarter mile when he was able to outrun his stablemate Uncle Skeets to the front end. And listen, this horse is 0 for 18. And now you have a turf horse that's never been on the dirt before, dropping in class, never passed a horse before. And that's exactly what happened as the two just put the 4-5 favorite away very easily. Not many times you see an 0 for 18 runner space out a field like this, but congratulations to the connections. And Louis Saez, again, putting in the horses in the right position and another W.
We're getting to a point, Paul, where it's not about whether or not Louis Saez is going to win this riding title with the gap that he's opened on the Ortiz brothers and company. The chase is with history, and whether or not he can win more races than Ramon Dominguez, the single season record holder for most wins in one summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, and you're getting in rarefied air there. I mean, I've talked to Angel Cordero and a lot of other riders. I think Ramon Dominguez might be one of the better riders that ever got on a horse because of his size. Ramon was a taller type rider, so a lot of people respected him. And some of the percentages that he put up in New York, 36%, 38%. Louis Saez is putting on an absolute show. And it seems like these Wednesdays and Thursdays, Lafitte, when we've gotten some hot weather, the speed has been good, and you have to get towards the front end. You have to be forward, and that's exactly what he did with Point of Humor.
Too quick for these. Point of Humor. Sire, point of entry, did all of his damage running long on grass. Point of Humor finally breaks through, as Paul mentioned, graduating in his 19th career start. 2-5-1-7. We'll have those results in just a moment. We briefly touched on the top of the show. Today's featured event, it is the John's Call Stakes. We'll get to the field in a moment, but who was John's Call? Basically one of the coolest thoroughbreds ever. Steeplechase, flat racing, like whatever. And winning that Grade 1 sword dancer, you're looking at the age of 9, the oldest flat race Grade 1 winner at Saratoga ever. Former claimer. There's some Seabiscuit here, the kind of horse Hollywood scripts are made of, the John's Call later today. Field for the John's Call. 9th race on the program. Older horses running 1 mile and 5/8 on the Mellon Turf Course. Turf Course listed as firm. Takeout number 2, Moretti, entered main track only. No rain in the forecast. Number 3, Paul, Shamrock at 5-2 morning line favorite. And let's revisit that 1 mile and 3/8 Bowling Green 25 days ago. Shamrocket launching from far off the pace.
Yeah, he was about 10-1 that day, 9.5-1. He had never really run well at Saratoga, where the winner cross-border, all he does is win at Saratoga. I think he's got like 6 wins here. But Shamrocket came with a nice run in here. 3 for 17 lifetime, 6 seconds, 6 thirds. And I think it's a product of how he runs his races, Lafitte. He runs them upside down. He needs pace in front of him. He got a little bit in the Man of War 4-back where he almost shocked that in grade 1 at 26-1. So he's an honest horse, but he still needs some pace to run into.
Along with that third place finish in the Bowling Green, Sham Rocket only defeated a length and a half in the grade 1 Man of War last fall at Belmont, owned by Donegal Racing. Todd Pletcher, Joel Rosario would be a first John's Call victory for all parties involved. Not a first win at Saratoga for that jockey. Far from it. Luis Saez, leading rider by many. Point of Humor graduating in his 19th career start. Right off the bat, wins the first once again, leading Luis Saez with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I feel like we've been here before, Lafitte, but always a pleasure to catch up with Louis. And Point of Humor, Louis, you rode this horse the last couple times since Kelly Breen took over, and he really seemed like he had a lot more left in the tank when being put on the lead today.
Oh yeah, definitely. Today the plan was try to take the lead. I know last time was a little rough. We went pretty quick, a lot of pressure, but today he was right there, good spot, you know, he was pretty relaxed and better price, definitely, obviously. And well, when he came to a stretch, I got plenty horse, so he get the victory.
Now, we've seen you with aggressive rides, putting horses on the lead and using that speed. Obviously, you win races from anywhere, but how much of a benefit is it to be forwardly placed?
Yeah, well, especially this horse, I feel like I've been riding a couple times, and he likes to be in the lead. So I just break from there, and he got plenty. He have a plenty speed, so I just let it be. So he was pretty great right there, and he got a victory. That was great.
Now, we had the draw this morning for the Run Happy Travers, post position 2 for Essential Quality, just a few days away. How are you feeling?
I feel very excited, a little nervous, but that's okay. I know he's all right. It was a good spot. I like him. So let's break from there and see what we can do.
We can't wait to see it. Good luck this weekend. Congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
Luis Saez in the winner's circle once again. Now, this win and every win at Saratoga is nice, Lafitte, but I'm sure that date with Essential Quality, the one that he's really looking forward to.
Would be a first Acacia Travers for Luis Saez. That's on Saturday, Essential Quality, and he hits the ground running here with another win in the opener. And Point of Humor, finally in his 19th career start, beat the odds-on favorite to the lead, widened through the stretch. Point of Humor. And for Kelly Breen, 4th win at the meet. Luis Saez, Point of Humor, entering the winner's circle. Results are available. 7-2. That small-ish field, 7-2. Going to play big in that early 5 here with no burn. The odds-on favorite being defeated 2-5-1 in the first of 10 at Saratoga. Today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. That third race you're going to see Pocket Square running a grade 1 just a game favorite, high-quality English mare. 2-year-olds in the 6 New York bred maiden special weight on grass, and that aforementioned John's Call race 9, 5:39 Eastern. Time to fire up that Naira Bets account. If you don't have one yet, time to sign up. And use this promo code SPA200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Just getting started on Travers Week. When we come back, a look back, the Week 6 recap. Statement race from Malathot. How would she respond to the first loss of her career? That's how, by winning the Alabama. Now, Malathot one step closer to capturing a 3-year-old filly championship.
Eclipse champion Blaine has sired 5 Grade 1 winners, including Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscon, and French Classic winner Senga. Recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a star performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Live money Saratoga contests are available online through Naira Bets every Saturday during the Saratoga meet. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the $100 goes to the prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at NairaBets.com/contests.
And Baltimore Bucko takes command in the early stages. Gibralfaro is in second, and the Mean Queen as they go over the first jump. And what a story for Carrie Bryan as the Mean Queen wins the Jonathan Shepherd. And they're off in the Bolton Landing. On the extreme outside, it's Chi-Town Lady. Stand-up comic is in between horses. And here comes Chi-Town Lady. After her stablemate Poppy Flower, Chi-Town Lady runs on by. Chi-Town Lady wins the Bolton Landing. Awesome Debate ridden within about 2 lengths of the pacemaker. Awesome Debate on the outside is up to take the lead, and it's Awesome Debate splashing home as much the best in the Union Avenue.
And they're off. A-Town Warrior and Averly Jane. Averly Jane leads here by a little more than a length with Golden Bell running in second. Averly Jane in front right from the start, and she is going to coast home here. And it is the speedy Robin Sparkles who leads here by a length. Piedi Bianchi in second. Piedi Bianchi is moving up on the outside. Here is Piedi Bianchi, and Piedi Bianchi is going to win the Spartan Fancy Stakes. And they're off, and a quick start for Technical Analysis, and she's right on the lead. Technical Analysis now gets clear from Spanish Love Affair. Technical Analysis with a front-running victory in the Lake Placid Stakes. And Played Hard will go out for the early lead. Will Secret down on the inside. Maracuja is in fourth, and right alongside is the favorite Malathot. On the outside, it's Army Wife with Malathot, and Malathot has taken the lead with a 16th to the finish. Malathot back in the win column.
The Alabama Week Redux. The racing doesn't always live up to the billing it did last week. Despite the weather, from Wesley Ward's 2-year-old to the emergence of Technical Analysis and Malathot's Alabama. Paul, you've had a few days to process that Alabama and Malathot's victory. Going back to the start, a very different scenario for Malathot when you look back at how she was defeated in the Coaching Club American Oaks and how things unfolded from the start in the Alabama.
Yeah, well, she obviously didn't get off to the best start. It was not more of a stumble, more of a stutter step, sort of. She went down a tiny bit to her knees, but you can see Johnny V after that just coaxes her along a tiny bit just to make sure, okay, you're okay, let's get back in the race. Now let's just sit. I know I'm not going to be able to go 3-4 wide. I don't want to go 3-4 wide. Let's just sit behind these horses. But when you get to the backstretch, Lafitte, and you see the head-on, he had no cover. He was 4 or 5 wide much of the way. And for her to just keep on grinding away and keep on coming and to win this race, because at one point it looked like she, you know, might flatten out, but that never happened. And I think a lot of people don't give the credit to Clairiere how good of a filly she is. And Malathot just beat her on the square. You see Clairiere running up there for second, but Malathot just beat her on the square after a bad beginning and not an ideal trip. She's the real deal.
And trouble on the first turn for Clairiere. She had to check in steady. Absolutely big effort from Clairiere to run second. But for Malathot, there's shades of Travers' favorite, Essential Quality, right? She's not brilliant, not flashy. She just wins. We've learned already it takes a relay team to beat her. And she's relentless. And Malathot poised to become the 17th Alabama winner to capture a 3-year-old filly championship. That is a third for Todd Pletcher, and that man right there, John Velasquez, you know that one felt good, and now becoming the all-time leading Alabama winning jockey with 6 victories, owned by Shadwell Stable. Everything she's done this year has meant that much more for everyone at Shadwell. Their founder, Sheikh Hamdan, having passed away late March. Malathot, 2021 Alabama winner. Acacia, I know you were playing hooky and didn't work. You were gallivanting at some wedding, as I understand. I'm going to ask you anyways, though, your biggest takeaway from Saturday's Alabama and Malathot.
Well, first of all, Luffy, I was on bridesmaid duty all day for my future sister-in-law, celebrating Charlotte and Sean. It was an amazing day, and we did play the Alabama at the wedding, and that's how you know you're in a racing family. But what a performance it was, for sure. And I think with Malathot, you hit the nail on the head that she is similar to Essential Quality in that she'll give you just what you need. Coming out of the CCA Oaks, she was very gutsy after being hounded the entire way. She really dug in. She never stopped fighting. But I think here in the Alabama, we really saw Malathot assert her dominance. This is probably, I think, one of the flashiest, you could say, victories that we've seen, at least in a while, for Malathot, where she followed Army Wife, then was outside and able to take over. And she really is just so very talented. We did hear from trainer Todd Pletcher that she will train up to the Breeders' Cup Distaff as opposed to having a race in between. We saw him take this kind of route with her earlier this year when bypassing the Belmont Stakes, saying that when racing pretty frequently or training hard, she doesn't tend to keep her weight on as much. We saw her flourishing up here at Saratoga with that time off, and that will be the tactic for her leading into the Breeders' Cup Distaff the first week of November. So looking forward to seeing what else Malathot may offer for us, but I think the route that they have taken with keeping her against the females and running in the likes of the CCA Oaks and the Alabama, we've really gotten a chance to see Malathot shine, because even though she was beat 2 back Lafitte, she lost nothing in that defeat, and she just made her star shine a little bit brighter this past weekend in the Alabama.
Absolutely, Acacia. Some might argue that the best effort of her career, or one of the best of her career, in a losing effort in the CCA Oaks. She comes back, she wins the Alabama, and now training up to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Paul, what was your reaction when you think of all the great horses that Todd Pletcher has trained, all the champions, when he told Richard Migliore shortly after the race, he says, Malathot is as good as we've ever had?
That's a pretty amazing statement, considering he had a filly named Rags to Riches. He's also had Uncle Mo and a lot of others, but Rags to Riches probably beat one of the best 3-year-old classes, obviously curling after stumbling at the start in the Belmont Stakes. But I honestly think Malathot has got that kind of talent. She hasn't really figured out the gate yet. I think she can run all day. He was considering running her in the Belmont Stakes. I think that she's going to run in the Distaff for sure. And I'm really hoping that she races at age 4, because I think they'll go on age 4, and then she's going to take on the boys. And if she stays healthy for the Breeders' Cup at age 4 against the boys, she might be a bear against them.
But there's still work to be done.
Yes.
Todd Pletcher trained another filly by the name of Princess of Sylmar. She won the Kentucky Oaks, CCA Oaks, which Malathot did not win, and in Alabama, right? She was supposed to be a 3-year-old filly champion, like a lock. She wasn't. In the end, it was Beholder who was crowned 3-year-old filly champion, so the point being, still work to be done this year. And one more race, according to Todd Pletcher, for Malathot in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. What a performance in that Alabama, onward and upward for the top-ranked 3-year-old filly in North America. Back to the live racing. Horses in the paddock for the second $25,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime. 3/4 of a mile sprint. Number 4, Forest Spirit. 2-1 favorite. 14 minutes to post. Chase for an Alan Jerkins trading title has tightened up. Mike Maker close to his 1-win lead at this point. I'm sure he'd appreciate a little breathing room. Maybe Extreme Force pictured would result in just that. Extreme Force contender in the upcoming second race. Riders up. Acacia's paddock report and post parade for the second from the spot.
Structor and Jose Ortiz. J-Walk is a Breeders' Cup champ.
And Avenge has won the Del Mar Futurity.
Too close to goal.
It is Practical Joke in the
Preservation. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
Looking for excitement? Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Just use code GET200 to start earning your $200 bonus with Twin Spires, where you can bet on the best racing from across the globe right in the palm of your hand. Plus, if you're looking for help to find a winner, check out our expert picks available on the app for every race. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
When I saw Campanelli, instantly fell in love with her. Called Barbara Banky up that night. I said, I think I found your Queen Mary winner. The breeders and consigners are bringing the best of the best from their stud farms to Tattersalls, Book 1. We will be attending in October, and hopefully we can find the next Campanelli. A lot of these horses suit our racing in the US.
Book 1 of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience. is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Chuck Chivalry is between horses, and Country Grammar is down at the rail. On the outside, they are heads apart for the lead. He's left the others behind. It's on to Kentucky, favorite in the Derby, Hometown Hero.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We've been here for 50 years. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
Had me at birthplace of Funnyside. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. New York Bred Stakes schedule. New York Showcase Day on Friday. Look at that. 6 stakes races, all about the New York Breds. Albany, Fleet, Indian, Funnyside, Seeking the Ante, West Point, and Yaddo. Have it all for you live right here on Saratoga Live. And here is Quick Return, McMahon of Thoroughbreds Homebred. They still own this one. Best of luck to our friends Joe and Ed McMahon at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. And he's the favorite, is Quick Return 5-2. Over to Acacia standing by with this race 2 paddock report. Acacia.
And as far as Quick Return does go, Lafitte, of course, rooting for the McMahon team. It was so great seeing them in the winner's circle, interviewed by our own Richie Migliori. 2 starts back with a victory, and I love the turn back for this horse today. He's a little bit smaller, he's short coupled, he's well muscled, super healthy too. You love to see a horse like this as they cut back to sprint that's carrying good condition, that he has that kind of compact build. Definitely doesn't look like a 9-furlong horse to me. I think this is the right spot for him. Not to mention, he gets some pretty significant class relief. Inside of him is the 2 Casalsa, who does have some speed. They just went 1-2-3 around the racetrack last time out at Gulfstream. Not really much movement. A little bit, this horse was kind of swapping leads in the stretch, I thought, but overall it was a solid effort. Now, he does come in here sharp, super fit. Overall, he's one that I think maybe some others I prefer more in the paddock, but I certainly can't fault him as far as the preparation coming in, and I do just wonder how he's going to stack up with these, but his natural early foot and ability to be forwardly placed, I think, is a major advantage, especially with Louis Saez aboard. The 1 Extreme Force cuts back and goes back to the dirt. Short cup linkers go on today, just that cheater cup, a very small cup to kind of limit that peripheral vision of a horse. And this is one who I think is just getting back to his preferred surface and distance. He's actually the Half 2 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Spun to Run, but I think has found his home sprinting on dirt despite his overall size. What I do love is that, given how big he is, he's been very sharp. He's showing that temperament of a dirt sprinter. I like when they get on the muscle, on their toes in the paddock, and that's exactly what I've seen for Extreme Force in the red-hot combination of Mike Maker and 3 Diamonds Farm. Lafitte?
Leading trainer Mike Maker holding on to a slim lead. Called to post for this second at Saratoga. Sam the Bugler calling the field front side for the second of 10 on this Wednesday afternoon. And there is Extreme Force, and Acacia like what she saw. Currently 5-1, Tyler Gaffleone in the 3 Diamonds Turquoise.
Yeah, blinkers go on. The son of Constitution, I would think, going to get pushed forward here.
Same for that guy, Casalsa with Luis Saez.
Yeah, you know, Louis going to be on the engine here, and this horse possesses some speed.
Quick return, Paul. Fourth start this meet.
Yeah, I know, right? And gets Lasix for the first time, but could be the speed of the speed. Dylan Davis coming off a big win at Woodbine.
Forest Spirit, 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, this horse came from way out of it, went dropped for 16 non-2 and just missed last time.
U.S. Steel, first after the claim, Wayne Potts.
Yeah, blinkers come off after the claim from the Safi Joseph barn. Jose Ortiz will be in the irons.
And finally, there is Talaj, and first race on a fast track since his debut at Keeneland, a race he won.
Yeah, I thought an interesting horse because, you know, when you look at Wesley Ward's horses when they debut, they usually debut at 4.5 furlongs, somewhere in that area. This is a 3-year-old gelding. He debuted at 7 furlongs, got the job done. And they try a little longer distances. I think the 6 has got a big shot here.
Field for the second at the Spa, post time 6 minutes. Just joining us? Want to play but don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. You get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV. Schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Another look there at Forest Spirit, 5-2, who is the favorite. Go back to his most recent effort here, Paul. This was week 2 of the meet here at Saratoga. Forest Spirit. You're going to see from off the pace, launching that bid, going to come up just shy.
Yeah, just shy. And when you look at his race record, you're wondering, okay, he dropped from an allowance race to 16 non-2, and a lot of people will think that's a giant drop. Well, he had broken his maiden basically for 25,000. So he was sort of with his friends that day, and he broke a tiny bit flat-footed, and he had too much to do late. But, man, was he rolling at the end of this race and just missed Deputy Flag at the wire.
Forest Spirit coming up just shy. Joel Rosario, there he is. Forest Spirit for Carlos Martin and the current 5-2 favorite in these $25,000 claimers, non-winners 2 lifetime. Another look at Extreme Force, number 1. You touched on Tyler Gaffleone and the several races he's won in those colors this summer. The colors of Kurt Wyckoff, 3 Diamonds Farm, Paul. Updated owner standings with 2 weeks left. Seth Klarman, Mike Dubb, Kurt Wyckoff in this friendly rivalry brewing for an owner title at Saratoga.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome, right? Klarovich Stable is always there. So is Mr. Dubb as well. And the Wyckoff's having a monster meet, and always Mike Rapoli always in that conversation. So good little owner standings, a little competition going there. And I think it might go down to the wire. We'll see what happens. And Extreme Force in here is interesting because this is a colt that they tried the turf last time. I think Maker claimed this horse 2 back to go, okay, let's try the turf. It was a 1-race experiment. All right, we'll drop the horse back down for 25. We claimed the horse for 30. And if you look back, this horse has shown some very, very good speed against a little bit better, and the blinkers go on for the first time. So I would look for Tyler to push from the engine or push from the beginning. The issue is the 2, 3, and 4 all got a tiny bit of speed as well.
You touched on quick return in Dylan Davis, that big win over the course of the weekend. The Dan Smartley teaming up with Christophe Clement to win a Grade 2 race. There he is. What do you make of quick return's chances with Dylan Davis?
Well, I think got a big shot. I mean, this is could be the speed. If you look at quick return, cutting back in distance from 1 1/8, but the 7 furlong race when he broke his maiden for 40 probably wins this race in a couple other races. So I think the horse has got a big shot. It's got a big beat, be a big confidence booster. Winning the Dan Smartley. He gave the horse a great ride at Woodbine, too, for Dylan.
I wonder if Dylan's using his own gear.
Yeah, right?
Borrowing somebody else's seemed to work nicely at Woodbine. You've been there before, right?
Yeah, right? It seems like it works. Like, you know what it is? Lafitte, I always wondered, you know, when guys get the wrong equipment, or, you know, Dylan and Irad, for people that are just joining us, they won both the stakes races over in Woodbine on Sunday on Queen's Plate Day with their wrong basically their tack did not show up. I borrowed Rafael Hernandez. And sometimes when I did mine with Mike Lowell and I hit my home run with the Marlins, you don't have a thought process about it. You're not wearing your own stuff. You're just going up there and you're not thinking about anything because you're like, wait a second, I don't even have my own cleats on. I don't even have my own bat on. I don't have anything on. And sometimes it can work to your favor.
It worked just fine for both Ortiz and Dylan Davis. And Irad winning the Queen's Plate and Dylan Davis the victory in the Grade 2. Dan Smartley. Acacia, we're looking at Talaj towards the outside, and jockey Jose Lascano, as we mentioned in the post-parade, you know, the 4 career starts, but his first race on fast ground since his debut when he won at Keeneland.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, Luffy, this is my first time seeing him in person, but obviously I've watched his races, and I cannot believe that he hasn't sprinted on the dirt since that first race. And Paul's absolutely right. Typically, you'll see these Wesley Ward runners start running shorter, and there is a lot of him, of Talaj. He's a very substantial type of horse, and Linda Rice's runners, who has him now, do typically carry good condition. They're super healthy, always well turned out. But this guy looks like he should handle sprinting. He's really well muscled in those hindquarters. He's been sharp. He warmed up well with Jose Lascano in the saddle out there on the track, and he ultimately won me over on track, and I really, really liked what I saw from him, and glad he won first time out for Dr. Ramon Talaj, who's been really instrumental with the distribution of vaccines throughout the pandemic here, and hopefully, though with different connections, maybe we'll get a chance to see him in the winner's circle once again. Nothing against your favorite, but just as far as appearances go out here on the track, Talaj certainly won me over, Lafitte.
The thumbs up for both Paul and Acacia at 9-2. Talaj and Paul, it's a very similar scenario to that debut. Not only his first race on a faster track since, he was drawn towards the outside in a field of 6. He wasn't the quickest on paper that day. He sat just off the speed, stalked, pounced. This race looks tailor-made for a repeat at nothing else, an effort of how he was able to get that lone career victory.
Yeah, I would think the way this race plays out, 1, 2, and 3 go towards the front end, right? Forest Spirit, the 4, and Joel Rosario probably tries to get that pocket trip. And I would think Talaj is the other horse that's probably going to try to keep Forest Spirit maybe pinned in and try to make that run around the other runners. But there has to be some pace up front for the 4 and the 6.
Talaj, Acacia, Paul's top selection. Extreme Force leading trainer Mike Maker steps forward. What a week for Tyler Gaffley. A couple of weeks. Grade 1 4-star Dave win. Got Stormy. Victory in the Skidmore as well for Wesley Ward. Big meet. Tyler Gaffley on just his 3rd full season at Saratoga, rounding out the top 5 in the rider standings here at the Spa. There goes Joel Rosario and Forest Spirit. The 5-2 post-time favorite, John Ambriel with the call, the second live from Saratoga.
They're all in. And they're off. Casalsa in the white blinkers going out for the lead. Challenged here on the outside by U.S. Steel. So it's U.S. Steel and Casalsa heads apart for the lead. They've got 3 lengths already on Quick Return, who is racing in 3rd. Talage is on the outside in 4th. Extreme Force is down at the rail. And alongside is Forest Spirit. Casalsa in front here by 3/4 of a length. U.S. Steel is 2nd through a sharp quarter in 22 seconds. Just off the front 2 is Quick Return, who is racing in 3rd. Then it's a big break back to a Talage in 4th, followed by Forest Spirit. As the field comes for the top of the stretch, it is Casalsa, the one to catch. U.S. Steel is in 2nd. As the field now heads for home, it is Casalsa, and here is Quick Return on the outside. Coming up now to challenge Casalsa, still in front. Then Quick Return and U.S. Steel. Now they pass the 8th pole. It is Casalsa with the lead. U.S. Steel on the outside. And Quick Return in 3rd. Casalsa holding on. It is Casalsa, and Luis Saez, the leading rider, has swept the early double. U.S. Steel finished 2nd, and Quick Return was 3rd.
Can't stop him. Can't hope to contain him. It's the Luis Saez show. Kicking off Travers Week here at Saratoga, sweeping the first 2 races, widening that lead in the jockey standings. Casalsa, Luis Saez closing at 9-2, Paulie.
Yeah, and again, just being the aggressor. It's just the bottom line. For some reason, Luis Saez is understanding this racetrack, and everybody's spinning their wheels right now, and he's deciding, you know what, I'm going to get to the front end, and everybody try to catch me. This race ran around the racetrack 2-5 the whole way around, and at one point U.S. Steel is threatening to win this race, and everybody else is on a treadmill from behind. You can see Forest Spirit trying to make a move, but it's just not happening. And Louis' understanding on these Wednesdays and Thursdays when it's been hot out, that speed has been prevalent, and he's putting these horses on the front end, and there's just nobody going by. He's doing the sharp thing. So if you have the Luis Saez double, it's a nice little double.
Going to work, Saez on the outside. U.S. Steel couldn't reel him in. 2, 5, 3, 4 in the second. Another look, top of the stretch. Casalsa, be his second lifetime win here. And he, just a $25,000 claimer, Paul. They were all one for something.
Yeah.
You're not dealing with stakes type. But watch, he's going to show some class here, digging and fighting throughout the stretch.
Yeah, I'm with you. He really did, because the 3 quick return with Dylan Davis looked like he was absolutely loaded, but the 5 sort of kept him hemmed in. And I understand these are $25,000 claimers, so they don't have that extra gear to sort of get hemmed in and then re-rally. So when U.S. Steel sort of hemmed in quick return, it put Dylan somewhat in a tough spot, and that made the Casalsa keep on going.
Saez sweep, first win of the meet, trainer Peter Walder, Paradise Farms, David Stoddard, co-owners, Casalsa in the second. Results when we return. And the story of the Travers Canoe, donning the colors of last year's winner, Saratoga Stable. It'll look different on Sunday, so how and when did that tradition begin? The history of the Travers Canoe, that's next. All kinds of stories surrounding that little boat.
Run up asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini out in the center of the track, prepare for takeoff, but run up, running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run up, and Horacio Caramanos run up to win it.
Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Red. Gonna go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Wire to wire here in race number 2 by Casalsa as Luis Saez sweeps the early double. This one trained by Peter Walder, who joins me now. And Peter, you are a guy that certainly emphasizes using a horse's early speed. Had to give you some confidence when you saw your horse so comfortable today.
Yeah, I mean, he's been working good over this track. You know, he ran the way he worked. I told Louis, you know, you can't beat what you can't catch. And Pete Proscia, we're on the same page. Thank you for letting me bring this horse up here. I appreciate it, even though he's a Florida bred. And the jock's on fire. What can you say, you know? And I'm just ecstatic to get rid of that duck, you know? Everybody's been asking me, when are you going to win a race in Saratoga? We're kicking butt back home in Gulfstream, but finally win one here. It's a relief.
A sweet winner's circle as it can be here. And as you said, basic Gulfstream year-round. 15 horses you told me up here at Saratoga this summer. How did you choose what to bring up?
That's a good question. I just kind of brought what I thought. I got some non-sweaters and just some horses I thought would fit okay here. You know, we got 2 seconds, 2 thirds, a winner now, a bunch of thirds, a bunch of fourths and fifths. I mean, you know, we've been hovering around. It's tough. I mean, I dropped one from 20 to 12, and somebody beat me dropping from 30. But, you know, it's Saratoga. You know, everybody wants to win. And, you know, as much as I love Gulfstream, it's my home track. I forever love it there. There's winning, and then there's winning in Saratoga. I mean, everybody wants to win here, and they drop like bombs. And, you know, like I said, I'm just glad I got rid of that 0 beside my name. And now the home meets a success.
Now you can celebrate, that's for sure.
We're gonna go have a barbecue, get some beer, get some pizza. You'll be hearing us at the barn tomorrow morning.
I love it. Well, we'll have to check up on Peter tomorrow.
Come by and join us. Yeah, we're not gonna do Noda style, but we'll just keep it low key. But we're gonna celebrate.
I love it. Celebrations are very welcome, Peter. A tremendous congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Peter Walder with 15 horses, and hey, now a barbecue and a big celebration. We know where to go, Lafitte.
He's like, we're not going to do it. No, he's like, let's not go crazy. Peter Walder, but enjoying that victory. And yeah, that's a T-shirt in the making. There's winning, and then there's winning at Saratoga. Peter Walder, that first win of the meet. Casalsa in race number 2. Luis Saez, second win in the afternoon, sweeping the early double. Casalsa now 2 for 8 overall, entering the winner's circle. Aggressive ride, and Casalsa digging deep late to hold on. 11:40. 11:40 again. Luis Saez aboard. 9-2 at post time. Casalsa over U.S. Steel. Quick return 2-5-3 in the second race at Saratoga. It's all part of the tradition of the Travers canoe. You know what it represents. The colors of last year's winning Travers owner. Bragging rights for a year. But there's a little bit more to the story, the history, when you dig a little bit deeper. And some of it's actually a little bit dark. Take a look. The old stories of the Saratoga canoe are ones of myths, fables, and legends. As early as 1927, the canoe, just blue, was coupled with graceful white swans in the infield lake. Folks say these symbols of the spa meant that the racing season was near. Now it gets darker. One story actually hinted that the canoe was there just in case a horse player, intending to drown himself, changed his mind. Another myth was that the canoe provided unlucky bettors with transportation home to Manhattan via the Hudson River. Enough of the speculation. The story of the canoe in more recent times is easier to tell. In 1962, fans returned to the track to find that the blue paint had been covered over with the colors of Calumet Farm, whose horse, Beau Prince, had won the 1961 Travers. Since that year, the old canoe gets a new makeover after every running of the Travers Stakes. A 55-year-plus, more palatable standing tradition. Travers canoe, Paulie. So gamblers wouldn't drown themselves, really? Good God.
Yeah, now that's why they don't let you open your window if you're on the 3rd or 4th floor, Lafitte. They don't want you to jump out the window. They don't want you to jump out of the canoe either.
The canoe. My favorite story, there was a horse owner who woke up with that canoe like in her swimming pool. In her swimming pool. How'd that get there? And how do you get it out? The Travers canoe, again, the colors of the Saratoga stable for now. We'll see what they look like on Sunday as we go by the numbers in the history of the Run Happy Travers, Saratoga's most celebrated event. A lot of history, so yeah, there's going to be some records here. Who was the fastest? Arrowgate, blistering that 1.25 miles fastest ever at Saratoga. Most wins by a jockey. Javier Castellano, 6-time Travers winner. Catholic boy, most recent, 2018. Leading trainer from 1939 to 63. Bert Mulholland won with 5 different horses. Leading owners, Rokeby Stable, George Widener Jr., Dwyer Brothers, 15 combined Travers wins. Biggest blowout. That's what you call running up the score. 22 lengths by Damascus in 1967. That one a little closer. The dead heat in 2012, Alpha Golden Hick Ticket, the only dead heat in Travers history. That was dramatic, but not as dramatic as that. Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh, collared by Keen Ice, leaving 50,000 stunned at Saratoga. Travers Breeders' Cup Classic Parlay, only one has done it. That record holder, Arrowgate, back in 2016. Travers named 3-year-old champion. That makes more sense. 11 of them. West Coast, the most recent for Bob Baffert in 2017. How about Travers winners and Horse of the Year? Point Given, who was ridden by Gary Stevens, and Holy Bull. The Bull with Mike Smith. Desperate finish holding off the late flying Concern. He's in the Hall of Fame. Travers winners, 24 of them. 24 Travers winners in the Hall of Fame, a champion producing event. The Travers by the numbers. And naturally, it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. The Travers Field for the 152nd running, 6 of them, mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse. Essential Quality. Post to odds on 4 to 5 morning line favorite with Luis Saez in the saddle. Paulie, let's circle back to the Jim Dandy 4 weeks ago. Keep Me in Mind, you'll see, saving all the ground on the inside. Essential Quality conceding a lot of ground on the perimeter.
Yeah, it covered a lot more ground. I think this is a better race than it obviously looks on paper. Keep Me in Mind was able to save all the ground on the rail, like you said. It looked like the rail was the best part of the track. And Essential Quality covered 4-3 wide on the backside as well. In the way he gets it done, we were talking about workmanlike. It looks like the 4 here is starting to push away, but soon as Essential Quality sees him, watch this right here. He starts going away from him again. It just seems like that he just loves the competition. I don't think the post position in the 2 is going to be any problem. He's experienced enough where the kickback is just fine. At one point in the race, Lafitte, you're thinking, is he really liking this racetrack? Because he's sort of just like, I don't know, just sort of plotting away. But the plotting away is not really plotting. He's moving.
Couple things. Essential Quality has never been the kind of racehorse that leaves you grasping for superlatives to describe his brilliance, right? Like, that's not who he is. Aside from the Kentucky Derby, he just wins. It may have been best in the Kentucky Derby. And here's what I found most telling. It's not like owners and trainers are going out of their way to face him. You don't sense a vulnerability, even though he won that Jim Dandy by the slightest of margins over a horse who had only won 1 race. And keep me in mind, Acacia Courtney's still with us. Acacia, and you've been tracking Essential Quality since the Jim Dandy and how he's been training. Most recent, his final breeze before the Travers last Saturday here. What'd you make of it?
Well, Lafitte, I feel like I've gotten to know Essential Quality very well following his workouts and speaking to his trainer, Brad Cox. I thought his last workout in company with Bonnie South was much of what we've been seeing up here. It seems like Brad always keeps him outside of his company and works him with those blinkers on. Again, he's not a flashy workout horse. He never has been. In contrast, Bonnie South, though she's a female, is massive, and she always has been a very good workhorse. So I think those are things to keep in mind. And the fact that we've been seeing them really ask him to keep going on those gallop outs. As mentioned right after the Jim Dandy, the first things Brad Cox said to me were, we're going to see a more fit Essential Quality into the Travers, and he's going to love getting a little bit more ground and going that mile and a quarter distance. Speaking to Brad today after the post position draw, he said loves the inside post for him, post position 2 for Essential Quality, and he says he's been very fresh. He's been sharp in the morning, and Brad said if we ran the race in the next 30 minutes, I'd be happy. He is ready to go, and that's what you love to see for a horse of this quality, one that is ready to go and knows that it's time to run. So cannot wait to see him and what he has to offer this weekend, Lafitte.
Acacia, can you see the difference right after the Jim Dandy? Again, Brad Cox told you, yeah, as you mentioned, like he needs to get fitter, carrying some added condition. Does he look that much different to you?
He's the type of horse, and sometimes it's a little bit trickier to tell with the grays, that he is a little bit of a rounder barrel, and he's not a super tall, massive type of horse, and he carries his strength in his chest and in his barrel. But yes, he does look more tucked up in following those workouts, and I actually got a chance to see him around the barn the other day too. He does, and that's why we've been seeing those strong 5 furlong workouts for him. So you're going to see a horse that maybe to the naked eye doesn't look a complete difference. It's not like he's going from having a 4-pack to a 6-pack of abs right away, but it's something that has been managed and working backwards from that Travers race. So yes, he has taken a big step forward, and I love the energy that he's showing too. That's just as important.
Just shows up. It just shows up and typically wins. And for that reason, the top-ranked 3-year-old in the country and strictly the one to beat in the 152nd running of the Run Happy Travers on Saturday. All goes down this weekend. Run Happy Travers on Fox. Midsummer Derby with all eyes on the champ. Belmont winner Essential Quality. Coverage begins at 5 Eastern. The Run Happy Travers Saturday on Fox. Sensational undercard, 7 graded stakes races, 6 of the grade 1 variety. Back to the live racing here. Third race, updated odds. This is a good one. Allowance, fillies and mares, mile and an eighth on a firm turf course. And Pocket Square, strictly the one to beat. There she is, 1-9 English filly, 2-1 post time favorite in the grade 1 Just a Game. 5th in the Just a Game, 5th in the Diana. Can she get back on track today? We'll find out in 15 minutes.
What constitutes a great sire? Results.
Never Surprised, looking to go wire to wire here, and Never Surprised has got it won.
Versatility.
'Tis the law, he's left the others behind. 'Tis the law.
A foundation for the future.
Olympic runner for the lead. Venezuelan hug. Wait! Venezuelan hug! Venezuelan hug shook free.
Constitution has it all.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Just know where to go, doesn't matter what you throw. Never find me running low, always here to run the show. Born and raised to be a pro, jump my hurdles in a row. Yeah, I'm here to play the part, this ain't just a cameo. It's a new way for a new king.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
It is Arrowgate and Mike Smith. Oh, they've opened up a 6-length lead here with 1 furlong to run. They've left the field reeling behind. American Freedom and Gunrunner are fired behind Arrowgate. What a commanding performance. He won the Travers by 12. Oh, what a race he ran today.
That was shocking. Arrowgate in the 2016 Travers, Paul, fastest mile and a quarter ever at Saratoga.
Yeah, and the crazy part is American Anthem was right behind him, his stablemate, and Rafael Bejarano had to choose, and, well, Mike Smith got to be on Arrowgate that day. And that was absolutely just, I'll put it in the words of Trevor Devin, scintillating. When you run under 2 minutes in a mile and a quarter, you are flat out running.
And it's like, who did Arrowgate run off the screen? A Preakness winner, Exaggerator. Top 2 finishers in the Belmont, Creator, Destin. Oh, and by the way, eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, while paying $25.40. Arrowgate paid $25.40 that day.
Yeah, that was the last time you saw $25.40. and you know what? When he then circled the field, obviously in the Dubai World Cup, that was just another unbelievable performance. And we lost him way too early, and hopefully people will remember him for that race, because it still stands out there, one of the best Travers in history.
A year ago, June, brilliant racehorse Juddmonte, and we look forward to seeing his sons and daughters from the only 2 crops Arrowgate sired. As you look at Pocket Square, Juddmonte homebred, English filly, strictly the one to beat in the upcoming 3rd race. Wow, 1-5 Pocket Square. Over to Acacia, standing by with this race 3 paddock report.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Pocket Square has to offer today. She comes out of back-to-back grade 1 tries and behind Althika and Summer Romance in the Just a Game and the Diana. She also gets some more ground to work with today. And while she's not a very tall filly, she is a little bit long in her build. She looks like one of those European types that will handle these long distances, going a mile and an eighth today, as she tried that last time out in the Diana. Longer than she won at those mile types, but clearly even in Europe at that mile and 5/16 try, I always thought distance was going to be her friend. She's also a very laid back type prior to the race as well. Last time saw the same and very much today, but she's alert. She has her ears pricked. She's aware of everything that's going on around her. Very classy filly too. I liked that she was a little bit more forward last time, though she did really seem to have to kind of fight to keep her position against, of course, those quality Godolphin runners that she was facing. Looking at a couple of others, though, the number 4, Key Biscayne, makes her first start for Mike Maker. Just a trainer switch, as she is owned and bred by Arundel. Is a very strong Florida operation. Now, this filly used to always wear cheek pieces. They ranged in size as far as the size of the cheek pieces of sheepskin on the either side that really helped not just the peripheral vision, but what's behind her. She didn't wear them last time, but she did 2 starts back. No cheek pieces today, but she's handled herself well. She's very fit. She's smaller, though. She hasn't grown as a 4-year-old, and I know that she has shown she can handle going a bit further. Mile and an eighth, maybe we'll see how she does it today, but she's very, very fit coming in, and I thought gutsy to win on what's obviously not her preferred surface last time out down in the Monroe in Florida. The 5 Hungry Kitten is off of a layoff, and she hasn't run since November. Wow, though, she looks terrific. She's sharp, though. She's on her toes. That's typical of Hungry Kitten. She would like to kick out, saddling, and just be a little bit revved up prior to the race, which you typically don't like for a race this distance, and this may even be a bit short for her because she takes herself so far out of the race. And I remember Shug McGahee saying last year she just likes to be left alone, and Jose Ortiz really seems to suit her quite well. Comes back same equipment she wore last year with those blinkers and shadow roll, and hopefully she's able to conserve a bit more for race day, or for the race itself, but she is raring to go and really, really well muscled off the bench, Lafitte.
Fresh, Hungry Kitten, Acacia likes what she sees. By Kitten's Joy, more distance the better. Just been a while. Going to be her 5-year-old debut, unraced since last fall. We'll look back at her runner-up finish in the Zagora late October, Belmont Park. But all eyes on number 1 in Pocket Square here, Paul, who is 1-5, and for her, trying to get back on track and serious class relief considering who she's been locking up with her last couple of starts.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those efforts that they want to get her some confidence back. She's only a 4-year-old filly. She's got plenty of races in front of her. This is going to be her 8th lifetime start. And if she just stays out of trouble and runs her race, Hungry Kitten, the 5, is the only one that maybe could be able to contest and can beat her maybe, but I just don't see anybody beating Pocket Square with a decent trip.
And she's feeling it in Pocket Square. Kind of a handful there. Bramble Bay, Jose Lascano pictured. 5-year-old mare ready for her 21st career start. Sam the Bugler calling the field front side for this 3rd race. Good allowance group, $100,000 allowance optional claimer. Fillies and mares on a firm inner turf course, mile and an eighth. The distance, $110,000 purse. Another look at Pocket Square, highly talented Juddmonte mare. And yeah, doesn't have to deal with the likes of Althika and Summer Romance this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. La Signori, a lot of other horses. But the last time she ran in this kind of company, she crushed at Keeneland.
Pocket Square, Juddmonte colors, that conversation about Arrowgate, fastest 1.25 miles ever at Saratoga in the 2016 Travers. There's a look at Bramble Bay here, the New York bred, but Saratoga debut.
You know, this is a really honest mare. She's 5 for 15 overall on the turf. Mike Deeney, very, very underrated trainer, has his horses usually at Monmouth and Tampa.
Key Biscayne, Florida bred, ran in last year's Belmont Oaks and Lake Placid.
Yeah, didn't run well on the turf, but then won an off the turf Monroe. And now Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione take over the training.
Hungry Kitten, lightly raced 5-year-old mare for Shug.
Does have a win here at Saratoga, so that does mean something. I don't care about the layoff. 3 for 10 lifetime on the turf.
And Hogan's Holiday to the outside. Luis Saez looking to sweep the first 3 on the Wednesday program.
Yeah, if he gets this one home, Luis Saez can put the crown on now because this horse is 0 for 3 the last 2 years. And I think one of the ones, this mare is really tough to get to.
7 minutes out, race 3. Can they handle Pocket Square 1 to 5? And on Saturday, remember, Naira Bets every Saturday hosting a live money handicapping contest during the meet, featuring racing from right here. $300 buy-in and cash prize pool, as well as seats in the next week's $300 contest. Don't forget to register. Registration ends at 5 on Friday. Visit naira.com/contest to register to play the Travers in the Saturday Saratoga contest. Another look at Pocket Square. Only U.S. win, U.S. debut with Irad Ortiz aboard. This was on the 7th of April at Keeneland, Paul. Pocket Square, and watch this furious stretch run she unleashes late.
Yeah, there were just no bones about it. When Irad Ortiz Jr. kicked her to the outside, she's the one with the white face, big white face. She's starting to pick off horses one by one. This is the race I was talking about. If she gets back to this race against this group, she's going to be really, really tough to handle in here. Smaller group. I don't really think she needs a ton of pace to run into. She's shown that she can stay close, but she's just got a wicked kick home. Now, right after that race, she went to the Just a Game and the Diana. So obviously Chad thought a ton of her. So maybe he's just like saying, you know what, let's take a step back, get her some more confidence, and then we'll see where we'll go from there.
Favored in the Just a Game off the strength of that win at Keeneland. And for trainer Chad Brown, who you mentioned, making giant strides last weekend, Paul. 3 wins on Saturday, the win in the Lake Placid, and things have tightened up in a hurry in the chase for an Alan Jerkins training title.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time, wasn't it? It was Todd Pletcher and Chad got off to very, very slow starts when Mike Maker and Asherson got off to blistering starts. But you know what? Old trends seem to come around a lot, and Chad and Todd are right up there with Mike. And Michael Maker's had an unbelievable meet. Same with Tyler Gaffalione, who's ridden a lot of his horses. But Chad and Todd, they're still going to be, you know, really tough to hold off. You know, Chad's got a lot of droppers and a couple turf horses. I would still give him a little bit of the favoritism to win the trainer's title, but you never know. Long time since a Brown or a Pletcher didn't win the Saratoga training title. So many reasons the last 2 weeks of the meet are going to be that much more exciting as you look at Hungry Kitten. 2021 debut, unraced since last November. Paul, again, this was that 1.5 mile Zagora at Belmont on Halloween. Zagora on the attack on the outside, just starting to find her best stride. Yeah, and you know, when Lucky Money won this race, Hungry Kitten was way out of it, and they went 117 and change. Now I get it, it was a yielding racetrack, but still, that is a glacial pace, and you know, she was still able to close into that pace and just miss. She got to the throat latch of Lucky Money, but just could not go by. You can see she's trying to grind away as much as she can, and she's trying with all her heart. And I'm wondering, that's her best race on her form, but she had run a good race here at Saratoga the time before that. So maybe you draw a line through the Aqueduct race. Now she comes back off a layoff. Again, I think she's the main danger to the favorite. And Acacia, at first glance, you feel like the distance may be a little bit sharp, and maybe this is just a jumping off point for Shug McGahee and Hungry Kitten. But then you mentioned how sharp she was, and that kind of changes perspective a little bit.
It does, but also knowing that she's typically the type that is very sharp. In fact, in her last couple, she was a little bit more quiet in the paddock before those races, and she ran very well 2 starts back, but last time in the Long Island just never really picked up her feet when being really far back, and she does tend to take herself far out of the races. And I think that's why those longer distances do suit her. She did get hot out there today. She's off a layoff, and especially sometimes with the females, they could be really sharp when they come back off the bench. Now, Jose Ortiz making the decision to keep her with the pony, trying to keep her settled. Like I said, she looks terrific, and I'm a big fan of hers. She actually even won that race at Belmont back in July of last year, and Jose lost his iron for a moment. She's a really tough horse, and I'll be curious to see what she does when she gets a little bit more ground to work with. But she's very fit coming back, though, being a little bit sassy with the pony right now. But the one Pocket Square, I got a chance to speak to Chad Brown leaving the paddock and walking frontside, and he gave me some really interesting insight on her, because I asked where she might be positioned in the races. We saw her more forward last time. Paul's right, she showed such a great kick in that debut, U.S. debut at Keeneland, but Chad said you know, as you know, a lot of horses coming from Europe, their first start in the country, they can kind of fall out of the gate a little bit. And as they race here, they tend to be a bit sharper braking. He said, I gave Irad Ortiz the option to set the pace and be on the lead today if she breaks that sharp and her ears are up. And he said, play the brake. But if she breaks and she's forward, Chad would be happy to see her setting the pace this afternoon. Says that she pulls in the morning, that she's been fresh and coming into this well. And we saw her get on her toes going out. So I thought that was interesting that if we see Pocket Square forwardly placed, Chad Brown's not mad about it, Lafitte.
Let's see what Irad Ortiz does with Pocket Square early. Paul, and it's just good to see. Look, the sun's out, a firm turf course. Andy had mentioned this, I believe, on Sunday with all the weather. At this time last year, we had lost 9 grass races. At this stage, 40 grass races that have been taken off the turf. Fingers crossed that the weather holds together, and just good to see high-quality grass racing at Saratoga, and again, a firm turf course for this third race, in Pocket Square pictured at 1-9.
Yeah, and the one to beat, and I'm with you, back on the turf is just so key. Race number 6 is a bunch of 2-year-old fillies on the turf. That is a scramble. Those are the kind of races you want to see, the 2-year-olds running on the turf, and then some of these older ones, and see Pocket Square. That's very interesting news from Acacia, because, listen, if you have the best horse, you're 1-9, and I would say maybe 1-30 in the pick 3s. The pick 3 to the 1 is $22 for $1. The double paid $19 for $1. So you're basically getting an extra $3 with the 1 on the pick 3. So
it's because these no-name jockeys won the first 2 races, man.
Yeah, right? It's been size. And if Pocket Square goes to the front end, how could you not be excited? I mean, then you stay out of trouble. If you have the best horse, she probably should run away from him.
You know, we have confidence builders that trainers discuss all the time. And for Pocket Square, having to deal with the Godolphin fillies her last couple of starts, Althea, Summer Romance in the Grade 1, Just a Game in the Grade 1, Diana. But a big win here, and I think moving forward, as highly regarded as she is, wouldn't be that long until you see her taking on that kind of caliber of racehorse running at that level once again.
Yeah, I'm with you. And here's the thing, Lafitte. What happens if she goes to the front here and loves every minute of it? Now they could have a change of style, and that can improve her as well. You know what I mean?
Versatility. We saw her close from far back in her debut. And we'll see what Jose Ortiz does. Irad Ortiz with Pocket Square early on, 1-9. 5-year-old debut for that mare. Hungry Kitten for Shug McGahee. We're all set. John Embriat with the call. Post time for the third, live from Saratoga.
There in the gate. And the rough. And it is Bramble Bay who is going out for the early lead. And from the outside, it is Hogan's Holiday. Now moving up is Key Biscayne. So it's Bramble Bay and Key Biscayne, and they are 1-2, and they've got 4 lengths on Hogan's Holiday in third. The big favorite, Pocket Square, is down at the rail racing in fourth. Hungry Kitten is the trailer in fifth. So the field is spread out going into the clubhouse turn. And Bramble Bay is the leader here after an opening quarter mile in 24 seconds. Bramble Bay tracked by Key Biscayne, who runs in second, about 4 lengths to a Pocket Square, who sits in third. And then it's Hogan's Holiday racing in fourth, and Hungry Kitten is at the back, and the field is now on the back stretch. And Bramble Bay, long shot here, in front by 3/4 of a length. Key Biscayne is on the outside in second. 4 lengths, 4.5 lengths, maybe back to Pocket Square in third. And she's followed by Hogan's Holiday and Hungry Kitten. The half one in 49-4. Bramble Bay, Key Biscayne, they remain 1-2. Pocket Square remains in third as they approach the far turn. It is Bramble Bay by 3/4 of a length. Key Biscayne on the outside in second. Pocket Square in third, now being asked for a bit more and starts to pick it up as they race midway around the far turn. It's Bramble Bay on the inside and Key Biscayne on the outside, and Pocket Square is now just in behind in third. Hungry Kitten moves to fourth. 3/4 went in 1:14-2. On the extreme outside, here comes Pocket Square up now to challenge for the lead. And Pocket Square has now taken the lead as they pass the 16th pole. Pocket Square and a very patient Irad Ortiz Jr. wound up winning at the end by 4.5 lengths. And Key Biscayne was second, then Bramble Bay and Hungry Kitten.
Too much class Too much talent for these, Paul. Pocket square like a slingshot in the stretch. And as John Ambriel noted, a very patient Irad Ortiz.
Well, Irad did a great job here. I know it's only on 1-9 shot. You and I probably could been on the back of pocket square today, but he did a great job because when he sort of didn't break great out of the gate. He broke a tiny bit sideways out of the gate. And he thought to himself, okay, the 2 and the 4 are going to spread everybody out, so I'm not really going to get into trouble. So once he got underneath the 6 around the first turn, Hogan's Holiday, the race was basically over. You knew that this horse was going to run by the 2 and the 4. Give credit to Key Biscayne, who kept on coming, that filly by Brethren for Tyler Gaffalione and Michael Maker. But pocket square, the drop, Irad Ortiz Jr., Chad Brown, just too much.
And the immediate question for Chad Brown will be what's next, right? For pocket square, a filly who was favored in a grade 1 race, who's mixed it up at the grade 1 level, and here getting that confidence back. Irad Ortiz to the right hand. Pocket square responds and pulls away from this field. 1, 4, 2, 5. The Juddmonte filly, her 4th career victory, 2nd here in the States, and 1st since her debut last spring at Keeneland. Chad Brown now deadlocked with Mike Maker atop the trainer standings here, Paul.
Yeah, he is. And looking right now, Chad's got, he's still got 4 more horses in today, Lafitte. So, yeah, listen, it's going to be tough to hold off this man. Let's be honest. He's the Ken Griffey Jr. of Saratoga. It's going to be tough to beat somebody. If you got to be the champ, you got to beat the champ.
3-time Saratoga champion trainer, Mechanicville native, and how many, you have to wonder, how many of those, we made 40 grass races washed off the turf, and how many contenders, how many live runners he would have entered into those races.
Yeah, that's true. And how many seconds and thirds did he have where he had some tough beats too? You make such a great point there because Chad is such a prolific turf trainer, and he dominates when he comes here to Saratoga. So a lot of those races getting taken off the turf, he had to back up scratches. And you got to understand, when you own horses, you have your horses spotted and ready to go at that time. Then you got to make an adjustment, move them to somewhere else. And so still been able to tie himself for the lead, and I still think he's the favorite.
Chad Brown here, Juddmonte's pocket square. Good as advertised on this afternoon. What will be next for pocket square? 1, 4, 2, 5. Reaction when we come back. Also, the sports bad boy, Whitmore. Talent, attitude, champion, he's got it all. You know, he won that grade 1 Forgo 3 years ago. He'll try for a second on Saturday. That story's next. Stay tuned.
Performer is closing in and running on by.
And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, new for 2022 at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
This is Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us, kicking off Run Happy Travers Week, where Pocket Square, not having to deal with the likes of Althea, Summer Romance, finds her stuff again on this afternoon towards the inside. Irad Ortiz off the pace, and right here Paul cuts her loose, Pocket Square, and watch her accelerate a couple of strides. She's 4 or 5 clear at the wire.
Yeah, much the best here is this filly by Night of Thunder out of a Dan Silly mare, shared account for Judd Mott and Irad Ortiz Jr. in the winner's circle.
Down to the winner's circle, Acacia standing by with winning trainer Chad Brown.
Thanks, Lafitte. And Chad, you had told me before the race you wouldn't be mad if she was on the lead, and it didn't work out that way. But as you said to me coming into the winner's circle, it all turned out okay.
Yeah, that's why you leave it up to the jockey, especially when you have a guy like Irad on the horse. I just thought, you know, the more we've run her, she's gotten a little bit more aggressive. And I gave him the option. If she breaks on top, go on with it. And if someone else goes, just make one run. But whatever you do, get her in the clear. I think we learned in the Diana that she just really won't run inside of horses. She may have not won, but it definitely discouraged her. And Irad certainly did all that right.
She finished up so well today. Is it back to graded stakes company next time, you think?
Yeah, it should be. You know, we just wanted to take a step back after 2 disappointing runs. I really think a lot of this horse, as does the team, Judd Mott, and, you know, went back, did something that we felt confident she could be successful at, now put her back in graded stakes. Worth noting, too, it is her first start on firm ground, which I think she'll be best on.
She ran so well today. I'm sure a nice victory for the team. But coming up on Saturday, you have a 1-2 punch in the Sword Dancer with Rock Emperor and True Vivant. What can you tell us about those two coming into Saturday?
Yeah, they're both doing really well. You know, both coming off really good efforts. Of course, Tribuven, he's rapidly ascended to the top, near the top of the division, and it has serious speed as a weapon. And Rock Emperor is a horse that's circled back the right way in his form, and now we have him stretched out, going around 3 turns again, and he gave a good run last time in the Bowling Green, so I'm excited about both of them.
We'll see them this weekend, but congratulations with the nice win with Pocket Square, Chad.
Thank you.
Lafitte, a big win here, and of course that Sword Dancer just part of that monster Run Happy Travers Day card on Saturday.
6 grade 1s in total, Run Happy Travers Saturday, Paul. And Chad bringing up an interesting point. Here's a European filly, but that she prefers firm ground. And we've seen that before with another Judd Mott he trained, going back to Flincher, 2-time Sword Dancer winner. And as he pointed out, the first time she's really had firm ground here in North America, and something to watch for moving forward with Pocket Square.
Yeah, and the other thing he mentioned there, that she really got intimidated a couple times in big fields in between horses or inside of horses. And like I said, she's only run 8 times now. She's still got a little bit of greenness in her. She was able to go inside the 6 around the first turn. It's going to be very interesting when she gets into a bigger field, because she's going to have to dive down to the rails sooner or later. She can't go 8 or 9 wide and try to circle some of these fields. But you can tell she's got a lot of talent.
A lot of talent, and Brown well represented for the grade 1 Sword Dancer right before the Run Happy Travers on Saturday. And then the Forgo on the undercard as well, and Whitmore back at Saratoga. He is one of the most popular thoroughbreds in training. He's exciting, he's accomplished, he's a champion. Won last year's Breeders' Cup Sprint, beautifully campaigned by his co-owner, trainer Ron Moquette. He's very quick to point out that when it comes to Whitmore, it's not just about winning.
My goal for him is to get respect and to get the mentions of one of North America's favorite horses.
And they're all in line. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
We went into the Breeders' Cup very confident that if it's set up right for us, we were good enough to take advantage.
I didn't really know. It just depends. I thought he was going to run a race. He always seems to show up when we get there. Kind of left it up in the air and crossed my fingers and prayed a bit and watched the spectacle. It was fun.
I like to watch the races by myself, you know, so I'm sitting there thinking, if he gets through, this is going to be nice.
Saw him making his move in the turn, and I started losing my mind because I'm like, oh my God, he's going to win this thing so easy.
As they arrive into the final furlong, Empire of Gold, here's Whitmore running after him on the outside. Whitmore has taken the lead.
It was surreal, and it was, you know, the last 1/8 of a mile was in slow motion. It was like there was no one else there but the horse running, and it's almost like I could just hear his hoof beats and my heartbeat all at the same time. It was awesome.
but the old man's gonna do it. It's Whitmore in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He won it by about 5 in the end.
I think I grabbed a guy that I didn't know and started hugging him and jumping up and down. And then, you know, I just ran to the winner's circle to go out on the track to meet him when he came back.
I was just enjoying it and wanting to see my horse and wanting to look at my wife and see her reaction. And it was fun. The word is surreal.
What has been special with him and you over this whole run?
I don't know. Just, I think he wants it. It just means something.
It's the most uplifting thing in the world. So I had the fastest horse in the nation, and I could only go 65 miles an hour on the way home to Churchill.
It's a Hollywood movie, knowing where we've been and what we've been through with this horse. You know, every day we have to get a yes. And, you know, to this point, you know, if you watch him train and watch him cool out, and, you know, you'd have to agree that he keeps saying yes. And, you know, there's going to come a time, but as long as he's enjoying what he's doing, then we're going to let him do it.
All these months later, you hear the Moquetts discussing that Breeders' Cup Sprint win. It's like they're still giddy, still reliving it almost for a first time, Paul. And for Moquett and Whitmore, Breeders' Cup weekend, sensational performances as expected. That was the most popular of the weekend, his win in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and unexpected.
Yeah, I would say unexpected, but not unexpected, right? He's the kind of horse that brings his lunch pail in his box to work there every day, always fires his best shot. And you're right, one of the more popular horses. I sort of compare him a tiny bit to Tom Brady a little bit. Obviously not the championships, but you got to give this horse such good credit to be in the sprint conversation for the longevity for the last, what, 3, 4, 5 years is really tough to do. And that's hats off to the Moquetts to keeping Whitmore healthy. And like he said, Whitmore wants it. He wants to run, and he loves to win.
He has called him the Conor McGregor of thoroughbred racing, with the red hair, attitude, talent, and trying for a second forego. Let's go back to the Vanderbilt a few weeks back here, Paul, and one of the biggest upsets of the meet, Lexitonian pulling off a massive shocker in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt. Whitmore trying to make up ground late, but Lexitonian is strong on the lead.
Yeah, Lexitonian came to run on this day, and he's the kind of horse, every once in a blue moon, he just fires a big shot. And again, you can see Whitmore still relentless. He's always relentless at the end of the race, and if he gets the setup, he's going to get you. But we've got to give Lexitonian a lot of credit to come back on the inside. The track might have been a tiny bit against Whitmore that day, although he was on the rail as well. You can see a ton of dirt on his face back there in third. But Lexitonian, once he saw the other rival, was able to re-rally after the right-handed crop. But nothing to be disgraced with Whitmore, because Whitmore's those type of horses with feet that needs a full field, needs some pace, because if he gets that, then he becomes so dangerous down the lane.
And you tell me, Paul, like which Lexitonian is going to show up? He had sat down in the stall before last year's Vanderbilt, sat on his haunches, had to be scratched. He comes back the year later and wins at 30-some-odd to 1, but he's so difficult to predict. Lexitonian, he has the ability clearly to, he's done this at that level, run with the very best sprinters in the game. You just don't know when he's going to bring his A game.
Yeah, it's the truth. Tiny bit like Horologist a little bit, although she's now come back to win twice in a row. I think she faced a little bit inferior field, but you're right, Lexitonian on his best day could beat any sprinter in the country. You just don't know when that day is, and it's almost like you got to throw him in here and there where you know Whitmore is going to bring it and probably be in the top 4.
So tough. Lexitonian on the inside, resolute in that Vanderbilt, looking for another Grade 1 victory. And then Yaupan, remember, this is the 3-year-old who was favored in the Breeders' Cup Sprint last fall. Yaupan, he's coming in hot, and he's going to be a serious factor in this forego. What'd you make of his most recent effort at Pimlico?
Well, I mean, you're 2 to 5. You're supposed to win like this, but I thought this was a saltier field than it looked. He really had to make. They made him work a little bit, but I like this. This is the kind of efforts that you want to get out. You don't want a jog fest, because sometimes they don't get any fitness out of it. I like the way he's lowering his head. I like the way he's finishing here. Nothing wrong with this. You cannot knock this horse at all. You just got to wonder if he's in the same caliber as the other sprinters.
Steve Asmussen's had some great sprinters over the years. Matoli won the Vanderbilt with Volatile last year. We'll see about Yaupon if he's ready for that kind of competition. The Grade 1 Forgo, and there's the stakes schedule, the 7 graded stakes races, 6 Grade 1 events. Saratoga's marquee event, Run Happy Travers, all coming up on Saturday, Paul. And for that particular race, yeah, we'll have a chance to see the Forgo and Lexiconian trying for another Grade 1 win, and Whitmore again trying for a second win in the Forgo. Won this event 3 years ago. Much more on the stakes racing coming up this weekend, and today's as well. John's Call, longest stakes race of the meet on grass. Flat race, John's Call. Serve the King, Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, Contender. A look ahead to the Wednesday feature when Saratoga Live continues.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner, Papa Cat, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gunrunner's yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town, new to Coolmore, America.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine grades as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forgo twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Tranquil, beautiful. Another special aspect of the Saratoga tradition, Paul. Clare Court the history, the serenity, and another example of how much more Saratoga has to offer. Than it's so much more than just a racetrack.
Yeah, Serenity hits the nail on the head, doesn't it? You get the hustle and bustle of New York and New York City, then you come out here and you sleep like a baby, and it's the truth. And I really do think that horses thrive out here because of that. It's just the beautiful nature, the color of the trees. I know you do get rain and a lot of other stuff, but I think the changing of the colors and the changing of the weather, horses like it a little bit cold outside as well, and you're able to do your training privately as well, and I think that's more hands-on for the horse and better for the horse and trainer. Trainers discuss that, mention that all the time, that horses just thrive up here. And that one in particular, Flat Awesome Jenny, knows all about the serenity of Clare Court, trained by Ian Wilkes, whose stable is based, it's in Clare Court. So Flat Awesome Jenny knows all about it. There she is in this upcoming 4th race at Saratoga. $25,000 claimers, sprinting 6.5 furlongs. Acacia standing by with this race for Paddock Report.
Flat Awesome Jenny is a horse that I followed for quite some time. Lafitte, she is so cool and shows up every time, and really a dependable type of horse now. Now, she's first off the claim for trainer Ian Wilkes, and I was curious, over the past 5 years, he's only claimed 8 horses, and just one of those finished in the money. So an interesting move for the barn here, but I could certainly understand wanting to pick up a mare like this for any operation, as she is so consistent. Last time was part of an entry. Unfortunately, the other part of the entry stumbled and lost the jock at the break, but Flat Awesome Jenny came through for the connections and closing. She looks just as she always does. Great in her coat, solid mare that carries her condition and looks after herself from race to race. A couple of interesting other ones, though, in good form. In fact, has done little wrong in her career, is the 4 Luann for Kelly Breen, who won last time out sprinting at Monmouth. She is stepping up to face tougher today, as that was a non-winners of 3 condition, but she's grown a lot since I first saw her down in Florida when she was with Saffie Joseph Jr. and Kelsey Danner. She's been popular at the claim box. She's gotten taller. She's put on a little bit more weight. She's filled out nicely. She's striding out nicely here at a big price. She's one I'm a little bit intrigued by. Now, the favorite is off the claim for Rob Atras, but one second off the claim next door is the 7 Shasta Star for trainer Robertino Diodoro, who's off of freshening, and it is my first time seeing her, but wow, she looks really great. And to be fair, horses coming in from the Diodoro barn always do look good in their coat and in their flesh, but she's striding out nicely. It looks like she's a perfect example, as Paul is talking about, of a horse flourishing at Saratoga. Great condition, beautiful coat, and she does get her claiming tag cut in half, second off the claim. I think she could be an interesting one for an ever dangerous barn. Lafitte?
Positive vibes, Acacia. Shasta Star, call to post. Sam the Bugler here for the 4th at Saratoga. Well done, Sam. Fillies and mares making their way front side. $25,000 claimers, 6.5 furlong sprint. $55,000 purse. That post-parade brewing here. Have a chance to see Shasta Star once again for Robertino Diodoro. We start with Flat Awesome Jenny, and first after the claim, Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, Dylan Davis will be aboard for Lake Star Stable. This mare by Flat Out does have a win here at Saratoga.
Gets to spend all her downtime in Clare Court. Here's number 2, Lady by Choice and Outsider.
Yeah, 1 for 12 the last 2 years. Blinkers will go on today.
Invaluable, Tepid Choice 3-1.
Yeah, Tepid Choice, but I think maybe the speed in here with Jose Ortiz Jr. on the drop.
Luann, she's by the big beast, and Acacia says she's really grown.
I don't mind Luann. I thought she was going to be one of the favorites. She's been the favorite 3 out of her 4 starts, and she hasn't disappointed.
Tyler Gaffleone rides, then a Timely Tradition, the 7-year-old mare, an 11-time winner.
Yeah, horse that does like Saratoga. You're just wondering if this mare at age 7, is she still got a little giddy up in her step.
Saratoga Beauty, first after the claim, Rob Atras in a reclaim.
Yeah, reclaim, and a dirty beat last time. She had about a length clear in the lane and got beat right on the wire by the 1 Flat Awesome Jenny.
And there she is, Shasta Star, Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, dangerous horse. Acacia hits a lot of different nails on the head with this horse. 28%, and Cohen and Diodoro are 20% together.
Awesome. Indra Saez, Louis Saez looking for a 3rd.
I guess anything that Louis gets on, you got to include, right? 4 for 17 lifetime with 6 second-place finishes.
I just saw an odds-on favorite in race number 3, Pocket Square. Not here. This one, wide open. That's the favorite. Invaluable, the tepid choice, 3-1. $25,000 claimer is about to mix it up in the 4th at Saratoga. Post time in 6 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Tap It. His epic run as America's most dominant stallion continues, with more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any living stallion.
Sensual quality, though, has opened up by
Warcry come down to the line together. It is Taprit in the Belmont Stakes.
Creator is flying. Creator now strikes the lead.
This is now coming to make a race of it on the outside. Unique Bella will win.
A dream maker, a breed shaper. Tap It, standing strong at Gainesway.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice for professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Traverse Week underway, as always. Coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. 3 minutes out till the 4th race on the program. Updated odds, $25,000 claimer, 6.5 furlongs, fillies and mares 3 and up. Paul, we are looking at the current tepid choice, 3-1 still Invaluable. 3 starts back. This was at Aqueduct. And her most recent win in wire-to-wire fashion. This was in the mud, though, Paul.
Yeah, and I would think she's going to try to do the same thing, try to go to the front end and improve her position. And like you said, it was in the mud, but you can argue that she's a better fast-dirt horse, because if you look at her numbers, she's run 7 times over a fast racetrack, 2 wins, 3 seconds, and 2/3. You see the W here, so she's very versatile. She's never run over in the turf course. But her versatility is speed. So she's got to get to the front end. When you look at her PPs, when she gets to the front end at the top of the lane, she's been beaten twice. She's won 4 times. If she doesn't get to the front by the top of the lane, she's in danger.
She doesn't have to clear, but she has to prompt. She has to be right there in that firing line. So on paper, at first glance, how does the race shape stack up on paper for Invaluable?
Well, that is very interesting. I'm wondering if the 4 Luann, a little bit fresh, can go. Awesome Indra on the outside. And then Shasta Star. Shasta Star, another horse that's very fresh. Been working well in the morning, the 7 on the outside. Someone's going to have to press the 3 Invaluable, because the filly by Include has very, very good speed. And we've already seen you got to be up close on the dirt.
Invaluable, Jose Ortiz, brother Irad on number 6, Saratoga Beauty. The first after the claim for Rob Atras. Again, a reclaim makes it that much more interesting. Her on Sunday, though, Paul, first Queen's Plate victory. Irad Ortiz in front here with Safe Conduct, and he is going to repel challengers from all angles. This is all Irad Ortiz in the stretch, and Safe Conduct digging, scrapping, clawing his way to the wire.
Yeah, right now he doesn't even look like he's on his wrong lead. Meanwhile, the horse all the way to the left of your screen comes flying from out of nowhere, and Irad was able to get separation. That was key, and he kept on riding because the 7 was absolutely flying out of nowhere. So you got to give Irad credit to keep on going, because when he separated from all those other horses, he could not have seen that 7 from so far outside. So good job by him, and winning his first Queen's Plate.
Canada's version of the Derby, first jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown. That was his first start in synthetics, so if he's raced on grass, race on dirt, the next 2 legs of the Triple Crown on those particular surfaces, we'll see. He could be a threat for a Canadian Triple Crown. Big, big game win from the Queen's Plate winner, Safe Conduct, Irad Ortiz on Sunday. Ortiz here, going to try to strike with Saratoga Beauty number 6 at the gate. John Embrial standing by with the call. It is post time for the 4th from Saratoga.
They're all in. And they're off. Stumble at the start for Invaluable, and she's toward the back of the pack. Up front is Shasta Star, who is going out for the lead. And Luann is there. And in between horses is a Timely Tradition. And from the outside, it is Awesome Indra. And then it is Saratoga Beauty, who's racing in 5th, followed next by Lady by Choice. Down on the inside is Flat Awesome Jenny, and after that awkward start, Invaluable trails the field in 8th, and the quarter was running 21 4/5 seconds. Shasta Star leads here by a half length. Awesome Indra is in 2nd. Saratoga Beauty on the outside in 3rd as they race around the far turn. Shasta Star narrowly. Awesome Indra's in between horses. Saratoga Beauty's on the outside. Timely Tradition is just in behind the front 3 in 4th. Luann is down towards the rail, and then it is Flat Awesome Jenny and Lady by Choice, followed by Invaluable, who is last, the half mile in 45 seconds as they pass the 3/16 pole. It is Shasta Star who's holding on to the lead here. Saratoga Beauty up on the outside. Flat Awesome Jenny is putting in a late run. Flat Awesome Jenny is kicking in on the outside. Shasta Star, Flat Awesome Jenny, Luann in between horses. Flat Awesome Jenny comes from off the pace to win it. Luann was 2nd, and Shasta Star finished 3rd.
The Clare Court base mare, Flat Awesome Jenny, for trainer Ian Wilkes. First after the claim, Dylan Davis unleashing a furious run, 7-1 at post time, Paul.
Yeah, and this all changed at the beginning of this race when Invaluable, the 3, went to her knees, and the pace changed. Luann, the 4, went to the front end. The 7, also with David Cohen. Shasta Star went to the front end, but the 1 was much the best here, Flat Awesome Jenny. Dylan Davis, great ride. He was able to save ground. He didn't know what really to do. He went outside the 4 a little bit and was able to then split outside of the 6 horse, who was sort of flailing a tiny bit, and was able to win this race. Give credit to a couple of horses in here that were fighting on. Luann was trying to fight on in between, but no doubt about Flat Awesome Jenny, 7-1.
1-4-7-6. Complexion of the race, Paul, changed at the start. The favorite, Invaluable, watch her right from the start with Jose Ortiz. It stumbled. This is going to, again, completely change the anticipated race shape.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate. When a horse is one weapon is speed and you need to be on the front end, the race is basically over for that horse, and then there's no consequence. So then you just draw a line through the 3 Invaluable and maybe bet her next time. What you take out of this is Flat Awesome Jenny ran by all the speed here when the speed of the speed got left. So you got to give her credit.
And a fair track. You've seen a couple of horses in 3 dirt races on the lead. Flat Awesome Jenny attacking from the outside. Dylan Davis, that big win with Christophe Clement in the Grade 2 Dance Smartly over the weekend. Dylan Davis here for Ian Wilkes. And this is a good miss, her 11th lifetime win, Paul.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sometimes I tell this all the time on air. Whenever you don't have a horse that you didn't like, I didn't like Flat Awesome Jenny, but I go back and you look, when a horse wins 33% of their races, they're a runner. And look at Luann, 3 out of 4. You know what I mean? And so the 2 horses that ran 1-2 are lifetime 13 for 34, now 14 for 35.
She knows where the wire is. Able to outrun Luann and Shasta Star to the wire. Flat Awesome Jenny, Lake Star Stable owned. Ian Wilkes winning trainer. Dylan Davis having a terrific meet here at Saratoga. Results, reaction following race 4. Saratoga, and a look ahead to the Johns Call Stakes. Race number 9, the feature on this Wednesday afternoon. Todd Pletcher won that 3rd Alabama over the weekend, trying for a 3rd Travers on Saturday. He's never won the Johns Call. Maybe that changes today. He has Sham Rocket pictured 5-2 morning line favorite for today's featured John Call Stakes.
Kentucky Derby as Authentic takes them around the far turn. Tis the Laws making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, tis the Law. Here's the wire. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
Newspaper record was exceptional, 2-year-old. The day she won the Breeders' Cup, I'll never forget. It was so impressive to win a race of that caliber with such ease. Really returned to her top form as a 4-year-old, won the Just a Game. She was a very, very good horse. The first year we went over for the October 1 sale was 2017. This will be our 5th year going back. We're looking forward to it again.
Book one of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Warm August afternoon at Saratoga. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, always race medication free, stands at stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Winner emerge from stall 1 in the 4th at Saratoga, Paul. Flat Awesome Jenny off the pace. The leaders doing their thing. Dylan Davis hits the accelerator. She's going to run them all down on the outside.
Yeah, she was so much the best. The more you look at that break again, she might have stumbled worse than the 3, actually, out of the gate. And Dylan got her up, back on her feet, this mare by Flat Out, and was able to go by everybody late here at 7-1. Good, great performance.
First after the claim, Ian Wilkes, winning trainer, standing by with occasion, the winner's circle.
And I've been excited to ask Ian this question, Lafitte. Ian, we typically don't see you claiming horses. Picking up this one, she wins, she gets claimed away. What was the thought process in adding her to your barn?
Well, it's a group here, Lakestar Stable. They're from Saratoga, and they just wanted to have some fun. We missed out on a couple others during the meet, so we got lucky. I was out of town, and Jess, my assistant, won a 10-way shake, so they said I was the bad luck in claiming, so. But no, it's a fun group, you know, they're just having a good time.
And that's what it's all about, too. So great to see them in the winner's circle. And what a cool mare Flat Awesome Jenny is. She just always shows up.
She is, you know, she's got a nickname. I probably shouldn't tell you what we call her, but because she gets claimed so often, she doesn't know where her home is, so we call her Round the Block Jenny.
That's fantastic. You have another one with a human name, Rye. Rye's the guy later on today in the Johns Call. Back to turf. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I run into Lone Rock, I think, 3 times, and I've taken my medicine, so now it's time to change a little bit, try and get away from him. And I thought, I always had the idea of going back to the grass, because he's got some good numbers on the grass early on, and I just changed it up with him. He's a smart horse. He knew he couldn't beat him last time, so hopefully today we get he doesn't like to be in a pocket, that's the key. So if we're not in a pocket, we'll be okay.
Best of luck with the stake later, but congratulations on a fun win with Flat Awesome Jenny.
Thank you.
And that's what it's all about, Lafitte. Having fun here at the races.
Trainers and owners can get away with those kind of nicknames, right? 1780, Paul. And it's been that kind of day as far as the dirt races are concerned. The favorites have been struggling here. 1780 flat awesome, Jenny.
Yeah, besides Pocket Square, we've gotten Luis Saez at 2 good prices, and we get Dylan Davis at flat awesome Jenny here. A mare by flat out, an awesome again mare, Jenny R, Lake Star Stable. Now 2 in a row. Now 2 for 3 at Saratoga, and like you mentioned, 11 for 31 lifetime.
Quality mare, no matter what her nickname is. We turn the page. Maiden special weight in race number 5. 5.5 furlongs on a firm turf course. And this is going to start the pick 6, Paul, in race number 5. You had a chance to look through the sequence. What did you make of the sequence overall?
Well, I think one thing is here with Digital Future, I really am not a fan. A lot of people might single the 1 here because it's Chad Brown. But the blinkers go on a horse that basically blew a length and a length and a half lead 2 times in a row. Chad Brown horses usually don't get past deep in the lane, and I don't love them putting blinkers on a horse that already has speed. Blinkers are usually designed to put more speed in the horse or more focus. So I don't think you'd have to single here. I think Kawaii River is a big player. Race 6 is going to be the tough one. It's 2-year-old fillies that are going to go around 2 turns, Lafitte, on the turf. I would check the doubles in there. I do think later on in the card, I like Winterpool for Chad Brown. I think that horse is going to be very, very tough in race number 8. And I'll tell you what, in the John's Call, I'm going to give Conviction Trade as my long shot play of the day.
Your top play of the day?
Long shot play of the day, yes.
Long shot play of the day in the John's Call. We'll be stepping aside momentarily, welcoming in new viewers. But how hard is this for a handicapper? The challenge, you don't deal with this distance like a mile and 5/8 John's Call.
No, it's difficult distance, right? You got to find the trainers that excel at that distance, Pletcher, Maker, and those type of guys, and try to guess on a horse that will get the distance faster than the other ones.
John's Call Stakes coming up, race number 9 and the pick 6 here. Again, we'll take a deep breath, pause, welcome in new viewers on Saratoga Live. This is what we've been waiting for, building up towards Run Happy Travers Week at Saratoga. Welcoming in our new viewers, Bally Sports, Southern California and San Diego. Just in time for the pick 6 here at Saratoga. Lafitte Pinkai with Paul LaDuca. And Paul, this is every summer, this is what we lead up towards. And looking forward to the marquee event of Saratoga every summer, the Midsummer Derby, field drawn and Essential Quality on Saturday establishes an odds-on favorite, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and Essential Quality obviously is just going to be the marquee horse of the whole day, but a magical day. And that's not even including Friday for all the New York breds. We have a magical day there, but Travers Day, unreal card. And yeah, it's going to be highlighted by your 3-year-old champion in Essential Quality, a winner of the Jim Dandy, and he's really going to be a heavy favorite in there. I'm literally looking forward to see his progression and see where Brad Cox wants to go with him after this if things go well, Lafitte.
It's surprising, trying to become just the second 2-year-old champ to win the Travers since Easy Goer back in 1989. Found that shocking. Street Sense in 2007. Yeah. We'll see what Essential Quality does on Saturday. Terrific Saturday program. Here's what our viewers just joining us have missed. Some of the highlights from the early part of the program here. In race number 2, Paul, that was Luis Saez, the leading rider, after he struck in the opener on Casalsa here in the second Luis Saez.
Yeah, if you didn't watch the first race, this was basically a replay of race number 1. Did the same thing. He put Point of Humor on the lead in the first race. He put Casalsa on the lead in this race, and both horses went gate to wire. Peter Walder was a trainer, got his first win, and he was off the duck. Great interview by Acacia Courtney after that race, but Saez continuing to extend his jockey lead.
He was fired up, Peter Walder, and then the lone race on grass, and Pocket Square, who had been mixing it up at the grade 1 level, facing softer competition, but you see her class here. There she is, pink cap, Irad Ortiz. Ask her the question, she turns it on, and she is gone.
Yeah, this is the kind of horse that just showed a ton of talent, and if you want to put it into baseball terms, she ran into the big leagues, had a little bit of struggle, had to go back down to AAA, give herself a little bit of confidence. She's going to be back in the big leagues in her next start.
Big win, Pocket Square. Trainer Chad Brown tied with Mike Maker atop the trainer standings. Juddmonte, Irad Ortiz. That was the only grass race, and she was the favorite. Aside from that, 3 dirt races, and favorites have been denied in each one of those. We'll see if that continues in the pick 6 just around the corner, getting started in race number 5. 18 minutes out. But the feature is the John's Call. And before you get to the race, you have to understand who John's Call was. He was one of the coolest thoroughbreds that ever did his thing and raced here at Saratoga. John's Call, oldest Grade 1 winner ever at the Spa. There he is in the Grade 1 sword dancer, steeplechase, flat racing. He absolutely did it all. A former claimer, kind of a Seabiscuit story, the kind of horse that Hollywood scripts are made of. The John's Call later today, field for the John's Call with older horses running 1 mile and 5/8 on the Mellon Turf Course. Turf course listed as firm. No rain in the forecast. Best news, number 3, Sham Rocket, Paul, 5-2 morning line favorite. Go back to the Bowling Green 25 days ago. You'll see Sham Rocket. He is going to unleash his run from far, far back.
This is the way Sham Rocket runs his races. I call him, he runs them upside down. He comes from way out of it. He needs a little pace to run into to enhance his late kick. And you can see he's starting to roll on the outside on his wrong lead. But once they get him straightened out, he starts to kick a little bit. Now, he's a horse that has not had success here at Saratoga. The horse that beat him cross-border in those 3 diamond farm soaks in the Wyckoffs is a horse that just loves Saratoga. So, you know, Sham Rocket may be an easier group today, but the issue with Sham Rocket is, again, his running style. He leaves a lot to be desired. And, you know, with that kind of running style, too, you run into a lot of traffic sometimes.
Donegal Racing, Sham Rocket, Paul, trained by Todd Pletcher, ridden by Joel Rosario, would be a first John's Call victory for all parties involved. And that's your long shot, your best long shot play of the afternoon, correct, in the John's Call Stakes?
Yeah, I like Convention Trade because you look at a Journey to Freedom was giant last time, and I think Conviction Trade got a lot of that 2 million Belmont Gold Cup. That last race did not break it all, got sawed off at the start. That 5's going to run a big race.
It's going to be a fun one. The John's Call, longest flat turf stakes race of the meet, 1 mile and 5/8. That's the John's Call. These guys do a completely different brand of racing here. The 3-year-old sprinters you have a chance to see on Saturday on the undercard of the Travers with Jackie's Warrior, top-ranked 3-year-old sprinter in the nation, but he's never seen a colt that talented. Life is Good, all set for his Saratoga debut on Saturday.
5 now. 500,000, well done.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hoffberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenger. Free drop Billy. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast, it definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires. Download the app today.
The field comes off the turn, enters the stretch, the half mile, 43 4/5 seconds. It is Jackie's Warrior with the lead. Crowded Trade comes through down at the rail. On the outside is Drain the Clock. And they're at the 16th pole, and it is Jackie's Warrior with a huge effort today. Jackie's Warrior eased up at the end, won by 7 lengths.
It's simply dominant, blinding speed. Jackie's Warrior, Paul. Joel Rosario barely moves a muscle.
Yeah, the natural speed with this horse is just unbelievable. And the race before that was unfortunate when got left at the gate, but he proved that he was the best. Now, I get it was over a sloppy racetrack, but they could have raced over gravel on this day, and he was going to win.
We can't wait for the Run Happy Travers, the undercard, and this head-to-head matchup. Look at the ears twitching there on Jackie's Warrior. Jackie's Warrior, no question, top-ranked 3-year-old sprinter, North America. This guy, Paul, now in Todd Pletcher's stable, Life is Good, who was the early favorite for the Kentucky Derby before suffering an injury. Now with Todd Pletcher, now on the East Coast, and for his first race back here, going to hook the likes of Jackie's Warrior on the undercard of the Travers here. Cannot wait for this Alan Jerkins.
This is a special horse, Lafitte, and you know this. This horse is wicked fast. By the way, he beat the Derby winner by 8 in a canter, okay? So let's just go there first. I had dinner with Mike Smith about 2 weeks ago to a week ago when he came in to ride here at Saratoga. He was getting up early in the morning. Mike Smith is a guy now that has earned the right that he doesn't need to really work out horses unless he needs to. He was going over to Todd Pletcher's barn and making sure that he can maybe get the mount on Life is Good. I don't know if he's going to get it. He probably won't. But that's what he thinks, how much he thinks about this horse. He told me I could beat Medina Spirit from here to Mechanicsville.
He was thoroughly convinced that this horse would win the Kentucky Derby.
Yep.
As much talent, and we saw some issues when he would start to bear out, and he would start to lug out, and it turned out he did have, it was an injury, right? And they had to shut him down. But now, not having to go through the rigors of the Triple Crown and the Kentucky Derby, Life is Good. And this head-to-head matchup, cannot wait to see. And Jackie's Warrior in the undercard of the Run Happy Travers Stakes with this 3-year-old prestigious Alan Jerkins, formerly the King's Bishop. All eyes on Jackie's Warrior, and Life is Good first start for Todd Pletcher on the undercard of the Travers. We check in with Acacia Courtney standing by. Race number 5 here, Acacia. What are you seeing from this field in this paddock report? First leg of the pick 6.
I think this is a very interesting race, Lafitte. We'll start with one horse that has turf experience and then talk about a couple trying the grass for the first time. Digital Future to the inside gets the blinkers on today after 2 near misses sprinting on grass. And it could easily be looked at as getting an equipment change today to help take a step forward after those 2 second-place finishes. I think it's also for some focus. He adds just regular shortcut blinkers on, and I know in his last couple starts he was a little bit green out on track, didn't like linking up with the pony, kind of wanted to stay by himself and maybe a touch of a distracted type. So I think that not only will those blinkers potentially serve to help him seal the deal on track, but also to be a little bit more focused on what's going on in front of him. He's very fit. He's a smaller, handier type. I think this is the perfect distance for him. No knocks against him physically. Just hoping that those blinkers help him to be a little bit more clued in. Now, some interesting pedigrees with horses trying the grass for the first time. Kawaii River is off of a layoff since January, and this one is after a Grade 2 winner named Phantom Currency, who was a turf winner. However, he won the McDermott, which is 1.5 miles on turf, and this is a sprint. But I think we really see that Cantharos influence coming in on this one as his offspring run on anything. While suited to sprint, maybe I'd like to see him after one start tucked up a touch more, but he's been forward. I think this is the right spot for him, and given the pedigree, I like him switching to the grass today. I feel the same about the 8 Cool Quest, who is half-to multiple graded stakes winner, Grand Avenue 5-time turf winner. Blinkers going on this one too, and focus is also a question with Cool Quest. Last time he was a little vocal coming into the paddock, same again today, and he got several of his other foes here in the paddock a little bit riled up too, just being a little chatty in the paddock once again. Once they got the tack on him though, he's settled down, shortcut blinkers go on. He's much more fit today too. He's one that I'm very intrigued by getting to the grass and now having a couple of starts under his belt and knowing what to expect today. Lafitte?
Cool Quest, Acacia. Currently 3-1 with the Hall of Famer John Velasquez. Paul, this pick 6 about to get underway. You're using how many in here to feel comfortable to advance?
Oh, that's a good question. I would probably go deep in here. I'd probably use all the favorites, 1, 3, 5, 8, and 9. I do like the 8 in the next race, Waterville. Sometimes when you get those big races, I'll go with, try to get a single, maybe go 3, 8, or I'm going to single the 8. I'm going to go a little bit deeper. And like I said, in race number 8, I'm either going to use Tis Right Time and Winterpool, or I'm going to single Winterpool. Then I'm going to go about 4 deep. The last race, I thought the 5 Jazzy Lady could be tough, and also Kitten's Romance. So there's a lot of different ways to go with these turf races now that we got a nice little pick 6 turf sequence.
The pick 6, Paul, in just 7 minutes, welcoming the field front side for the 5th race. 5.5 furlong turf sprint, $100,000 purse. We start with the favorite, Digital Future. Irad Ortiz aboard.
Lost a 3 to 5 last time and looked like he was going to win. Had about 2 lengths in the lane and just got past. Now the blinkers will go on for the Klarovich stable.
On the Dean's list would be a big surprise.
It was always a surprise for me if I was on the Dean's list.
25 to 1, yeah, but you could drill a fastball. Number 3, Partners Hope, first half to the claim, Linda Rice.
Yeah, this one could be dangerous. Now cuts back in distance from 1 mile and 16th.
Beckenbauer, 8 race maiden.
Yeah, and a tough horse to get to for Luis Miranda and Jalon Samuel.
Kawaii River, contender here with Jose Lescano aboard.
Should like the turf. Cantheros like it. Mr. Greeley like it. So I don't see why not at 7 to 2.
27 to 1, number 6. Can you hear me now? 6 race maiden.
Yeah, 1 race on the turf, 78 to 1, and did not do much.
To the outside, there's John Velasquez, Cool Quest, and trying to keep it settled here before we get to post time.
Yeah, going to try turf for the first time. Blinkers. Another horse that's shown speed is now putting on blinkers.
First Law on the outside, Jose Ortiz.
I thought had an outside shot in here. This horse has run 2 bang-up races, been right behind Digital Future. Does not need to make up much on the 1. So 5 to 1 to 8 to 5, maybe it's a wager.
The field for this maiden sprint on grass. Race 5 in 6 minutes and started this pick 6. Let's go back to Digital Future, who is the 8 to 5 current favorite. Irad Ortiz looking for a second win this afternoon. Chad Brown a win here, and he would emerge as the leading trainer at the meet. And the Klarovich red and white. Go back to that June 21st, June 24th start here, Paul, at Belmont Park. Digital Future, First Law, going to wind up running 2nd and 3rd there. Digital Future, stalking, ready to pounce, turning for home.
Yeah, you can see Digital Future now is going to assume the lead. And I think the horse on the outside obviously forced Irad's hand that he had to go now. And you can see behind both of them is one of the other runners in here. But now right here, you're thinking, okay, this race is over. Chad Brown's horses are clear. And she just doesn't quit. And she starts wandering a little bit back and forth. Irad's one of the best finishers in the world, and he's just not able. And this horse actually goes by pretty easy. So I just don't know. And I thought First Law started finishing a little bit better on the inside in there. Again, I look at trainers, top trainers like Chad and Todd, and you look out here, Mike Maker, you go to California, Baffert, those type of guys. When those type of guys have horses that are clear in the lane and their specialty is somewhat turf, it worries me a tiny bit, especially with the one here, Digital Future.
I think the cut, as you're looking at in First Law, looking good in the warm-up here, Jose Ortiz. But how about that slight cut back in distance from 3/4 of a mile to 5.5 furlongs here for Digital Future, who really, again, it was the last half furlong or so where he came up a little bit small.
Yeah, that could help. Yeah, I could definitely help. I'm wondering if the 5 Kawaii River, great name, by the way, can stay early. You know, he showed some decent fractions on dirt. Now, completely different. You're looking at the 9 now. First Law, what does he have to do different to turn the tables on Digital Future? Because he's sort of been in chase mode after him. So maybe he needs somebody else to pressure Digital Future to help him out. And maybe that could be the 8 Cool Quest putting the blinkers on.
Cool Quest, John Velasquez. You touched on Kawaii River. 7 to 2. There he is in that debut. Now, again, this was on dirt. He was 9 to 1 in this one, flashing some speed. There's Kawaii River challenging at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, and again, good race. Worry is you're right there at the top of the lane and you get put away. And not only do you get put away by about 3.5 lengths. I do love that he's well clear of the 3rd place finisher. So useful race for me. That the horse showed good speed, professionalism. Just got beat by a better horse. Now going to take his talents to the turf, which I think should translate to the same time of race.
That pedigree, half-brother to a McDarmida winner Acacia touched on. The McDarmida much farther than this one. Just a 5.5 furlong sprint. Kauai Mia River and Jose Lezcano contender here 7-2. But Digital Future, who is the favorite at 8-5. Irad Ortiz, Chad Brown teaming up earlier with Pocket Square in the first turf race of the afternoon. Checking with Acacia here. What are you noticing in the warm-up as we get closer to post time?
Well, you called it, Lafitte, when First Law broke away from the pony. He framed himself up beautifully today, and he does come out of that same race as Digital Future. And it wasn't the smoothest trip for him, too. I thought he was kind of buried down on the inside and had to wait for some room, where we saw Digital Future take the lead and get run down by King James. He also had a bit of a trip in that race, too. But look at how he bowed his neck on track. This is a horse that's really come along. And I think the best thing they did for him was to go back to sprinting when he came back in 2021. They tried that one distance race. His sprint races have all been good. Unfortunately, he's starting to rack up the in-the-money finishes, 4 for 5 in the money. And we'll see if today is the day that he can break through. But I think the third start of his form cycle, he's fit here in 2021, warmed up really well out there under Jose Ortiz. And don't be afraid of a guy like Jerry O'Dwyer. Does come in from the Mid-Atlantic, does so well, particularly with maidens. As, again, out of that race, the one Digital Future, I had mentioned how he had been a little bit green in some of his previous races. Those blinkers have really helped, and I'm sure some schooling as well. He linked up with the pony in the post parade. He was the ultimate professional. He warmed up really well when taken away from the pony under Irad Ortiz, not expending too much. Seen a big difference in this for your favorite. I'm trying Cool Quest getting on the turf for the first time, but I think Digital Future has really progressed as he'll try to turn things around today.
Acacia going with Cool Quest, 3-1 pictured. Paul with number 5 in Kauai Mia River. Some positive signs regarding the favorite in Digital Future. And Digital Future, Paul, you would assume with Irad Ortiz from the inside gate, pedal to the metal right from the start.
Yeah, I would think so. Blinkers are going on, and I don't think they're going to change the tactics. Very fast colt by Street Boss, who's a fast runner himself. So catch me if you can. I think they're going to try to play the same game. Hope the 5.5 furlongs works better here than it did work, or it has worked at Belmont in the 2 other tries.
6-5. Go back through the pick 6 sequence here. Paul, is again, we'll have a couple of moments in the pool, about $150,000 as pick 6 sequence getting started here with Digital Future at 6-5, and some of the other races and key horses you would hone in on putting together your strategy this afternoon.
Well, if you look at the doubles, I like to look at the doubles in the 2-year-old races. The 3 and the 8 are really taking a lot of money, especially the 8 Waterville in the next race. If you want to take a gamble, maybe go there. Race number 7, I had the 2-5, 6-7. I thought Binkster was the horse to beat on the drop. That's another horse that could be a single in some people's tickets. The 2 and the 5 in race number 8. I like Winterpool best in there. In the John's call, I'm going to use 3, 5, 6, or 8. Shamrock and Conviction Trade, Serve the King, and Fantasioso. And then in the last, I like 2, 4, 5, 11. I'm going to use the 4 in there, Seeking Revenge, a big 20-1 long shot. So I thought this pick 6 was difficult, and if you can get to it, it's going to pay today.
That pick 6, best of luck everyone playing. Have a couple of minutes here. Race number 5, it all gets started momentarily, kicking off on Harry Travers week. And Paul, just good to have grass racing once again, where we've lost a lot of it with the weather. You play the hand you're dealt. It's an outdoor sport. But today, gorgeous weather and a firm turf courses with some good turf racing.
You're right, Lafitte. I mean, the grass racing is so fun to watch. It's so bunched up. It's all about trips. You can be unlucky. You can be lucky. So many things can go right. So many things can go wrong. That's what makes Saratoga so special with these tight turns. But the turf courses, the 2 turf courses, and you got to give the guys a lot of credit here in the track maintenance. As much rain as we've gotten, it's unbelievable the turf course is in this shape.
Incredible job. As you mentioned at the top of the show, Andy Sterling had touched on this last week. 40 races, 40 turf races we had lost this summer alone. At this point last year, it was around 9 turf races last year. Just a ton of rain over the past couple of weeks. Then you just play the hand you're dealt. But for today, fast main track. Turf course is firm in this first race for the pick 6 starts in this 5.5 furlong sprint. They've reached the gate. Digital Future at 6-5. Any final thoughts before they start to move in?
No, you know, I think the 9, I'm sort of tiny bit with Acacia. I think the 9 might get a better trip today. If the 8 can show some speed, or if somebody can show some giddy-up to get into the 1's face just a tiny bit, to make him quicken up a little bit. I think the 9 will come rolling.
9 to the outside, First Law. Jose Ortiz, that is Irad Ortiz stepping forward, 6-5 at post time. Kawaii River backs off. Jose Lascano aboard, trying to coax him forward, a contender here. That one race on dirt. First start on grass, currently 7-2 on the Dean's list. Be a big surprise. Can you hear me now? Be a bigger surprise. John Embrial standing by with the load and call. It is post time. Start of the pick 6, race number 5, live from Saratoga.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 9, First Law. And they're all in. And they're off. First Law from the extreme outside. Now moving up is Cool Quest along with Kawaii River. Just in behind is Digital Future racing in 4th. Beckenbauer runs in 5th, followed by Can You Hear Me Now, who's in 6th position. Farther back, it is Partners Hope, and on the Dean's list, the leader is Cool Quest, in front here by about a length. First Law, Kawaii River heads apart 2nd and 3rd, and the favorite Digital Future races in 4th through a quarter in 22 seconds. They go around the far turn. It's Cool Quest and First Law. They are 1-2. Down at the hedge is Kawaii River in 3rd. Digital Futures alongside in 4th, followed by Partners Hope next in 5th. And the field is at the top of the stretch. First Law, Cool Quest, Kawaii River looking for a way through. Digital Futures on the outside as they come down for the 8th pole. Digital Future drifting out there. Kawaii River looking for a way through. Cool Quest is there along with First Law. Digital Future has the lead in deep stretch. Digital Future, First Law, look like Digital Future got it narrowly. Then First Law, and then a photo for 3rd between a Tough Luck Kawaii River and Cool Quest.
Not exactly poetry in motion, Paul, but Digital Future, despite all the wandering, the favorite is able to hold on and graduate in his 4th career start.
Yeah, great job here by Irad Ortiz Jr. playing the break, thinking, okay, Digital Future is going to be on the front end, and said, you know what? Let's see if we can raid today with the blinkers on. Now, he got a little wandery in the stretch here as he's going to go wide. The 3 was making a tiny bit of a move on the outside, but the 1's going to sort of drift out and eliminate his move right there. The 3 started wandering in. Now you can see the 5 on the rail. Kawaii River can't get through. First Law starts to fight right back right here at the 1 because the 1 just doesn't really like to separate, but he got the job done.
Able to hold off the late charge from First Law. Digital Future, I'd love to see a head-on at some point. And I guess the question with Kawaii River towards the inside, and that, by the way, is your leading trainer at Saratoga. Chad Brown with that victory emerging as the leader in the standings, 1-9-5-8. Klarvich, Seth Klarman, Irad Ortiz, Chad Brown. I'd like to see Kawaii River. Is this a case of not having enough room to operate, or maybe just hesitant to go through a small opening on the hedge?
No, I think not room to operate. He's trying to go through right here, and it's just not enough. Then he tried to go through again right here, and then the horse came down on him. Just maybe a little bit unfortunate because the horse had a ton of run and a tiny bit shy there. Lafitte gets a little bit tight, not too tight, but sometimes these are still, you know, young horses,
sure.
And he didn't really want to go through that hole. I'll tell you what, it's crazy how horses know, because Digital Future had lost last 2 races blowing leads, comes from off the pace. As soon as that horse crossed the wire, he put on the brakes, and 9 jogged out about 10 lengths past him. He's like, I'm done, I finally won the race. Let's go back to the barn and eat.
Back to the barn occasion for Digital Future, winning trainer Chad Brown, leading trainer Chad Brown, and Digital Future like he tried to cough this one up.
tried not to get the win here today, but again, those blinkers and what we saw Irad Ortiz switch right-handed, that was a big move. But I wanted to chime in on what Paul was saying about Kawaimia River, just being young horses and being inexperienced as well. You could see in his debut race, which was on dirt, that he was getting out, that he was leaning to the outside, and his rider needed to keep correcting him. It wasn't as drastic today, but he is the type of horse that tends to get out a little bit. And I think for a horse like that, going inside up the hedge with horses to his outside, that can be a really uncomfortable, compromising position, and just was not the right move for Kawaimia River. So I think next time we're going to see him outside, and we're also going to see Digital Future with some outside urging and maybe keeping some other horses to his outside to keep them straight and in the clear, Lafitte.
Lots to work on for all of them here. Acacia and Digital Future, a win far from perfection. Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz discussing this one. 1-9-5-8 results when we come back. It's going to wrap things up for Paul and myself. Paul, again, your long shot play of the afternoon in the John's Call. Remind our viewers.
Yeah, Conviction Trade. I really like that horse. I think the horse is going to fire a big shot today.
Good stuff, Paul. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon.
Sounds good.
And to our viewers, the coverage does continue. Greg Wolf stepping in, Jonathan Kinchin, and much more as we kick things off on Run Happy Travers Week and That Gray. The odds-on favorite for the 152nd Run Happy Travers, the champ, the Belmont winner, strictly the one to beat in Saratoga's marquee event on Saturday. Much more as Saratoga Live continues.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas Derby Glory, and he leads by 4 lengths. Basin continues to run in second. Governor Morris is third. Then to the outside in Anno Door, final furlong. Left-handed whips for Charlatan. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet and win the Arkansas Derby. We will see you in September, young man.
Wins by 6.5. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Song Hill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and Grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. We appreciate you watching with us on this beautiful Wednesday. Our show is always brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We just had race number 5, as I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Irad Ortiz, who piloted Digital Future to victory. And Irad, drifting a little bit there in the stretch, tell me about keeping this horse straight. It seems like he has gained some focus.
Last couple of times I ride him, and he got beat by a neck, by a nose. And he always wait on horses in the last couple jumps, so we put some blinkers on. 5.5 probably helped him a little bit. He was right there early, and I just wait the right time to go, try to buy some time, but I got another horse inside of me with some horse. Lescano, I think, was in there, so I just move away, let me try to get lucky and open up, because I know he like to wait on horses, but I don't have too many options, so I just move he responds well. Then I just keep him busy. Last 8 of a mile, I just try to call his attention as much as I can to keep him focused.
Certainly worked today as he got the maiden breaking score. But coming up on Saturday, the Run Happy Travers, we drew the field today. Post position 4 for Dynamic 1, your mount. This horse has really come along.
This horse is doing really good. Honestly, I love him. He's working great. I worked the last couple times. Last race was something very, very positive from him, and we are excited. We can wait for Saturday, and we expect a really good race from him.
What does it feel like as a rider to be partnered up with a horse with connections you've had a lot of success with, of course, thinking back to Vino Rosso, and you have one that's doing well at the right time?
Thank God. Thanks, Todd. You know, he helped me a lot. He's the one who made the choice for me. He picked the horses for me, and I'm just happy to be close of him. You know, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a great guy, great personality, and I just enjoy riding for him a lot, and Chad, and everybody. I love to ride for everybody, but they give me a really good chances, and the owner, Mike Ripoli and Vinny Viola, they've been great with me last couple of years, and I'm so excited, and thanks them for helping me.
Well, good luck this weekend, but big congratulations here as well.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz, as he will have a date with the team that brought you Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic a couple years ago, as we welcome in Greg Wolf and the rest of the team. Hey, Greg.
Hi, Keisha. Thank you. Good to be here on kicking off Travers Week. Going to be a tremendous week of action here on Saratoga Live. Going to introduce the rest of the crew coming up here in just a moment. Let's look back at the race that kicked off this pick 6 and familiar connections. Chad Brown, Klorovich, Irad Ortiz Jr., Chad and Irad each with 2 this afternoon. Digital Future, even money favorite, begins this pick 6 in a tight one. Big effort from that 9 First Law. And the rematch with Digital Future comes up just short again. So Digital Future, 4th time out the charm for the son of Street Boss, as Chad Brown now becomes the leading trainer at the meet, moving 1 up on Mike Maker. Late Pick 5 is next. Good to have you with us, everybody. It's Travers Week, as mentioned. We're going to talk all about the big one coming up on Saturday. Today's features, we bring in Jonathan Kinchin, our 2015 NHC Tour champ. Marathon on the lawn, JK, to mile and 5/8 in the John's Call.
Yeah, look, I'm really looking forward to this race. I think there's a couple of horses that are exiting a race at Monmouth United Nations. I think are set up to run really well in here. Those are drawn towards the outside. The 8 Serve the King, and also the 6 Fantioso. Those are the 2 horses I'm going to try to build my late plays around in this race. But there's a ton of extremely live horses here, including the 3 Sham Rocket.
We're going to focus in on now for Todd Pletcher. Joel Rosario will ride. This was back in the Bowling Green here, and JK, I don't know, I looked at this race, he was just so far out of it, almost in another zip code for a lot of the running of this race.
And look, the thing is, the pace was pretty honest in here. This is the type of horse that, look, he ran well. You can't knock him for what he was doing. He was finishing his race, trying to pick up horses as they were tiring a little bit. But I thought the pace was fair enough in here. So I didn't want to give him too big of an upgrade from coming from so far out of it. I think it actually might have helped him a little bit.
Well, some really good ones, obviously finishing ahead of him in there. Cross Border, Rock Emperor. So get bonus points for company kept. He's the morning line favorite for trainer Todd Pletcher, looking to get his 4th victory on the lawn coming up this afternoon. But it is a tough group of horses and a distance where it's just sort of a question mark for everybody who's going to be able to handle and want to go this mile and 5/8 coming up. That'll be part of our late pick 5. It begins in this very next race coming up. Warm enough for you today, JK?
It's all right. I'm doing all right, you know.
Are you in your short sleeve shirt?
No, I'm wearing a, you can't see me, can you? I'm wearing a jacket today, Wolfie.
Oh, okay, it's invisible. I like it. It's a good look
it.
for you. We're going to kick things off in this late pick 5 sequence with a wide open race to begin things in here. Take a look at the field. It's our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Mile to 16th over the inner turf. And Waterville taking a lot of money right now, as you would think, for Christophe Clement. 2nd time out. Had a little bit of trouble in that debut. This dam, though, has produced some good ones, including Seafoam, of course, was more of a dirt horse. Won the Evan Shipman, the Albany, the New York Derby. The dam, though, 4 for 9 on turf, was a grade 3 winner on the lawn as well. We'll talk more about this field when we come back. We'll also look back on the week that was, and the queen of the division who could be the king by year's end. We'll explain when we come back. We'll talk Malathaat and the rest of the stakes winners from last week next. No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War Front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing in at Claiborne Farm.
And Baltimore Bucko takes command in the early stages. Gibralfaro is in second, and the Mean Queen as they go over the first jump. And what a story for Kerry Bryan as the Mean Queen wins the Jonathan Shepherd. And they're off in the Bolton Landing. On the extreme outside, it's Chi-Town Lady. Stand-up comic is in between horses. And here comes Chi-Town Lady. After her stablemate Poppy Flower, Chi-Town Lady runs on by. Chi-Town Lady wins the Bolton Landing. Awesome Debate, ridden within about 2 lengths of the pacemaker. Awesome Debate on the outside is up to take the lead, and it's Awesome Debate splashing home as much the best in the Union Avenue.
And they're off. A-Town Warrior and Averly Jane. Averly Jane leads here by a little more than a length with Golden Bell running in second. Averly Jane in front right from the start, and she is going to coast home here, and it is the speedy Robin Sparkles who leads here by a length. Piedi Bianchi in second. Piedi Bianchi is moving up on the outside. Here is Piedi Bianchi, and Piedi Bianchi is going to win the Spartan Fancy Stakes. And they're off, and a quick start for Technical Analysis, and she's right on the lead. Technical Analysis now gets clear from Spanish Love Affair. Technical Analysis with a front-running victory in the Lake Placid Stakes. And Played Hard will go out for the early lead. Will Secret down on the inside. Maracuja is in fourth, and right alongside is the favorite Malathaat. On the outside, it's Army Wife with Malathaat, and Malathaat has taken the lead with the 16th to the finish. Malathaat back in the win column.
What a week we had here at Saratoga, capped off by that incredible Alabama and redemption for John Velasquez, Todd Pletcher, and Malathot, and JK Now connection saying they may actually lean classic on championship weekend. What was your favorite moment? What is your favorite moment you have to look it up to this week, obviously being Travers week?
Yeah, I mean, last week was obviously Malathot. This week, same color silks, different ownership group. I'm really excited about Essential Quality. He's a talented racehorse, the best 3-year-old in the country, and I cannot wait to see him go that 1.25 miles of the Travers. We saw him have a chance to run 1.25 miles of the Derby. He had a poor trip that day. We saw him in the Belmont go 1.5 miles. We saw him handle the 1 1/8 of the Jim Dandy, which I think is probably too short for him. And I'm really looking forward to kind of the pinnacle of Essential Quality summer, running in that 1.25 mile run Happy Travers.
We look at him, and this, that Jim Dandy lost all that ground, and this margin of victory really in the end because of all that ground loss probably was a lot bigger than what it looked like. But he kind of just looks like workman-like. Is he more brilliant than we give him credit for?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime that you can have a horse that can be a 2-year-old champion that can be the leader in the clubhouse as a 3-year-old, that doesn't happen very often. I think that's a brilliance in its own right. He doesn't do it in a flashy way. He's not opening up and winning by 15 lengths, but he shows up and he runs, and he's been doing it on different racetracks at different distances, on different times of the year. I just think he's the best horse in this race. I think he's the best 3-year-old in the country.
Going to get a chance to prove it once again. Leader of this division coming up in the Travers on Saturday. Right now it's paddock report time. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and we do have horses here in the paddock for this 2-year-old race. And while Waterville, she is your current favorite, and she has the right to be facing open company in her first start in with New York breds today. She looks great, and if anything, she's more fit. But I want to take a look at some others here, and one that has run, and actually this is her 3rd start, is number 2, Sweet Sugar Baby, a daughter of Mission Impossible. Now, as far as stats go, Mission Impossibles aren't, they don't have the biggest win percentage as far as switching to the turf, but I've been around few enough to know that, or quite a few, to know that they do handle it, and this gal is probably the most convincing of getting on this surface. Massive turf hoof to her, very slack pasterns. Now, she does show up here wearing 4 bandages. We usually don't see 4 wraps on turf horses. So take that with a grain of salt, but the Engleharts do tend to run their horses in wraps no matter what. The only problem I have with her is more ground. Is that going to suit her? But I really think she's going to take to this surface. And as far as first-time starters go, number 3, What Love Looks Like, a daughter of English Channel for trainer Todd Pletcher. There isn't much turf pedigree, though, on the bottom side. It's a Barry Schwartz pedigree. This makes her a half to La Fuerza, who won his first start and was a multiple stakes winner at 2. So there is precocity. There's just not much turf pedigree, but she luckily takes after her sire line, and she looks very much of the English Channel bloodlines. She comes in here incredibly well prepared as far as fitness. I like the work that she had 2 back over the Oklahoma turf track, not asked for much, just moving very fluidly over the turf course there. She's very laid back, so she has the right disposition too for going long first time out. Now, number 7, Preposterous for Safi Joseph Jr., not having the greatest of meat, so it's hard to endorse his runners when they come over here. For whatever reason, it's just not going well. But this is a filly by Union Rags, again, one that is not the greatest influence as far as turf, but the dam went 1 for 5 on the turf. This is her first full, and then the dam is a full to Intense Holiday, who was a graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, but a half to Money Multiplier, who was a multiple graded stakes winner and multiple grade 1 placed on the turf. So she shows up, I think, in the right spot. She possesses that physical maturity that you like to see with these young horses, just pointing to the fact that she's a little bit further along possibly than some of her rivals here. Now, watching her 1 workout, 2 back on XBTV on the turf, she seems like one that just gallops and gallops and gallops, not really possessing gears, at least yet, early on here in her career. So I think where we see her break is probably where she's going to kind of end up. So you're hoping for a good break from her, but she comes in here well-muscled, strong, ready to go, and landing in the right spot. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. We're going to get to our post-parade here coming up in a moment. You could play this late pick 5 that begins in this race here coming up. You see that pool, 332,000 and growing. By getting signed up and started with Naira Bets, new members, that is the promo code to use. SPA200. punch that in and sign up at NyraBets.com or by downloading that NyraBets app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's a look at the 6. Oak loves a fight for Orlando Noda. Let's take a look at the debut. It came sprinting on the turf here at the meet back on July 22nd.
Yeah, one of the things, Wolfie, I think people should be a little bit leery of is when you see a turf sprinter like this who kind of falls out of the race and comes and makes one run, the assumption that they want to go longer is not always accurate. And just sometimes they just have that short little run. Look, I don't want to take anything away from how Oak Loves a Fight finished this race. I just want to be aware, people to be aware that that's a mistake I think that's often made. In a bigger context, it happens all the time in the Kentucky Derby. When horses come running on late, going 1.25 miles, everyone thinks they want to go the 1.5 miles at the Belmont. It's not necessarily the case, and it's just as obvious here for me in these situations with turf sprinters stretching out. Now, she did show some talent. She is finishing up her race, and that's definitely something you want to take into account, but I wouldn't get out of control thinking that she's going to absolutely love the added distance.
Dam did win it a mile on the turf, and the Grand Dam actually was a minor stakes winner on the grass out at Santa Anita. So there is some pedigree there.
Look, that's one of the signs that you want to look for when you can have a horse who is making a run like this, but then their pedigree suggests that they might want to go longer. That's one of the things I think you can do to help avoid those pitfalls, because they're easy to fall into. Because visually, you tell yourself, oh, she's running on late. Oh, she's going to appreciate more ground. Now, I think more so, she might appreciate having a second start, having a start underneath her belt, kind of figuring out what her job is in that first start.
There she is, 6-1 on the board. We're going to get to our post parade here coming up in a moment. Again, our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift Farm, of course, home of 2-time reigning champion sire Into Mischief. We'll kick things off in the post parade with Solib. Start number 2 for Rudy Rodriguez in the turf debut.
Yeah, and worked on the turf last time, and the workout report suggests that work was good enough.
Sweet Sugar Baby. Jose Ortiz rides for Jeffrey Englehart.
Another one making their first start on the turf. This one has a sibling that won on the turf.
Todd Pletcher, first timer. The Grand Dam actually did break her maiden on the turf here at Saratoga.
That's a great sign. The 3rd and 4th works back for this horse took place on the turf. The Hall of Famer decides to enter first time out on the turf.
Here's the 4, False Hope, Dominic Schettino and Luis Saez.
Yeah, look, this one's not working great on the turf, but wherever that man shows up, Luis Saez, for the next 10 days or so, I'd be paying attention.
Won the first 2 on the card today. The Dam did produce a 2-time turf winner, Schettino, by the way. Here is the one we were just talking about. Oak Loves a Fight, assuming we stay in order. Might be late to the party. And there she is, daughter of race day for Orlando Noda.
Yeah, you look, the assumption is that she'll appreciate the added distance, but I'm not convinced. At 6-1, 5-1, I'd be willing to take a chance if you were in the arena that she will like it.
Preposterous, Safi Joseph and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, like Maggie mentioned, Safi just off to a little bit of a slow start, but this horse has been working on the turf. Does have a turf work, and I like that the horse shows up here on the turf.
There's the one to beat Waterville, second time out for the Clement barn.
Yeah, this is one of those clues for me that Waterville worked with Pizza Bianca, who was a first-time winner earlier in the meet.
Princess in Paradise, the Dam actually won her turf debut at a mile at Calder.
Yeah, look, Mike Maker, when he makes the move to the grass, whether it's claimers or maidens, it usually goes well.
Saratoga Chrome went by, debuted sprinting on dirt, the daughter of California Chrome. And here's the 11, also eligible in the race with the scratch here of the 5.
Yeah, when a horse debuts at 60-1, then comes back at 42-1, just doesn't make me feel like there's much there.
That's your field for this race. Going to kick off our late pick 5, our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. And it's Waterville, the 8, the filly to beat. Christophe Clement trained the Dam as well to a 4-for-9 record over the grass, including a Grade 3 victory. Can she get it done to kick off this sequence? We'll have it for you live when we come back here on Saratoga Live on FS2. Stay tuned.
Their track records.
Oh my goodness, look at Frosted today! West is still unbeaten!
Our track record.
Street Sense will need some running room at the wire. Natalia Doro wins.
Here comes the Stern, and the Colt is letting rip with a big run.
It's what makes Darley, well, Darley. We've been putting the blue into the bluegrass for 20 years.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
Run up, asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California. Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini on the center of the track. Prepare for takeoff, but run up, running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run up, and Horatio Caramanos run up to win it.
Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on Saratoga Live on FS2 in Valley Sports, Southern California. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, Maggie Wolfendale with you on a gorgeous and warm Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York. That is the one that everybody's got to beat, JK. Now down to 9-5 on Waterville. And that first race really was an education for this filly.
Yeah, absolutely, and you like to have them get one underneath their belt. The pace wasn't particularly quick that day. She broke a little bit slow. Hopefully she'll break a little bit better here. Tyler kind of got to get to know her a little bit. I always think that's helpful. I think a lot of times with these riders, when they ride a horse for the first time in a race, they'll ask the question and they don't know the answer yet. And I think sometimes they find out the answer, and the second time they ride them, they know what that answer is. They can make better decisions throughout the race. And one of the other things that really kind of got me leaning towards Waterville's direction, not only the Christoph and Tyler here, but the fact that she worked with Pizza Bianca, who was very, very impressive on debut. And the fact that, I just don't see these trainers putting really good horses with average horses. It's not a smart thing to do. It can discourage maybe the horse that's a cut below. And the fact that Waterville was working with a horse as talented as Pizza Bianca, I think is a sign that this one can run as well.
Well, she is the solid 8-5 favorite in this first leg of the late pick 5. Let's go to Maggie.
Much the horse to beat is Waterville in here. I'm going to go a little bit in a different direction, going to land on the first-time starter for trainer Todd Pletcher, but I foresee Waterville winning, if not running well. As far as warm-ups go, I did like Preposterous probably best in the warm-up, but touching on a few others. So Lib, she will automatically switch to the turf here in her second start. I do like American Pharaohs on the grass. There isn't much turf pedigree. You're going to have to really do some digging and sifting through. She actually does have a turf look to her, and she is so much more fit here second time out. She just was a bigger, heavier type of filly, and that first race really did the trick for her fitness levels. Moving on to another one that has run, number 6, Oak Loves a Fight. You're not going to get the nearly 50-1 today. I don't know. Physically, she says sprinter. But the way she ran, I see why they're stretching her out. And she comes in incredibly fit, but she's very small in stature, very short coupled. And but she is very relaxed, and you like to see that with these young fillies in their second start. And then number 4, False Hope. I know you guys were getting a little searching for horses in the warm-up in the post parade. That's because this gal, False Hope, was freezing. She was brought in with the pony. Just really bad behavior first time out. And you usually don't see that. So one, I will certainly take the wait and see approach, but does draw Luis Saez, guys.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, the meet's leading rider looking for his third winner this afternoon after taking the early double. But his mount here being completely ignored on the board, JK, 15-1.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, especially for a guy who's riding as hot as Louis is. Look, I mean, the fact that Louis showed up here, maybe he didn't have anything else, and he's riding so hot, he's trying to win the meet, he's not going to turn down mounts, but I would think this horse would be taking a little bit more money if this horse had any shot in here. These races, I lean towards the tote board. You know, there's a lot of clues, workouts, buzz horses, trip horses that are coming back making their second start, horses that have taken lots of money on debut and then they're coming back and making their second start. There's lots of clues you can find in maiden races, but there's not a lot in this one. So I'm just going to go with the 8 Waterville. They're betting this horse, and she worked with a really good one in the morning.
Late pick 5 starts here. Let's send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Ready for the start. And they're off. Very slow beginning for number 11, Are Captivating. She's at the back. From the inside, it is So Lib. Sweet Sugar Baby is right there, and on the outside is False Hope. So those three right together as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. Oak Loves a Fight is running in a 4th, and then it is Waterville next in a 5th. What Love Looks Like is down on the inside in 6th. Princess in Paradise in 7th. Preposterous runs in 8th. Then comes Saratoga Chrome and Are Captivating. The quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds, and now they're on the backstretch, and it is So Lib, the leader here, by a length. Sweet Sugar Baby runs in 2nd. On the outside is a False Hope next in 3rd, and right alongside is Oak Loves a Fight in 4th, just 2.5 lengths from the lead. Waterville is in 5th, and then we come back to What Love Looks Like. On the inside in 6th, Princess in Paradise on the outside in 7th, followed by Preposterous, Saratoga Chrome, and Are Captivating. Half mile, 49 3. So Lib, 3/4 of a length. Sweet Sugar Baby continues to chase in 2nd as they go around the far turn. It's So Lib now clear by 2.5 lengths. Sweet Sugar Baby is dropping back, passed on the inside by Oak Loves a Fight. And then comes a False Hope. Far outside is Waterville. And What Love Looks Like. The field is in the stretch. 3/4 in 14 3. Waterville kicking in on the outside now. Here's Waterville up to grab the lead from So Lib. A late move here from Saratoga Chrome. And then comes What Love Looks Like. Waterville. Here is Saratoga Chrome on the outside. Saratoga Chrome is going to pull off the upset here. Waterville was 2nd. What Love Looks Like finished 3rd. And Saratoga Chrome went off at 13-1.
13-1 shot leading the way early on. 13-1 shot finishing in the end. Saratoga Chrome, Anthony Dutrow, second time out, first on the lawn.
Yeah, Waterville made the first move here. You'll see the gray horse with the orange cap, but right behind her was Saratoga Chrome. This horse was loaded when they turned for home. You can see it was really picking up horses late. She made the debut on the dirt. A lot of times you'll see that. You'll see these horses that'll just get a race around there on the dirt. The trainers and the connections all know the horse probably wants turf. They'll come back the second start of the meet and get performances like this. She didn't work particularly well on the grass a couple works back, but she ran really well on the grass here today.
She did at 13-1 under Eric Cancel. And keep your eye on that white cap on the outside. It just loaded in the stretch.
Yeah, she was. Like I said, Waterville made that big move that looked like she was going to be the winner. And then Saratoga Chrome. Eric had to work a little bit to keep her straight. She was coming in here a little bit. Wouldn't be shocked if they took a look at that. But she was much the best in here. She was on a wrong lead late. It's the thing, if you watch enough races, you can kind of try to figure out. It looks like they look a little goofy coming down the stretch because they look different than the other horses. They're just leading with their left lead rather than their right lead. That's probably why she looked like that a little bit. Also why she probably came in to a certain extent on top of the 3, What Love Looks Like. But we'll see what they decide to do, if they feel like there was anything there or not.
Unofficially 10-8. 3-7. Daughter of the Derby and Preakness winner California Chrome getting on the lawn for the first time. Here's a look at the head-on.
Yeah, you'll see her right there with the white face and the white silks to the outside. The question's going to be if she interfered with the 3 in the black and the white. You'll see, I believe that was Irad Ortiz who took up a little bit there. And in the in-house feed, they have the 4 screens up, which suggests that they are looking at it.
Yeah, they're taking a look at it. So for right now, a happy trainer. We'll see if that remains the case here as the stewards do their work upstairs. Always drama. Let's take a look at the lanes and see if this helps us determine what could happen.
Yeah, look, when it comes to situations like this, sometimes you wonder if there was something. There was something. Now, the problem is they have to make the decisions based on the rules on whether or not something needs to be done about that something that happened. Eric did come over. I think that there was some contact with the three, what love looks like. But the question is, did that cost what looks like a placing? And was the foul significant enough to make a change?
And as you look at that, that's tough to say. Did it cost the three? I mean, that's fairly significant drifting in on the three, no?
It's a hard thing to do to say, what if I ate a cheeseburger for dinner last night? Like, who knows? You never know. It's hard to say what you think might have happened. Look, in my opinion, but I've been wrong at least 17 times this meet, there was something significant there. And he did come over quite a bit, significant amount of paths, and there was contact. And now look, the problem is the riders that are in behind are always going to appear to, whether they were really affected or they weren't affected that much, you're going to kind of get the same look from them where Irad stood up and checked. But to me, I mean, it looked significant enough.
Just from the eyeball test, it did appear fairly significant from Saratoga Chrome.
Now, this is one of those situations where there's often debates in this game about how these things should be adjudicated, right? Like, there's one side of the argument is that the 10 was clearly best, so why don't we let the 10 and the bettors who bet on the 10 be rewarded, and then let's address it behind closed doors, whether it's through fines for the riders or even potential suspensions.
One more look here. Up tight and close. And you make the argument the three had some run.
Yeah, she was running. She wasn't not running.
Looking at that, it's hard to say that she didn't get cost at least a little more run to the finish as jockeys make their case to the stewards upstairs. Let's go to Maggie.
I got a chance to catch up with Rod Ortiz, and actually before he got on the phone, he kind of yelled over to Eric Conseil saying, Eric, what's up? Like, you knew I was there. And he also expressed to me that he thoroughly felt as though he was on the best horse, never got to make a run with number 3. And we'll see. I mean, they often let herding go here, but the fact and the case could be made that she was cost a placing here with finishing 3rd and not ending up 2nd. So we'll see what they do. They are taking a long look at this, guys.
Oh, the longer it goes, too, usually from what we know in this game, JK, means probably a better chance they're going to make a change.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's one of those. It's one of those deals. They do that in the NFL as well when they're under the hood, checking out a replay. The longer it goes, you feel that there's more doubt, and the more doubt there is, you feel like it could potentially lead to a change. But I don't know. I've seen some really long ones go that I thought for sure were going to change and didn't. So if you have a ticket on the 10. Hold your breath, but if you have a ticket on the 8, I'd hold your breath too. Well,
Very good chance we are going to see a change here, and if that does happen, new order finish would be 8-3-10-7. Let's take one more look at it. And this, how significant it was with the 10 coming in over on the 3.
The interesting part about all of this is if you follow Irad or Eric Cancel on Instagram, they're always playing pranks on each other. They're friends. So it's really interesting to watch them right here. They seem to be disagreeing, at least to a certain extent.
This is a long wait here. They both made their case already, which we already know what they're going to say to the stewards. Eric, of course, I didn't do anything. I had no choice. It was insignificant. Irad's going to say, I didn't get to make my run, which is what he told Maggie. But the ultimate decision going to lie upstairs. And the difference, by the way, it's the 3-2 favorite or it's a 13-1 start to this late pick 5.
which is a significant difference. And I think that's one of the biggest issues that we have in these things is we want the bettors that pick the right horses to be rewarded. And if there is mistakes that are being made out on the racetrack by the riders, if there's a possibility that can be addressed elsewhere, it's a conversation we should at least look into. Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? I think that the 10 interfered with the 3. We'll see what they decide to do.
I would agree with you. There they are, Eric Cancel in the white cap, Rad Ortiz Jr. hoping for a change. That number flashing in the black and white silks of Barry Schwartz. And regardless of what happens in here, I mean, how about this effort first time out, JK, from this Pletcher filly, what Love looks like? Yeah, she ran well. And you got to think she's going to continue to improve. She showed some guts down on the inside to kind of try to pop into that spot quickly. You know, look, if you own this horse, there's nothing wrong with her getting this as her first start. There we go, change made. As we looked at it time and again, looked pretty convincing, the evidence overwhelming almost, and stewards say yes indeed. So new order of finish, 8, 3, 10, 7. Filly that crossed the wire first, disqualified and placed 3rd after that interference. Yeah, and look, to be fair, you got to feel for Eric a little bit in these spots. Irad obviously gets his picture taken a lot here at Saratoga. Eric not as much, and but hey, rules are rules. So, change made, and a 3-2 favorite with the DQ starts off this late pick 5. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Talk more Belmont Stakes winner. Essential quality. Can he add the Travers to his already incredible resume? We'll go through the field next.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner, Papa Cat, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gunrunner's yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2, Bally Sports Southern California program brought to you where you can play all the action all summer long here at the premier meet in the country. Go to NYRaBets.com, download the app. One more look here down the stretch. And on the 10th Saratoga Chrome, Those white silks, white cap, right there, causing that issue with the 3. Irad Ortiz Jr. and What Love Looks Like, and Stewart say, JK, that was enough to make a change.
Yeah, and one of the things to keep in mind when you're watching these, and Richie Migliore pointed this out to me via text, is that you have to see what hand the rider's using with the crop. And Eric was going right-handed, which suggests that he was almost encouraging the horse to go that way. And not attempting to go the other way, I think is kind of frowned upon when you're trying to make these decisions.
So a big difference. 13-1 shot, DQ'd, and the favorite put on top. Tyler Gaffleone, his 29th winner of the meet. Take him any way you can get him here at Saratoga. Christophe Colon, his 11th winner of the meet. 8-3-10 finish here in the 6th. Race 7 starts the late pick 4. New York bred, $25,000 claiming sprint coming up. And right now it's Binkster, the old veteran who's been around for a while on this circuit for Ray Handel, who is the 2-1 favorite in this field. Of course, Saturday coming up, it is the Run Happy Travers. We will have live coverage here on Fox on Saturday, August 28th, the race that everybody looks forward to at this meet in this country all summer long, our Midsummer Derby. And a look at the field that will line up against the 2-year-old champion, Belmont Stakes and Jim Dandy winner, Essential Quality. He was installed as a 4-5 morning line favorite. Draw took place earlier today, and the inside post to Midnight Bourbon at 9-2.
A lot of people like this horse in the Kentucky Derby going 1.25 miles. He was involved in an incident at the Haskell, but he was not winning that race that day.
Can he move forward for this Hall of Fame barn? As mentioned, 9-2. And here's the 2-year-old champ and Belmont Stakes winner, Essential Quality for Brad Cox.
2-year-old champ, the 3-year-old champ, leader in the clubhouse, in my opinion. This horse is going to love the 1.25 miles. His Belmont was sensational at 1.5 miles. His Jim Dandy was better than it looked. He got a pretty rough trip in there, a little bit different than this horse.
There's Keep Me in Mind, 6-1. Joel Rosario, Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, the 3 Keep Me in Mind got a great trip up the inside. Made it look a little bit closer than I think it actually was. I think Essential Quality was much the best in there. Keep Me in Mind's going to have to improve to beat him.
The 4 horse is Dynamic One, Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this is a horse I thought got an outstanding trip in the curl, and you'll see you'll see a rider sit any chillier than Irad did, sitting right in behind horses and took him whenever he was ready. This horse seems to be improving, but he's going to need to improve if he wants to beat the champ.
Well, talk about someone needing to improve. That's Miles D. Can he step up for Chad Brown, who wants to win this race? He said more even than the Kentucky Derby.
Look, if you like Dynamic One, you kind of have to like Miles D. He moved first. He was the target for Dynamic One. Miles D, another one that could be progressing in the moving in the right direction.
Al Stahl going to give Masca Parade another chance here. He's 8-1 morning line, Miguel Mena.
Yeah, look, I like this horse in the Jim Dandy. Didn't run particularly well. I thought he had to move a little bit earlier than maybe he wanted to. I do think there's an opportunity for this horse to continue to move in the right direction. He's got tactical speed, which is probably the best way to try to beat Essential Quality.
And King Fury connections have said he is coming into this race doing tremendous. He got a turf warm-up for the Travers.
Yeah, I mean, sure. You know, he's 15-1. If you like him, I'm not going to talk you off of him. His best performance came in a sloppy racetrack where the race completely fell apart. I will say this, he ran well enough in the Ohio Derby, got a nice number.
Saratoga Stables, few more days to enjoy their colors on the infield canoe. So we check in with Maggie Wolfendale and talk to us about the 2-year-old champ, how he's been doing in the morning.
If anything, he's been doing better than he was heading into the Jim Dandy, now into this Travers. At least that is what his trainer Brad Cox is saying, that he's sharper, especially in his works. Here's his work last Saturday, where he worked once again with the Graded Stakes winning filly. That's Bonnie South here, who is a good workhorse, and I think good company for Essential Quality. As you see, just kind of waiting on Luis Saez's cues here. Always has a bit of a loose rein, always kind of niggled at. And you can see this horse, I'm pretty sure, knows where the wire is, because he does. He gets right up to her, right at the wire here, boom. And then Luis just gonna ask him to keep going with her because he is a little bit of that horse that needs that encouragement. He's incredibly smart, and his times, at least, heading into this Travers are quicker. We saw that 59 and change last week. This was just kind of a work to keep him ticking over. And what I like too in seeing this, because when he pulled up after the Jim Dandy, I had the opportunity to be right next to him. And with the 6 weeks between his Belmont Stakes victory and the Jim Dandy win, you could think that he got maybe just slightly unfit. He was huffing and puffing a bit. So the fact that he's come out of this Jim Dandy just that much better in his morning work, I think speaks volumes of what we could see this coming Saturday.
Maggie, thanks. Scary proposition. A horse who just has kept rolling along ever since we've seen him. 2-year-old champ, still doing tremendous. Ran huge in that Jim Dandy. Can he take another move forward on Saturday in the Travers? Usually we look at this race and it's a chance, JK, for a lot of these other 3-year-olds to kind of regroup, catch up, get stronger, get better, but this guy just keeps on moving along.
Yeah, look, he's that guy in 7th grade that was really fast and really strong and really tall, and he just kept getting stronger, faster, and taller. Look, this horse can absolutely run. Nothing about this race worked out right for him. He had to run a little bit earlier than he normally likes to run. He was an all-in at the half-mile pole. He lost ground on both turns, and this is a 1 1/8 rather than the 1 1/4 he's going to see on Saturday in the Run Happy Travers. And not to mention, this is a horse that this wasn't the plan. Like, this isn't the not the plan, excuse me. This wasn't the goal. They didn't wake up with the 2-year-old champ and the potential 3-year-old champ and say, we're going to win the Jim Dandy. No, this is a prep race leading into the Run Happy Travers.
Yeah, you would have to think Brad Cox wants him 100% for Saturday, not for the race that we just saw leading up to it in the prep. He has been magnificent just about every step of the way since we've seen him. Here's Brad Cox from earlier today at the draw.
My first glance, I'd say there could be, a little bit of maybe a lack of pace. Hopefully we can, maybe not be as wide this race as we were in the Jim Dandy, but ultimately that'll be up to Louis. I think we got a little bit more of a favorable post being down in the inside than maybe last time, where we can maybe save a little ground going into the first turn. But when you're the favorite, you're kind of the target. So we'll see how it all works out.
Usually things for Essential Quality have tended to work out pretty good. Look at this resume. 7 for 8 lifetime. And really, JK, you look at that Kentucky Derby, he had plenty of excuses to why he didn't win that race.
Look, I thought he was best on that day. He traveled further than everyone else that was in the top 4. And by losing ground, being wide in there. Look, I thought he was best that day. That's why I loved him in the Belmont. He proved how good he is in the Belmont. And I think he'll do that again come Saturday in the Run Happy Travers.
It is going to be a tremendous Saturday, whose colors will be painted on that infield canoe after the Travers on Saturday evening. Up next, late pick 4, 25 claiming New York bred race. And this guy, he's been fun to watch over his 6-year career. Binkster still is yet to win, though, at Saratoga. He's run well here. He's never been off the board. Just is yet to win. Going to get it done today for Ray Handel. We'll be back.
It is Speech and Javier and Cambia Pocket.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast, it definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires. Download the app today.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Chuck, Chivalry is between horses, and Country Grammar is down at the rail. On the outside, they are heads apart for the lead. He's left the others behind. It's on to Kentucky, favorite in the Derby, Hometown Hero.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
You're watching Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. 12 minutes to post in our 7th race. Coming up, it kicks off the late pick 4. And that's a look at the veteran Bingster, 6-year-old, 6-time winner, over $320,000 in earnings. He did win 2 starts back at Monmouth, but as I mentioned before we went to break, looking for his first win here at Saratoga, 0 for 5.
Yeah, it's not always a good sign, because sometimes it means they don't like the surface. I don't know how you couldn't like it up here, Saratoga, whether you had 4 legs or 2 legs. But he's a horse, I think, if he runs that race he ran back at Monmouth 2 back, they're all running for second. He ran extremely fast that day. He's got tactical speed, which always helps in these dirt sprints. I think Bingster is definitely the horse to beat, and I think 2 to 1's actually pretty fair.
Meanwhile, here's the 7. This is just right. He had the lead going 7/8 of a mile on this racetrack back on July 23rd and gets caught late, and if not for the veering out here, JK, he wins this race.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned that, Wolfie, that he almost won going 7 and now he's cutting back to 6. A lot of times what happens in these situations, if you can get a horse that can make the lead at some point of the stretch or even at the top of the stretch going 7 and then they cut back to that 6 furlong, sometimes they'll be able to see that race through. Now, you do want them to be traveling a little bit, but I agree with you. Just Right was a victim of that drifting, and you know, you're giving up ground if you're going sideways instead of straight.
Whew. Moved over a few lanes, and even with the right-handed riding crop, it did not matter from Jose Ortiz. This horse just getting out. Shortens up today to 6 furlongs. We'll see if that can make a difference here for this 5-year-old. Time for our paddock report, and with more on this group, let's check in with Maggie.
Bingster, I've always liked Bingster, and I think we're just finding maybe the level that he needs to be at as an older horse. And 2, Ray Handel looking obviously for more wins. He always seems to have a good meet up here, so trying to rack up those wins with 2 weeks left in the meet. As number 2, Gandy Dancing, I was actually really intrigued to see what he could do in the turf. The answer is not much. Could have been the yielding course. Maybe he deserves another shot on the firm, but Chad opting to drop him in here, and a horse that in previous times in the paddock, going back to his 3-year-old year, and even before that, he was always just very obstreperous to get the tack on and just lacked a bit of focus. Well, today he's nice, calm, cool, and collected as he was last time, and he's getting back to what he has proven to have an affinity for, and that is sprinting on the dirt. I think he makes a lot of sense in this spot. Next, we'll check in with number 8. That's Dark Money on the outside. I do think that 6 furlongs is much better for him. He is a horse that he can be forward, he can be up on the engine, but I think he likes to have a bit of a target, and at times that kick that he displays at 6 is mitigated by the 7 because he'll go a bit slower up front. He looks great, but he is also a horse that has been claimed a lot, and he seems to look fantastic for everyone who has trained him, and he just maintains. So we'll see what he does here again, although he is coming off of a poor effort. You can't tell that here in the paddock. He looks superb, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Dark Money, 7-2 on that outside runner. He's a 9-time winner as we get set for our post parade here coming up. I want to remind everybody, Naira Bet's hosting a live money handicapping contest every Saturday here at the meet. $300 buy-in. Cash prize pool as well as seats into the following week's $300 contest. Registration ends on Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. So go to NYRA.com/contests. That's where you register to play. Good luck to everybody. Get involved. Again, 5 p.m. Eastern when you need to get registered by. So there it is. We get set for the 7th here coming up. So Binkster, JK, you mentioned if he could return to that race 2 back at Monmouth, he's probably a winner. The problem, that race at Monmouth, a bit of a standout from what he's done recently, isn't it?
It is. But one of the things I will say is his 2 races prior to that, he was a little too aggressive early from a pace figure standpoint. He went much faster than he'd ever gone. I think maybe kind of redistributing that energy is what helped him run better that 3rd time off of the layoff.
Post parade coming up. There's 9th hour. House Silk, Irad Ortiz Jr. He's looking for his 3rd winner of the afternoon. And we'll kick things off here in a moment with the entry. And we'll see Vickers Legend first, who's going to have actually post 2 here in this race. A horse who's faced a lot of these. 9th hour, Dark Money, Big Mountain. It's 15-1.
Yeah, it just didn't have much early speed in these 6 furlong dirt sprints. You got to have at least some early speed or you need an absolute meltdown.
I'll say this, JK, for the other half of the entry, 2 best races he ran here last year. They were right here at Saratoga.
Absolutely, and then look, the last race wasn't very good, but the race 2 and 3 back put this horse in contention.
Gandy Dancing gets the rail for Chad Brown.
Yeah, we'll see. Chad tried the turf last time. This horse has back numbers that fit as well. Worked with Pipeline, who ran well here the other day.
Big Mountain, he has some speed with Tyler Gaffleone.
You said it. Speed is always dangerous in these dirt sprints. Tyler could get loose on the front.
Binkster, the one to beat, he's 2-1.
But I don't think Tyler will get loose on the front. I think Binkster and Dylan Davis will be on the front or be sitting right off of Tyler and Big Mountain.
Irad Ortiz Jr. on 9th hour, the 7-year-old 8-time winner.
Yeah, I thought last time maybe this horse might jump up for Orlando Noda, but it is interesting to note that Irad Ortiz shows up.
Just right, he got caught at 7/8 last start. We showed him veering out. He shortens up to 6 today.
Yeah, it didn't work particularly well a couple of works back. That could be an indication that this horse isn't in his best form.
3 of the last 5 times Dark Money's been at 6 furlongs, he has been a winner.
Yeah, look, I'm a fan of George Weaver. I can't take a horse off of George Weaver going to connections that haven't won at the meet.
7-2 from that outside post. We're 6 minutes away from the start of this late pick 4. Let's go back to Maggie.
Pleased to be here with trainer Chad Brown, sending out Gandy Dancing from that inside post position, Chad, and taking a bit of a drop in class. Seems just like the logical spot for him. Talk a little bit about what you were just explaining to me about him being gelded.
Yeah, we ended up having to geld the horse earlier in his career. We tried him in a stake out of town, and he blew up in the paddock, and he was never quite acting right since then. So we gave him a few tries, and we ended up gelding the horse. It's really settled him down, but we haven't really seen the production in the afternoon, so we thought it was time to give him some class relief.
Build up his confidence here once again, and we'll see you represented in today's feature, the John's Call. Mile and 5/8, Serve the King. He is coming out of the United Nations effort, in which was won by Tribhuvan, also in your barn. Why, Chad, is more distance best for this horse?
You know, we always wanted to get him around 3 turns, and we finally got to do it in the United Nations last time out. And actually had some trouble in the stretch. I thought he should have been second to Tribhuvan. So factoring that in, I thought he fit here. I didn't want him to tackle Tribhuvan in the Sword Dancer coming up in a few days. So this is like a decent spot. It's a long way to go, but I think he has the stamina.
An outside post, what kind of trip does he work out? It's all about saving ground oftentimes on the turf course.
Especially around 3 turns, like you said. So I'm just hoping from that post, Irad's able to get him over and save some ground. It does look like the race might lack some pace, so hopefully he's not too far away.
Well, best of luck with all your runners. You also have a live shot coming up in the next one, too.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chad Brown, always a pleasure to catch up with. Looking to have a good latter half of this Wednesday card, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. He's got a chance to sweep these next 3 races. JK, I mean, he's got major players in races 7, 8, and 9 coming up.
Absolutely, and I think he's extremely live in the 8th with Winter Pool, who ran well last time, had a nice trip, should improve. Second off of a break, and then like you mentioned, on to the 9th. I like Serve the King. I thought the United Nations was the key race that you wanted to look at, and the 6 Fantioso was also in there. But yeah, I mean, why not? Chad might win the next 3, and that'd be 4, 5 up for him on the day?
And he's already got 2 this afternoon. He's already, for the first time, back on top as the leading trainer at the meet. First time we've been able to say that for Chad Brown after the start Mike Maker had. First things first, though. We'll see if he can get one here with Gandy Dancing. That's the 2 for Chad Brown, who has the rail. Here is the 8, so Dark Money. Eduardo Jones, he has moved from barn to barn to barn, and seemingly, I mean, he's run well for every different barn he's gone to.
Yeah, and look, that's a good sign. I think if a lot of different horsemen see Dark Money and say, this horse has talent, we should claim, we should claim him, I think that's a good sign. I think that says that these horsemen believe there's some talent there. The problem is that, look, he won for Tom Morley, he won for Carl Broberg, he won for Rob Atras, and then George had him for 1 start. Horse didn't run particularly well, and now he's going to a lower percentage operation. It's just hard for me to lean on a horse like that at a shorter price. I will say this, he's drawn well outside, he's tactical enough, and it's never a bad thing if you're running at Saratoga to have Luis Saez on your back.
Win for him would be his 3rd this afternoon. He's at 51 and counting as we look at part of the entry in here. Vickers legend. Crazier things have happened. I mean, I made the case for the 1A. Those races he ran here last summer, those put him right in contention. Even if Binkster and Gandy Dancing run their, B plus A minus race.
Yeah, the one Vickers legend, like you said, we just saw is up against it. I do think the 1A Manifest Destiny would be the one that if you're leaning on this or including this entry, that would be the one that I would keep my eyes on throughout the running of the race. I wouldn't worry too much about the plain 1 if you're wanting this entry to get home. But look, if the top horses show up and run their big races, Binkster, Just Right, the 5 and the 7 respectfully, the 8 Dark Money, if this horse shows up and runs some of those races that he's been capable of running, I just don't see the entry having a chance to get there. I think Big Mountain, the 3, would be the, if you're kind of long shot hunting, if you're allergic to the 5-2s or the 2-1s on the board, I do think that the 3 Big Mountain could be one to consider.
Meanwhile, here is Binkster as Dylan Davis patiently waits, and you had said you thought you were going to see Binkster out in front?
I think Binkster will be aggressively ridden, and I think some of the back races doesn't always make the front, but the pace figures, which are, we talk about speed figures on this show all the time. The higher the speed figure is, the better. It's just like a quarterback rating in the NFL. I think that pace figures are very similar. This horse can run very fast early, and so if this horse's natural early speed is not taken from him, and Dylan is not the type of rider that typically does that, I think Binkster will be on the front end.
Post time coming up as they get things sorted out with Binkster. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it looks as though Binkster is getting a saddle adjustment from our assistant starters over at the gate for Dylan Davis. So checking out warm-ups, I really love what I saw from number 6 in here. 9th Hours, he goes second off the claim for Orlando Noda as he will put him back into the spot where he claimed him from, and just finishing behind Money in the Bank, a horse that has been on quite a tear for trainer Chris Englehart since he claimed him. But I just really love the way this guy was moving out there. He looks strong, especially behind the saddle. Getting back to 6 is ideal. I think he's pretty interesting. He's a decent price too at 6-1, but God, you just went to favoritism, Greg. I did land on Gandy Dancing here. I think the class relief and just a horse I've been waiting to put up a decent effort because he's looked so good prior to his recent efforts. Guys?
Yeah, he has become the top choice. He's taken that big drop. We're talking about the 2 here, Gandy Dancing. And, JK, I was inclined to try and beat him in this spot, but then you look at what he's done at Saratoga, and he maybe is just one of those horses that seems to wake up coming here, not to mention the fact he's going to be tackling easier.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest puzzles, I think, in racing that you have to deal with, especially at Saratoga. You have a horse who has been competitive in allowance races against allowance company. The form seems to be going in the wrong direction. His last race, he's 8, beating 12 lengths. He's 5th, beating 3 lengths. 5, beating 14 lengths. 5, beating 10 lengths. But that's against better. Now he's going to get an opportunity to face some claiming type horses. He's in for a tag for the first time. And sometimes that's just what it takes for these horses to kind of wake up. He's, when he runs at the leaders at one point of the race, they're not going to be running as fast as when he's done that facing better. And it's really the biggest puzzle you have to face day in and day out here at Saratoga is these droppers. Are they dropping to win, or are they dropping because they don't want to win?
Well, you'd have to think with him coming from this barn, Chad Brown, who has eyes on winning this meet title, that, yeah, it is the drop and win scenario.
You know what's funny, Wolfie, that's an interesting comment, too, is because I think a lot of people make that assumption that these trainers can just drop whatever horse they want. I mean, they got to talk to the owners and make sure the owners are on board. But I think when you get to the position that Chad is in his career, I think that, you know, he's not going to gain anything telling his owners they need to drop a good horse just so he can win the title. And I think that...
No, but by the same token, right, I mean, this horse has had opportunities, right?
Oh, for sure. 100% has had a lot of opportunities. And I think that if you look at it on paper, this horse probably needs to be running at this level because he's clearly not getting the job done at the level above this.
Makes the case a little bit easier to the owners to say, we do need to drop. And, oh, yeah, by the way, get another win for me.
Well, and look, here's the thing. These horses cost money every day. You know, you're looking at about $120, $115 a day for these horses in training. So if they're not winning races or hitting the board, it's costing the owners money. So when Chad calls and says, hey, I think we need to run for 25, he's probably not getting argued with.
That's all Chad charges you?
Wow. Chad doesn't charge me anything. I don't have any horses with him.
We got one left to load to the outside. The favorite, Gandy Dancing. Let's send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call, start of this late pick 4.
They're all in. And they're off. Bobbling beginning for number 1, Vickers Legend, and he trails the field. There's Big Mountain out first, with a Binkster running in second, and on the outside is Just Right next and third. Then Dark Money in fourth, followed by Ninth Hour in fifth. Followed on the inside by Gandy Dancing in sixth, and then it is a big break back to the entry, Vickers Legend and Manifest Destiny. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Big price here, Big Mountain on the lead by 3/4 of a length, with a Binkster now getting closer. And Just Right is 3 wide. Dark Money is 4 wide. And sitting behind the top 4 is Gandy Dancing in fifth as the field hits the top of the stretch. It is Binkster. On the outside, Just Right. Out in the middle of the course is Gandy Dancing. Dark Money is there. And down at the rail is Big Mountain as they come past the 8th pole. Here is Gandy Dancing now to take over. Just Right is in second. Gandy Dancing had a good trip here and is on to victory under Javier Castellano. Just Right was second, then Dark Money, and Vickers Legend came from way out of it to complete the superfecta.
Well, Chad Brown found the right spot for his 4-year-old son of Flatter today. 3-win day for Chad Brown. Javier Castellano aboard for the win.
That $125 a day just got a little bit easier to swallow when you can get your picture taken at Saratoga. This horse sat in a perfect spot right here, and Johnny I even called it out, sitting in behind a 4-horse duel, I guess you could call that, or a 4-horse vie for the lead, sitting right in behind. All those other horses are getting pressured, and he just tips out to the outside and grinds away at him. I do think that the 7 needs to get a little bit of love in here, Just Right. We call that best of speed. Okay? He was involved in that 4 horses across the track. He's the one that stuck around. He's the type of horse I'd like to bet coming out of this race. Although he was second, he did all the dirty work 3 wide in that 4-horse duel there, and the 2 Gandy Dancing. Clearly, this is his level. He won by a length and a half for $25,000. So if Chad told his owners we need to run for 25, this is evidence that he was right.
And JK, things getting serious. You saw Chad just put the shades on.
Yeah, look, when you win 3 and you know you're about to win another one in a second, you got to put your glasses on.
25 at the meet and counting. There's Chad Brown. Picture time again. And he's going to have, as we said, 2 very formidable runners coming up in races 8 and the 9th. Our feature, the John's Call, where he's going to send out Serve the King. But here it was Gandy Dancing. 5 of them really coming out of that turn lined up across the racetrack.
Yeah, and look, like I said, when you have horses line up like that across the track and you can sit right in behind them and just kind of wait, let them do all the dirty work. They're the ones that are being pressured and you're being comfortable in behind, and you have a horse like Gandy Dancing who will sit in there and wait for you. It's a comfortable place to be, and I'm sure Javier Castellano was licking his chops at the 3/8 pole about halfway around the turn.
disappointing performance from Binkster, not involved in this at all in the end. 2-7-8, 1A. Gandy dancing the win. Javier Castellano aboard for Wise Racing. Prices when we come back, and we will talk more Run Happy Travers, who can potentially upset the champ. Dynamic one. Curlin winner for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, or could it be King Fury? We'll discuss when we come back.
When I saw Campanelli, instantly fell in love with her. Called Barbara Banky up that night. I said, I think I found your Queen Mary winner. The breeders and consigners are bringing the best of the best from their stud farms to Tattersalls, Book 1. We will be attending in October, and hopefully we can find the next Campanelli. A lot of these horses suit our racing in the US.
Book 1 of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Back on Saratoga Live, our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Back in race 7, there's your eventual winner down on the inside. That 2, Gandy dancing. Best of the bunch late here in those yellow silks, widest of all. Finishing much the best in here, picking up his second win in 3 career starts at Saratoga. Javier Castellano, all smiles after the win. Chad Brown, his 3rd winner on this Wednesday card. He's the meet's leading trainer, 25 and counting. Wins for Wise Racing. Let's go to Maggie.
And here with the Hall of Fame rider aboard Gandy Dancing today, Javier Castellano. And Javi, when you saw 4 horses vying for the lead early on and you were sitting behind them, you had to be just licking your chops knowing that the race was going to set up favorably for you.
Absolutely, Maggie. That's what thought in my mind on the backside when those 4 horses who can do speed. I think it's perfect for me. I'm kind of just sit chilling behind the horses, set up behind, and step up outside, let him run his race. And I think I got the best horse in the race, and I had to ride the best horse in the race. And that's exactly what I did.
And to win, just in general, that feeling of when a race just plays out beautifully in the first quarter, how much confidence does that give you?
Absolutely, you build a young confidence. You know everything's gonna go in the right way for you, and you only have to play cool and fine, be patient, it's gonna pay off, and that's exactly what I did.
You'll probably have to be very patient coming up later in the feature aboard Fantasioso for Nacho Correa's going the mile in 5/8. You rode him 2 back in the Belmont Gold Cup going 2 miles. So do you think that a little less distance helps this horse today?
I think so. Those kind of type of horses we're not used to here in America. From that kind of type of race, that's a long, long distance. You have to have a good foundation for the horses, and just have to play the game, you know. Basically, you have to be patient because it's a long, long distance, and the horse is going to get tired in the end. But at the same time, we got the best jockey in the country, and they're not going to go fast enough. And then wherever horse is going to lead, it's going to be a really, really slow pace. It's going to be difficult to the horses come from behind and finish. Basically, you have to adjustment yourself in the race. It's hard to predict how it's going to be the pace, and you have to go in your own way, you know, you build your own foundation.
All right, well, wishing you the best of luck. Congrats here, though, with Gandy Dancing.
Thanks a lot.
Well, as Javier said, he'll be looking to possibly keep Fantasioso a little bit closer if that pace does end up slow, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Well, maybe the question out of the United Nations, maybe that was too short a distance. My own 3/8. Ran pretty good in that Belmont Gold Cup. As we look at this pick 5 follow along, 671,000 in the pool. Waterville actually was the favorite. That payout is wrong. He was the, I believe, 3-2 favorite in that race. So started with the favorite. Then Gandy Dancing actually went off the favorite. So chalky beginning to this late pick 5. We'll get that corrected. 8th race. My own an 8th. 50,000 starter allowance coming up. And oh, guess who with the favorite? Chad Brown, Winterpool, who just missed in the mud at 1 1/8 last time out.
Yeah, look, I like Winterpool. I think Winterpool's going to be tough in here, and Chad's put his sunglasses on, so he might as well keep winning races.
It's a good call. We'll see if he can get a couple. God, can you imagine a 5-win day? That would be pretty incredible if he can pull that off. He's got 2 more chances at it coming up. Run Happy Travers, of course, on Saturday. The horse we all know to beat going in. The 2-year-old champ, the Belmont Stakes winner, Essential Quality, but there's some improving 3-year-olds, JK, in this group, including the horse we saw win the Curlin first start back since that Kentucky Derby where things just did not go right for him on that first Saturday in May. And the Curlin looks like he took a big move forward.
Yeah, you'll see Miles D right there in the green silks, the 1 saddle towel. You'll see Dynamic 1 right in behind with Irad Ortiz in the orange. Watch how chilly Irad is here. Not moving. They're all in on Miles D. Irad, very confident, a couple shoulder taps, and here comes Dynamic 1. Both of these horses feel like the types are going to appreciate the 1 1/4, but that's what's so great about the Run Happy Travers. We love the Kentucky Derby because it's early in the year. These horses are going 1 1/4 for the first time. The Travers is that opportunity for those horses that weren't quite ready for the Kentucky Derby to then take their steps forward to be in the mix. So although on paper, and although based on accomplishments, Dynamic 1 and Miles D appear to be just a step behind Essential Quality. These are progressing 3-year-olds, and they could take that next step forward, going that 1 1/4, and could be competitive with Essential Quality. With all that said, I don't think it's going to happen. I think Essential Quality will win.
But, you know, you look at that Curlin Stakes and did take that big move forward. You would think second off the bench is going to make another move forward for a Hall of Fame barn. We'll see if he can do it. Obviously a very tall task for Dynamic 1, but have to like what you have seen in that first start back since the Kentucky Derby, Maggie.
I've loved everything I've seen from this horse because mentally he's just come along so quickly in the latter half of this 3-year-old campaign, and I think that was evidenced, you know, going back to the Curlin, and a horse that he, in his works, as we'll check out his last one here last Saturday, he's with Spice is Nice, who is a nice filly in her own right, just sitting off. And what they've really taught him to do is wait and be patient. As you see him sitting off her flank, he started off about a length behind for this recorded 4-furlong drill. But what I've noticed in all of his works leading up to this Travers is the gallop out. He is just really accelerating after the wire. Todd opting to keep him on the Oklahoma training track here today. And a horse that I just feel as though the more ground he gets to cover, the better he will become, given that physical progression and the mental progression too. Now King Fury, he's going to look to get back on track after encountering encountering a little bit of trouble behind Mask Parade in the Ohio Derby, missing the Jim Dandy after having to be in quarantine in the Kenny McPeak barn. But they went to the Saratoga Derby. He doesn't like the turf, but it was what he needed. I love the way this horse is moving. He has been recording these drills solo. He is just gliding over the surface, and he doesn't look like he's going 101 flat here for this 5 furlong breeze. And I think that speaks of a horse that is doing well when they look like they're going slower than what they actually are, because he has a massive galloping stride. And as his trainer Ken McPeak has said, he thinks the longer this horse gets to go, the better, that he can run all day, and you can see it in those breezes leading up to this Saturday. Greg?
Yeah, I know Connections love the way that King Fury is coming into this race. Sort of took an unconventional route to get here with that turf prep in that Saratoga Derby Invitational, JK. What about Midnight Bourbon, though? Let's talk to Steve Asmussen, runner. And, you know, the more you look at his resume, the more he looks like sort of one of the underappreciated 3-year-olds that we have this year.
Look, Midnight Bourbon I thought was dangerous in the Preakness. I liked him in the Derby. He's shown a lot of talent. I think they're still trying to figure out exactly how he wants to be ridden. He's sometimes a little bit closer than others. I guess the only discouraging thing about him is this, obviously, his performance in the Preakness was not discouraging. He ran extremely well up against Rombauer. But when he came back in the Haskell, there was trouble, obviously, and he unseated his rider when Flavian Pratt came over with Mandaloon. But he just wasn't finishing that race as well as I would have liked for him to. But I trust Steve Asmussen. If he shows up in this spot, Steve's going to put him here because he thinks he believes he'll appreciate the 1.25 miles, and he's ready to run a good race. But he's a horse that I think is just a little bit a cut below, maybe just still waiting for him to be what we always thought he could be.
I know you've loved the Champ, Essential Quality, just about from day one, but who do you think going into this run, Happy Travers, has the best chance to pull off the upset?
Yeah, I mean, I would think it'd probably be either Mask Parade or Dynamic One. Dynamic One just feels like a horse that's progressing for me. Todd Pletcher obviously can get these horses to go long on the dirt. And then Mask Parade, I want to give another shot. I think he'll be a much more attractive price than he was last time. He's tactical, and I think being tactical with Essential Quality is the best way to try to beat him. I don't think you're going to run right in front of Essential Quality or right behind him and hold him off. I think the only way that you can do that, maybe get loose on the lead, get brave out on the front end, and Mask Parade feels like one of those horses that could do that. But Dynamic One feels like the progressive type. I just don't like his style versus the Champ.
Run Happy Travers live coverage coming up on Fox this Saturday. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun. What a group lined up. 3 and counting. Could this be number 4 for Chad Brown on this Wednesday here at Saratoga Winter Pool? 6-5 favorite, just missed by a neck, going this 1.8 mile distance in the mud back on July 30th. Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride. Stay with us.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town, new to Coolmore, America.
Monmouth Park's summer season continues with live action Friday to Sunday. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park has returned as a place to profit. Average win payout up 44% in 2020 versus 2019. Average favorite price up 26%. Races won at odds on down 22%. Looking to make money this summer? Bet Monmouth Park.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sir-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a leg.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDBStallions.com to book your mare today. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on Saratoga Live, good to be with you on this Wednesday afternoon here at the premier meet in the country. Program brought to you where you can play all the action, Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and get involved. Can this horse right here, Winterpool, deliver Chad Brown his 4th winner on this Wednesday card? He looks like certainly the one to beat. The public believes so as well. He's a 6-5 favorite, and he already has a race here at the meet. It came on a track listed as muddy back on July 30th, and he just missed by a neck. Here's the beaten favorite that day.
Yeah, look, you have to like Winterpool off of this race. He ran well that day. He stayed close to the pace. He got a nice trip. But I will say this. The fact that Winterpool is 6-5 and the horse to the outside, the 11 with the red silks, who's the 2 in this race, Tiz Rye Time, is 10-1, is preposterous. I think the 2, Tiz Rye Time, beaten a length and a half here, lost a little bit more ground than Winterpool, is a horse that you want to take into consideration. They can both win, don't get me wrong, but the 2 is way too high of a price.
That one for Ian Wilkes, by the way, the 2. Javier Castellano looking for back-to-back wins there. Belmont Child Care Association, great event coming up for them Thursday, August 26th. You can be part of it. Of course, they could not exist without contributions of their supporters. It's the annual Racing for the Children dinner and auction. Happens Thursday night at the Saratoga National Golf Club. Cocktails and silent auction happen at 6:30. Dinner and live auction at 7:30. And you can do your part if you can't make it by going online to belmontchildcare.org. Many of these students who are part of that come from families earning below the poverty line. It's a necessity for them to get education. For more, let's go to Maggie.
And actually, the Morley girls do get to attend Faith's house up here, which has been a total blessing for myself and for many of the working parents on the backside and on the front side too. And we're just so happy to have Faith's house and Anna house, and the event happening tomorrow at Prime will be just a lot of fun, and for a lot of people to get together and raise money and awareness. And 2, if you want to contribute, you can check out that website that Greg just gave and still bid on the silent auction items online, and that stays open, as it is open now, until 7:30 tomorrow night. And we will have myself and Anthony Stabile as the MCs. Taking a look at horses here in the paddock, I completely agree with JK with regards to number 2, Tiz Rye Time. I think he had the most taxing trip of anybody in that common race that they come out of on July 30th. He looks fantastic. He is the best looking horse in the paddock. I know it's not a beauty contest, but the fact that he comes in here off of the effort he does, coupled with his appearance and his confidence that he's showing here, I think he is a major player for trainer Ian Wilkes as he gets back on a fast track. Moving on to number 8, Jacare, for trainer Todd Pletcher. Maybe it speaks of a bit of confidence that they opt to put him back into the starter allowance after he competed for the non-2 for 40 and stayed in the barn. And I just thought last time maybe he was compromised a bit by not getting, the pace. Maybe he needs a little bit more of a pace to close into. We'll see what he does here. As far as his trip is concerned, the one difference I can say is, now that he's 3rd off the layoff, is that he is that much more fit, but he's really quiet. He was fairly keen and on the muscle in that last race, in the preliminaries. So I'm wondering, is the heat, or is it just him kind of shaking off all the ring rust, and that we'll see him perform to his highest level? He must be training well, though, Greg, for them to opt for this spot.
Maggie, thanks. 6-1, Giocare, son of Curlin. Going to take a look at his last effort. It did come here at Saratoga at 1 1/8. And JK, I mean, Todd Pletcher, he just got so many horses with the pedigrees to be able to last this 2-turn 1 1/8 here at Saratoga, and this looks like a 4-year-old on the improve.
Yeah, look, I mean, when you're looking at these distances of 1 1/8 miles here at Saratoga, you want horses you know are going to get the distance, because talented, fast horses seem to they seem to stumble at these 1 1/8 miles distances sometimes, especially here at Saratoga. And this is a horse that last time was closing into a pace that wasn't particularly fast, and so the fact that this horse was coming from so far out of it into a pace that wasn't fast, it's a definite upgrade for me. I think this horse will run better in here. I'm just kind of tied in to the horses that are exiting that starter allowance race from July 10th, Winter Pool, Top Gun Tommy, and Tiz Rye Time.
And I go back to as well Winterpool's race, and the horse that got up just to just beat him. Now he's lost by a neck and a head the last 2 starts, but the horse who beat him last start, his last 2 starts, he's run really big numbers that Giocare, he'd have to take a big move forward to compete.
It will. Last time, Jacare was running for 40,000. Was in a tag for 40,000 that day. These horses have been running, the horses I'm talking about from that July 10th starter allowance race, have been running protected, meaning that they weren't in for a tag that day. They weren't for sale. So to me, that is a class drop. Well, it's not a drop for them because they're running at the same level, but Jacare is moving into their class, and I think that's definitely something you want to take into account.
Do you look at those last 2 races, though, from Winterpool, our favorite, and say, wow, I mean, he ran big races, he ran winning races, but he was unable to get the job done. Now 2 races in a row.
You know, it's funny. I think when you play a lot at Saratoga, you have other opinions in races that allow you to forgive Winterpool's back-to-back seconds, right? If you look back at Churchill Downs, this horse had a bad trip that day. Then you look back on the July 10th race where Runnin' Ray won. That was a race where when I was playing the pick 5 and pick 6 that day, I only used the 2 Joe Sharp runners. So the fact that he got second doesn't bother me because I didn't think he was going to win that day anyways, and I'm wrong a heck of a lot more than I'm right, but I'm explaining to you why I am not thrown off by the fact that he didn't get the job done. I don't think he's a habitual second place horse. I think he's just been unlucky.
There's a look at our Saratoga trainer standings. When the day began, Chad Brown was in second. He had 22 wins. He's had 3 this afternoon to vault him into the lead. He was the odds-on favorite to win this training title. It's taken a little while to get to the top of that list, but he's rolling now, and he's got a chance to get number 4 here this afternoon, and he's going to have another chance in our feature race with Serve the King. Potentially could be his 5th. We'll see what happens here in the 8th coming up. We'll get to our post-parade here, and we'll start with a huge long shot in just a moment, Beachwalker, but it's Winterpool for Chad Brown, 7-5, current favorite here in this testing distance. 2-turn 1 1/8 miles coming up here in this 50,000 starter allowance. Here's Beachwalker. Blinkers go on today.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this horse in this race. I'm also not a fan of walking on the beach. It usually gets sand in my shoes.
You're not a beach guy.
No. It's too dusty.
Things we did not know about JK for 100. Tiz Rye Time. He was in that Winterpool race last out.
Yeah, they're betting Winterpool like he can't lose. Tiz Rye Time, in my opinion, probably ran better.
Handy, Wayne Potts, Jose Ortiz team up.
Yeah, this is a horse that ran a couple back for Diodoro. Then Wayne Potts got him, tried the turf. I feel like they're reaching a little bit for something.
Umbrazo a little interesting in here. He was also in that Winterpool race.
Yeah, this is one of the horses that I liked last time. I didn't think he really had an excuse. Had a little bit of trouble, but wasn't really going anywhere.
Here's Winterpool, 6-5.
It's a horse you feel like should improve second off. The only issue is the price, 6-5, too short.
Next door, Auburn Hills. Mike Maker has been primarily a turf horse in his career.
Yeah, it has been a turf horse, but he ran well last time on the dirt. This is a little bit of a tougher spot for him.
Top Gun Tommy, he tried to wire that field that Winterpool was in last time out. He wound up 3rd.
He did. He ran well on the front end, and I like horses that can be forward going these 1 1/8 miles distances. They typically get good trips.
And the Pletcher horse who should love the distance, Giocare.
Yeah, this is a horse that's kind of up in Class 2, ran against 40,000 last time, but was closing in to a slow pace. One of my favorite trips to bet back in racing.
Look at the best view in all of racing right there. Hard to argue that view from the 1863 Club. Get signed up, started. Play with Naira Bets. Get a pick 5 or a pick 6, and maybe you can have a table at the 1863 Club next summer. Promo code to use at sign up, SPA200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime with us all summer long and beyond. Beautiful Wednesday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs, and one of a few that if you're against the favorite here, look like they have a big shot to score the upset. Ombrazo, who had a big victory 2 back at Churchill, going a mile and a 16th. That was against Condition Claiming Company, though.
I think you have to be careful playing the jockey musical chairs game, especially at places like Saratoga. There's so many things that go on behind the scenes between these jockeys, their agents, the entry box, and the connections. But there's one thing I do like, is when a rider like Irad Ortiz has a chance to ride a horse, the horse doesn't run particularly well, and Irad sticks. Stays on this horse. You got to figure Irad had some choices at some other horses, and the fact that he stays here makes me think that maybe he realized he did something wrong, or he made a mistake, or maybe I learned that now in another situation I can do this. Like I said, I don't get carried away with it because there's so many things behind the scene, but in situations like this, it is something I take notice of.
And yeah, we have no idea how it panned out. But Irad, he rode both Ombrazo and Giocare last time out. May not even worked out to that opportunity that he had choice. But we'll see. He does wind up, as JK mentioned, on Ombrazo. But there's Ricardo Santana Jr. Or excuse me, Luis Saez, I should say, on Auburn Hills. The horse who is primarily, JK mentioned, primarily a turf horse. The only time he's been on dirt. Last out on a race taken off the turf, and he went gate to wire.
One of the things you got to be careful about in situations like this is that obviously the most comfortable trip for a racehorse, in my opinion, is loose on the lead. They get to kind of do it at their own speed. And when you have a horse who has been running on the turf, who catches a off the turf field, which is typically filled of turf runners that are running on the dirt, and a horse like this gets loose, sometimes they can get brave. And sometimes they don't have to deal with any real competition because they're all turf horses behind them. That was also, he was in for a tag that day against non-winners of 3, meaning horses that have never won 3 races in their life. I just feel like sometimes those performances can be a little bit dressed up and not be as good as they might look on paper.
Meanwhile, 4-1 here, Top Gun Tommy. He figures, how do you see it? Is he going to try and press with Auburn Hills here? He tried to go gate to wire last start. He got tired late. It didn't work out.
Well, I think because Top Gun Tommy, the 7, is drawn outside of the 6 Auburn Hills, he doesn't have to make that decision. Tyler can break away from there moving forward. If Auburn Hills happens to not go, misses the break a little bit, Tyler's not allergic to the lead. He'll let this horse roll on the front end. However, if Luis Saez, and Louis been known to be aggressive getting to the front, I think maybe Louis would rather make the lead than be president of the United States. I think Louis, if he goes, then the 7 Top Gun Tommy can sit right off of him and Tyler Gaffalione and work out a nice trip.
Top Gun Tommy 4-1 currently. Let's go to Maggie.
And to kind of touch on that topic, based upon what I saw in warm-ups of who's going to go, Luis Saez did give Auburn Hills a really big warm-up, kept away from the pony, kept him moving. So the intention to go is there, especially being drawn on the inside of Top Gun Tommy, whom Tyler Gaffalione kept with the pony and kind of kept him calm. He was pretty calm back in the paddock as well. So I don't feel as though, or at least from observations, that there's going to be this massive intention to go to the lead with Top Gun Tommy today, possibly just sitting right off of it, as I'm sure Winterpool is hoping that they do. A horse that has enough tactical speed to keep him close, Winterpool, but watching that last race, he actually got in front of Runnin' Ray, and you saw his ears kind of come up, and he just idled a bit. To be honest, Runnin' Ray ran fantastic. I'm not taking anything away from Runnin' Ray, but he does feel like a horse that might want to pull himself up once he gets to the lead and he doesn't see any other horses necessarily in front of him. So that might be the one chink in his armor. Otherwise, he looks fantastic. He's the horse to beat. I'm just going to try with the price here with the horse. I liked his effort against him last time and loved him in the paddock in number 2, Tiz Rye Runner, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. We saw Winterpool move in there in those silks of Peter Brandt, that forest green. Used to seeing a lot of turf stars wearing those silks. Pretty good dirt runner here, Son of Curlin, 6-5 favorite, breaking from post 5. Can Chad Brown get his 4th winner on the card? Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. Bit of a bobble at the start for number 4, Ombrazo. There goes Auburn Hills out for the early lead. And Handy is down towards the rail. On the outside is Top Gun Tommy as they race into the clubhouse turn. Ombrazo is next in 4th. His right time down at the rail runs in 5th. And on the outside is Ducati in 6th. The favorite, Winterpool, has 1 horse beaten at this point, and that is Beach Walker, who trails the field in 8th as they head for the backstretch after a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Auburn Hills is the leader. It is Auburn Hills in front by a length. Top Gun Tommy is next in 2nd, with the gray Handy on the outside racing in 3rd. Then a break of 2. Tis Right Time is down at the rail in 4th. Umbrazzo's in between horses in 5th. Ducati's on the outside in 6th. Another length and a half. Back to Winterpool in 7th, and Beach Walker continues to trail. The half went in 47 and 2. Auburn Hills takes the field into the far turn in front here by a length and a quarter, with Top Gun Tommy racing in 2nd. Now it's 2.5 lengths. Tis Right Time down on the inside of Handy. Then it's Umbrazzo who's running in 5th. And Winterpool is in 6th with a lot to do as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Auburn Hills and Top Gun Tommy. They are still 1-2. Tis Right Time. Here is Winterpool down towards the rail and gaining ground now. 3/4 went in 1:11 and 1 as they passed the 3/16 pole. Oh, Winterpool drifted out there and may have impeded Umbrazzo. The field is now at the 8th pole. It is Auburn Hills. On the outside is Winterpool now coming on. In between horses, Top Gun Tommy. Here is Winterpool, who is going to get to the wire first. Auburn Hills was 2nd. Top Gun Tommy finished 3rd.
A lot of dirt on Winterpool. He crosses the wire first. Was that Tis Right Time, though, that he might have cut off?
Yeah, it was. I think Johnny Eyes said Umbrazzo, but I think the 2 was covered in mud, the saddle cloth, and I think he probably thought that was the 4. Yeah, I mean, look, I never wish it on anyone, regardless, unless I'm involved financially. I will wish for an inquiry, but I have a feeling they're going to take a look at this one.
Big run from Winterpool, but did impede Tis Right Time right there. And then from there would go on to get the job done at 6-5 in here. Does it matter, JK, how Tis Right Time finished up in this race at all?
I mean, it's not supposed to matter. I think that it's obviously part of the conversation. But the thing is that Javier Castellano didn't really persevere with the 2 Tis Right Time after it was affected. I was assuming Tis Right Time was done anyways, but you'll see a lot more here on the head-on.
There it is, and wow, looks even more significant from that angle at the head-on as we're no doubt headed for an inquiry here. So taking a look at it from that angle, JK, what do you think?
You know, look, I mean, there was definitely contact. If I was a voting man as a steward, I would say that there was interference, but I think that then the question becomes, what did the interference cause? You see in Chad's face right there, he kind of went palms up, where, I don't know, we'll see what happens.
A lot of drama here on this Wednesday afternoon. 5, 6, 7, 2, and it has just been announced. There is a steward's inquiry here. You know, Jake, I mean, you look at the fact Winterpool goes on and win pretty convincingly. Tis Right Time was not going to be, I mean, it's hard to make the case he was going to be among these top 3, isn't it?
Yeah, but in fairness, I don't think it doesn't have to be whether or not he was in the top 3 or top 4 that mattered from a betting standpoint. I would assume that what's important is, did this move by Winterpool affect the 2 Tis Right Times placing? Because, you know, they still get paid all the way back. For in-person money. And he went on to run 4th. So how can we say that if that didn't happen and Javier didn't kind of, not persevere with him, that he wouldn't have run 3rd? I mean, I think it's probably pretty clear he wasn't going to run 3rd, but I also don't have a crystal ball.
Well, he had some room left in the stretch to try and make up ground, did not. As you take a look at the lanes and how far Winterpool and Santana came out, it was pretty significant.
Yeah, but if you look at Javier, he's not riding particularly hard at this point. And to be fair, I don't know how the stewards look at that situation when it comes to, is he still all out in the stretch? Winterpool was much the best. But I don't think that that's the deciding factor, because the 10 Saratoga Chrome in the 6th race was the best in there, and they still made the decision for that horse to come down. So,
but that, you look at that, and that horse was in the mix making a move and got shut off and took that horse out of the mix.
Much easier to see. I agree with you. It's much easier to see. The question is going to be, to me, it's going to be less about the interference with the 5 and the 2. It's going to be what the stewards decide is going on with the 2. Was the 2 affected enough? Did it cost the 2 a placing? To me, that's where the conversation is, because there's definitely contact.
And, well, I mean, you look at, again, after the foul occurs, Tiz Right Time still has a lot of room in that stretch to try and make up some ground, and does not.
No,
on the top 3.
Yeah, well, you passed a couple of horses and went on to be 4th, but you're right. He was not going to get to the top 3. But that's what makes these decisions so hard. You know, I think a lot of times we'll look at a game in the NFL, and it's a lot more black and white. But I think it's a lot easier to be black and white. There's lines on the ground. There's, you know, to know if there's 2 feet in for a catch or not. There's a lot more subjectivity when you're looking at these types of races.
All right, so I'm going to put you on the spot, JK. If you're upstairs, you're one of these 3 stewards. You've had plenty of angles to look at. What's your call?
I mean, I would not change it and have a conversation next week with the riders.
Still flashing, still in question. Winner pools victory. Let's go to Maggie.
And catching up with both the riders involved here, Javier Castellano and Ricardo Santana. Ricardo felt as though he was clear, but Javier, when I talked to him second, said he's absolutely coming down. I don't know, he seemed no change. So it's what I kind of thought going into this, guys, because he was going to finish 4th no matter what. And that, as I've said time and time again, as I've learned, ultimately, that's what they base their decisions on. Was this horse cost a placing? And at the end of the day, Tiz Rye Runner was not cost a placing. He was probably always going to finish 4th. Guys?
So no change here. Result stands, and a 4-win day for Chad Brown. Intact here after a little drama, JK.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the reasons this rule is hard for me is think about, you know, pass interference in the NFL, where you say, well, it was pass interference, but you know, he wasn't going to catch it anyways. Well, but how do you know he wasn't going to catch it? and I think that makes it very difficult to understand where these situations are going to go. And I think if I'm speaking as a horse player and purely as a horse player, the thing that's hard for me is in these moments, these stressful moments of what's going to happen. I really don't know ever what's going to happen, and that's the part that's hard for me.
High fives. 4 on the day. He's got a chance for 5 coming up in our feature race with Serve the King. Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher, newly minted Hall of Famer. He's going to try and end that streak for Chad Brown in our feature coming up. He'll have the morning line favorite. A look at the Hall of Fame career of one of the best to ever do it when we come back.
It's total domination for Tom's Day Todd.
He showed everything in that race. He showed tactical speed. He showed closing speed.
You've got the Giants Causeway element. You've got the Candy Ride right there, and you got Smart Strike.
Tom's Day Todd has conquered the Clark.
I'm very bullish on him.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
There's nothing more you could ask of a horse. To me, he looks like the whole package.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. Head to nairabets.com or download the app today. Well, if you like the favorite in today's 8th race, you're rewarded, but had to sweat it out a bit as we saw Winterpool veer out quite sharply with Ricardo Santana aboard, who joins me now. And Ricky, tell us what happened and what you felt your horse do.
Well, he's really hard horse to ride. You guys can tell the race before. You know, like we turned from home and they should prime me really well because he want to look out and like every race he run. And today he was traveling good and turned from home. As soon as he saw the clear, he trip out, you know, and make me worry. I'm watching the replay now and you can tell like when he saw the clear, I don't know if he saw the horses inside or what, and he tried to get away from all the horses. And then when he was outside, he was a completely different horse today.
He does seem like a horse that kind of just idles and loses focus when he doesn't have a horse in front of him or there aren't horses around him.
Well, he always do the same thing. The last time out, we passed in the lead. We nominated the race in the last 16. He feel about himself in the lead, and he completely give up. And we get beat. We finished second, and you know, thank you to Chad and the guys that gave me the opportunity to this horse. You know, I'll be riding since in Churchill, and you know, I'm really happy to win another race for Chad Brown today.
Well, you earned it. He's not an easy horse to ride, but a horse you'll be climbing aboard for the first time is Saturday. Probably maybe the only horse you've never ridden in the Asmussen Barnes Midnight Bourbon, at least in the afternoons. You have been aboard him in the mornings, though.
Oh, this is a decent horse. I think we got really good shot. I hope no rain. You know, the track is right now is perfect for him. He's a fast horse, and I'm excited for Saturday.
We're all excited, Ricardo. Congratulations here, though, and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ricardo Santana Jr. having himself a very nice Saratoga meet. Hey, so was Chad Brown with yet another winner on this card, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Winner pool, $4.50 for the victory. And you saw all that mud on Ricardo Santana Jr. He had to work in this race. And that's pressure trying to deliver for this barn. And in the end, does, despite a little drama there. Coming out, impeding some space, but in the end, stewards say did not impact the outcome of the race. So Chad Brown, 4 wins on the afternoon and counting. He's at 26 for the meet. He's leading the way. He's got a chance for number 29 and number 5 on the day. Here in our feature, the John's Call, with Serve the King, who's currently 9-2 on the board. This race, of course, named after the horse who became the oldest runner to win a Grade 1 ever at Saratoga. That was when John's Call was a 9-year-old. Winning the Sword Dancer, a horse who was purchased for just $4,000 in his career, going to win over $1.5 million. Wide open race, Shamrocket, morning line favorite for trainer Todd Pletcher. As we take a look at our pick 5 follow along. Waterville, again, that's incorrect. Waterville was the favorite to start off this pick 5. I believe went off at 3-2 to begin it. So a favorite with Waterville. Favorite with Gandy Dancing, 2 favorites to kick it off, and now winner pool favorite again. It's been all chalk to this point. But we still got a long way to go with 2 left on the card, including a wide open feature here in this John's Call, and a mile and 5/8 coming up on the turf. Current favorite, Shamrocket, for trainer Todd Pletcher. Trying to get the first stakes win of his career. Just inducted into the Hall of Fame across the street a couple of weeks ago. Joel Rosario will be aboard. From the very first horse he was ever involved with before he even entered his teenage years, Todd Pletcher was a success. Since that time, he's gone on to rewrite the record books in this sport, still with a long, long way to go. Newly minted first ballot Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. From those who know him, say it's destined that he was going to be one of the greats in this sport. Let's go back to the John's Call. Try and get to that feature on Todd Pletcher coming up in a moment. What a career. What a meet it's been for him. We'll see if he can add to that tally with, of course, Dynamic One and the Run Happy Travers on Saturday. JK, what about Shamrocket here in our feature, coming off that third in the Bowling Green behind Cross Border and Rock Emperor?
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously the Bowling Green is a prestigious race here at Saratoga and ran well enough that day. But like we talked about at the top of the show, the pace was honest in there. This horse did come from far out of it, but I have a hard time taking short prices on horses that come from that far out of it, that are coming in off of, I don't want to say he got an absolute setup, but he definitely got the running of the race with them running in front of him a little bit. I think it's just a little bit dressed up. I think some other horses are a little bit more interesting, specifically the horses that are exiting the United Nations, the 6 Fantioso and the 8 Serve the King.
Yeah, you talk about Fantioso, and that's the 6 here for Nacho Correas. He felt that United Nations too short a distance for him. He put blinkers on him in that race. Today they came off. He thinks he's going to be better with going back to not racing in those blinkers. And that Belmont Gold Cup, 2 mile, these longer distances, it was an Irish Invader. Baron Samby was the winner that day. He ran very good in that race.
He did. This is one of those interesting spots where I don't think the pace is going to be particularly quick. And I think when situations like that happen, a lot of times they kind of all bunch together. They all get invited into the race. And in that situation, I'm looking for the best closer, the horse that I think has the best stamina, the best late kick, and the best turn of foot. And I feel like it's those 2 horses exiting United Nations.
14 minutes to post in the John's Call, mile and 5/8 over the lawn. Shamrocket for Todd Pletcher, the 2-1 current favorite. We'll have more on our feature when we come back.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
Just know where to go, doesn't matter what you throw. Never find me running low, always here to run the show. Born and raised to be a pro, jump my hurdles in a row. Yeah, I'm here to play the part, this ain't just a cameo. It's a new way for a new king.
Live money Saratoga contests are available online through Naira Bets every Saturday during the Saratoga meet. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the $100 goes to the prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabet.com/contests.
We're back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, Bally Sports Southern California. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, Maggie Wolfendale on this Wednesday card. And that is a look at the 8 in here for Chad Brown, Serve the King. What a day it has been for the new leading trainer at the meet. Chad Brown with 4 and counting. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we will start with the horse you were just mentioning, Greg, number 8, Serve the King. Now, catching up with Chad Brown earlier, he feels as though this horse does benefit from getting an extra quarter of a mile here. I don't know if I necessarily agree with him from at least my vantage point and just being completely objective in my thought process here, given the fact he is a son of Kingman, and Kingman is turning into a prolific sire, but he was a very good miler, multiple Group 1 winner at a mile distance. And this horse is built pretty much like every other good Kingman I have seen, in that he's much more compact, kind of that more rounded out frame, round shoulder, round hip. So I get it. I get watching his last race where he had a bit of trouble that he was still staying on. I just don't know if he really, really wants to go 1 mile and 5/8 that he's going to encounter here in this John's Call. One, though, that does is number 6, Fantasioso, also coming out of the Grade 1 United Nations, wired that day by Tribuvant. And the blinkers do come off. And I didn't really notice any ill effect with the blinkers on last time. He still broke. He's still the same way, and he still doesn't have that much early speed, but he does come in here wearing the cheek pieces today. So just providing those fleece pieces on either side of his headstall, just providing the same theory of a short cheater cut blinker here for Nacho Correas, and just a horse that this is exactly the physical I'm looking for when you're looking at these marathon turf routers. Very long, rangy horse with this big loping type of walk to him. I like him in this spot, and I think he gets some class relief to boot. I think he might be tough. Guys?
Maggie, thank you. That paddock report brought to you by My Racehorse. As we get set shortly here for post parade, coming up for our feature race here, the John's Call. What an incredible runner he was in his career. Over $1.5 million in earnings, and again, the oldest ever to win a Grade 1 here at Saratoga. As we look at Todd Pletcher's Shamrock in here, so still the 2-to-1 favorite, Jonathan. 3-time winner on the turf. You look at his last win, it came against an entry-level allowance group at 1.25 miles. He's tackling some company here that certainly has some better performances on the resume. This 9th coming up, some technical difficulties for us. We'll try and sort those out. Going to get to our post parade here coming up in a moment as we take a look at Red Knight, just leaving our screen, the 1 horse for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. Blinkers coming off. He was in that Bowling Green as well. I think I have Jonathan back with me now as we see Joel Rosario get a leg up from the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. What'd you make, JK, of Red Knight's race?
Yeah, look, Red Knight's the type of horse that's proven that he'll go these long distances, and that's the first thing I look for. We were talking right before I lost you for a second with the 3 Sham Rocket. You just mentioned he was an allowance race. His last one was at an allowance race, but I think sometimes these allowance-type horses become stakes horses when you allow them to go these added distances, these long distances. And I think Red Knight is one of those horses. He's proven that he can go that long. He's a horse that's interesting to me. I just don't think he has the turn of foot to compete with some of these other ones in here. Would not be shocked at all if he won.
He is 5-1 on the board. Red Knight from that inside post. Meanwhile, there's a look at the 5 Conviction Trade. That's sort of the other Mike Maker horse in this race. Mike Maker, he's got 2 in here. He's got a Journey to Freedom, who we'll talk more about. Conviction Trade. He is taking a lot of money right now for a horse who was just 6th, 7th before that, being 15 lengths. And really, you look back to the last time he even hit the board, JK, it was back at Sam Houston in January.
Well, like we've said it before, Wolfie, if you put me and you in a horse suit, let Mike Maker train us going 1 mile and 5/8, we'd probably be 5-1 too.
That is a true statement. Post parade coming up. And we're going to see Red Knight here in a moment. Favorite remains Shamrocket for trainer Todd Pletcher. Wanted Belmont and 1.25 miles back on June the 11th. Take a look at the crowd on hand here. Beautiful day on this Wednesday afternoon. What a way to kick off Travers Week. The big one coming up on Saturday. Again, live coverage on Fox for the Run Happy Travers, but it's our Wednesday feature right now, and this John's Call. We'll start with Red Knight, who we just talked about. Faced Cross-Border, Rock Emperor, who's grade 1 placed. Cross-Border has won close to $1 million in his career.
Yeah, Red Knight broke slow with just like Shamrock did in that Bowling Green. I think kind of got a nice little setup that day.
Shamrock at the 3. I've lost JK again. Joel Rosario, Todd Pletcher coming off that 3rd in the Bowling Green.
Yeah, Shamrock, like we talked about leading up to the race, is a horse that I thought got a nice little setup that day as well. Too short of a price for me at 2-1.
Hopefully, we're going to show you this race from A Journey to Freedom last out. He got completely shut off on the rail, had to wait on horses, and still got up to win.
That's real trouble that he had. His speed figure is not quite where I want it to be, but it should have been higher based on his trip.
There's the other Maker horse, the 5.
Yeah, Conviction Trade we talked about. Maker specializes going long on the grass.
Fantasioso the 6, a 2-time Group 3 winner in Argentina.
I think the United Nations is the key race leading into this John's Call. Fantasioso is one that I like.
Rise, the guy back to turf, and he's got actually big numbers on the grass.
He does. He's been running on the dirt, but he does get Luis Saez.
Could this be number 5 today for Chad Brown, Serve the King?
He put his sunglasses on after the 3rd win. I knew he meant business. You see the Peter Brandt Silks as well. This is a horse that I liked his last race down at Monmouth Park in United Nations. I think this is the horse to beat.
Chad Brown, 3-time winner of this race. He won it in 2018 with Focus Group, Mr. Maybe, 2016, and Hyper back in 2013. We're 4 minutes to post in our feature. Let's go to Maggie.
Always a pleasure to be joined here in the paddock by owner Jeff Bloom of Bloom Racing and sending out Fantasioso today, Jeff. Kind of getting maybe a little bit of class relief. You said last time in the United Nations the blinker experiment did not go well.
It didn't go well, and he didn't have the best of trips. It was just sort of one of those complete toss-outs. Definitely looks like a little bit easier competition in this spot. The distance should suit him well, and he came in the right way.
How did you acquire him from South America?
You know, I had been talking to Ignacio Correas about identifying some horses in South America, and he had sent a few horses my way, and this one kind of stood out, and we were able to put the deal together and bring him up here.
You were also able to climb aboard him this morning. If those who don't know, Jeff, an ex-rider as well. But I noticed you posted something on Twitter too. You've been in the saddle frequently up here.
A little bit here and there. I'm trying to get my weight down just in case I need something to fall back on. But it's always fun to get on my horses and just see how they're feeling. On the day of the race, it's a little more nerve-wracking because I don't want to be the one to mess things up. But all went well.
I know you're always nervous, like, please don't drop me.
That's the thing. It's not about getting hurt. It's just I don't want to be the one that messes things up.
Oh, well, Jeff, wishing you the best of luck here with Fantasioso.
Thank you so much.
All right, Jeff Bloom, guys, sending out Fantasioso today.
Maggie, thank you. That one race experiment with the blinkers, it's over. They come off today. And the last time we saw this horse go quite this long, it was a couple starts back. He went 2 miles, now Belmont Gold Cup behind Baron Samdi, that Irish invader. Fantasioso 6-1 on the board. Maggie, in terms of who you've seen warming up in here, who's caught your eye the most?
Well, I haven't made it out of the paddock, Greg, so I have not seen most of the warm-ups. Just trying to take a look here at the Jumbotron. Don't have the luxury of having a monitor either. But Fantasioso, you know, sometimes I think his lack of early pace hurts him a bit. So I'm hoping that we see Javier Castellano climbing aboard. We talked to him earlier after his win in today's 7th race, can keep him a bit closer. And sometimes when you take those blinkers off, though he is wearing the cheek pieces again, they will break a bit more alert because they can see the other horses leaving. So we'll see what Fantasioso does, but we do see a big warm-up on screen from Conviction Trade, Greg, who is one that hopefully can be more forward than he was last time out.
Yeah, he's the one, Maggie's really taking a lot of money on the board. 12-1 morning line. He's 6-1 right now. Jose Ortiz will ride, and we know Jose can take advantage of a horse who could be forward. This is a horse who's actually been forward in the past. We haven't seen that speed from him, though, really the majority of this year.
Well, the thing is he is stretching back out from that 1 1/8 race. And last time, he's lost so much ground around the turn, swinging, I mean, I would say nearly into the 10 path. He was a big price that day, which I actually kind of found a little bit shocking. I thought with the class relief dropping out of the grade 2, he would be a shorter price, but he was wired by stablemate 40 under, and he was steadied after the start. So you would have to hope for a better break today. And as you said, he has, in his past races, shown the ability to lay close, and I think that's what we're seeing with this warm-up.
It's hard to not look at that other Mike Maker horse, A Journey to Freedom, the 4, and just absolutely admire what he did in that start at Saratoga. Now, it's not quite company he's going to face in this spot, but he broke last, and then coming into the stretch, as Joel Rosario was saving all that ground, hugging the rail, completely gets steadied on the inside, Maggie, and then has to wait on both Jace's Solitude and Opry to go by, and then Joel, as patient as ever, just rolls by them all at the wire.
Textbook Joel Rosario, ice water in his veins. I remember just thinking that, like, he is not fazed by anything, and he truly kind of lets the horse gather himself underneath of him and always just kind of finds a way, never gets in a horse's way, despite this horse encountering a lot of things in his way in that race. And Greg, from my vantage point, looking at A Journey to Freedom in the paddock, he is thriving right now. He's doing better than ever, and he's a horse that has shown a propensity to like these marathon distances.
Yeah, I love that race from him, but I love the fact, and look, Tyler Gaffleone's a great rider. He'll be aboard today. But Joel Rosario, he just seemed to fit that horse, and he was so patient on him.
Yeah.
He's here instead as we're looking at the 3 Shamrocket.
I know, I know for a fact that Joel Rosario works a lot of horses for trainer Todd Pletcher in the mornings. He is going to jump ship here. As we were saying last race, Jonathan mentioning it, you don't want to play the jockey musical chairs game too much or look too far into it. But Shamrocket, he was looking to be a short price in this field. Ron Anderson, Joel Rosario's agent, he's always looking to be on the best horse.
It's our feature, mile and 5/8 on the lawn here, the John's Call Shamrocket for Todd Pletcher. The 3 horse, the favorite, but Serve the King, the 8, trying to deliver Chad Brown a 5th winner on this Wednesday card with that one right there. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. A Journey to Freedom. And there goes Rise the Guy, and Rise the Guy has taken the early lead. Serve the King is running in second, and A Journey to Freedom is now back in third. Conviction Trade on the outside runs in fourth. Fantasioso is next in fifth. Shamrocket down at the hedge runs in sixth, and the trailer is Red Knight in seventh as they go around the far turn for the first time. Rise the Guy is the leader here, setting the pace and in front by 2 lengths. And the opening quarter mile was run in 25 and 4/5 seconds. Conviction Trade is in second, with Serve the King next in third. And then it is A Journey to Freedom, who is running in fourth. Shamrocket on the inside, Fantasioso on the outside, and Red Knight continues to trail in seventh. Conviction Trade is now going up to challenge Rise the Guy for the lead. Conviction Trade has now taken the lead from Rise the Guy. The half went in 50 and 4/5 seconds, 1 lap remaining. It's Conviction Trade in front by almost 3 lengths. Rise the Guy is in second, and then it's a huge break. 10, 11 lengths back to Serve the King, who's racing in third. Fantasioso's on the outside, and down at the hedge is A Journey to Freedom. The 2 trailers are Red Knight and Shamrocket. Conviction Trade takes the field to the backstretch. Conviction Trade's in front by 3.5 lengths. Rise the Guy is in second. Farther back it is Serve the King next in third. 3/4 up in 1:15. And it is Conviction Trade who has a 4-length lead over Rise the Guy. Then that big break back to Serve the King in third, followed by Fantasioso. Red Knight has advanced on the outside, and the trailers are Shamrocket and A Journey to Freedom. Conviction Trade holding on to the lead here over Rise the Guy. Conviction Trade 3.5 lengths. Rise the Guy runs in second. The others are getting closer now. Serve the King, Red Knight on the outside, Fantasioso, then A Journey to Freedom, and Shamrocket. Closing in on Conviction Trade, who still has the lead. But here is Rise the Guy now, ranging up on the outside. Red Knight has moved into third. Serve the King down at the hedge, next in fourth. Then Shamrock at Fantasioso and A Journey to Freedom. The field comes into the stretch, and it is Rise the Guy in front here. Serve the King on the outside has now moved into second. Rise the Guy, here is Serve the King. Rise the Guy, Serve the King. Fantasioso down towards the inside. It is Serve the King who now has the lead. And Chad Brown has been the king today. He has sent out 5 winners on the Wednesday card. He wins the John's Call Stakes with Serve the King.
What a day for Chad Brown. 5-win afternoon, as you heard from John Imbriel. Serve the King takes the John's Call. The last time this was done back in August 30th, 2004, when Todd Pletcher went 5 for 5. Incredibly rare.
Hey, you remember this morning when someone was saying that Mike Maker might win the title?
So much for that.
Chad said, not so fast, my friend. That's awesome. It's awesome for Chad to have the success. Obviously, started off a little bit slow to the meet, to his standards, right? I'm sure there's about 100 trainers back there on the backside that would love to have the start that Chad did, but he gets the job done here with Serve the King. Such an impressive horse. He just kept grinding. He was in this kind of a tight spot there for a little while with Irad, and then right here, you kind of had a feeling he was going to run down the leader and Rise the Guy. And I guess, look, I mean, Chad's got 5 wins. He's the leader now. I guess maybe I can go ahead and schedule him from Car Talk tomorrow.
Book it. He might be too busy for you. 27 wins now for Chad Brown. He's 4 up on Mike Maker. What an incredible afternoon. 5-win day for that man right there. All smiles. And Serve the King. What about this effort?
Look, we talked about it before. I thought the United Nations was the key, and you'll see Fantasioso right there in the red silks down on the inside with the 6 saddlecloth. Those horses ran well in here. That's a quality race down there, the United Nations, and I felt like the way that race was run, those were the 2 horses that you wanted in here, and Irad rode this horse beautifully, and I'm sure Irad's going to go to sleep tonight thinking, well, if Chad can win 5 in one day, why can't I?
Oh, he won 3 this afternoon. Not bad. For Irad, but this day about his trainer in this race here, Chad Brown. What an afternoon, just incredible. We've been talking all meet long about all the seconds he had, and really it was just the media and us, I guess, saying, well, it's been a slow start. He's had an incredible meet all along. We just expect him to be on top a lot sooner than he is because he's had so much success in the past.
Well, I mean, that's just, this game can do that to you. It can make you really results-oriented. We talked about it with George Weaver the other day, like where, you know, he hasn't winning as many races as he typically does. As a horse player, you'll feel like you're having a bad meet, just you keep getting right there and not being able to see it through. But this game is more about doing things right, finding the process, and eventually things will go in your favor, and you've seen that with Chad Brown. He didn't get down. I can assure you he wasn't over there changing what Chad Brown does at his barn. He was doing the same thing he's been doing for the last 10 years that have given him the success he's had so far, and he just kept it rolling.
5-win day for one of the best trainers in this game. Surefire Hall of Famer when he's eligible. And giving a high five to Irad Ortiz Jr. He's had a pretty good day himself with a 3-win afternoon. Serve the King the win, give him 5 on the afternoon. Chad Brown, wow. Historic day at this historic racetrack. Stay with us, we'll be back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey preservationist Vito Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front. McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance, pure class in the Malibu.
Newspaper record was exceptional, 2-year-old. The day she won the Breeders' Cup, I'll never forget. It was so impressive to win a race of that caliber with such ease. Really returned to her top form as a 4-year-old, won the Just a Game. She was a very, very good horse. The first year we went over for the October 1 sale was 2017. This will be our 5th year going back. We're looking forward to it again.
Book one of the Tattersalls October yearling sale, Europe's unrivaled source of US graded stakes winners.
Back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, Valley Sports Southern California. Program's brought to you where you can play all the races all summer long. Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com or download the app to get involved. Our Winner's Circle lead-in. It is brought to you by the Phasic Tip to November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event, Tuesday, November 9th. After the Breeders' Cup, sellers, nominate your stars today. 5-win day for trainer Chad Brown. Serve the King. Serves up number 5. In our feature, the John's Call returns $8.90 for the win. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for his 3rd winner today. Let's go to Maggie.
And Chad and I were just commenting to each other. I think this is a personal record for wins on a day for you, Chad. 5 wins, capped off with taking the feature today and Serve the King. Just proving that he has that grinding style that wins these types of races.
Yeah, I'm so proud of my team and all the horses today. And it's just an example, this 5th win, a horse from Monmouth, my assistant Luis Cabrera, I want to say hello. He did a great job. This particular horse is stable down there because he's so quirky to train. I can't even train him. So he likes to be down at Monmouth where he'll train along, and they've done a great job down there, that crew. All the 5 winners today from all our different divisions, 3 different jockeys, several different owners, and 5 really brave horses that ran hard today. I'm so appreciative.
And for the start of the meet, where there was frustrating seconds and, you know, you were behind in the trainer standings, now you're just pulling ahead, much like your horses do, come from behind type of effort. But how rewarding is that for you?
It is. There's a lot of ups and downs in this business, as you know, particularly Saratoga meet. I mean, there's so many talented trainers and horses and horsemen and jockeys. I say it every year, you have to earn every win. The weather's really a key part for us, and one of the rainier seasons we have, you don't have to make excuses, but it's pretty obvious. When you pull off 40 some odd 50 turf races, it's going to affect us. But with clear weather today, like you see, and clear weather coming up the next few days, I'm expecting some more winners.
One you don't have to worry about the turf on, and I'm sure since you're a Saratoga native, to win the Travers would be something special. You're going to try to pull off the upset, though, with Miles D.
Yeah, we participated a bit through the years, not always with horses that really fit, but we try. And this horse is a bit of a long shot, but he's a progressive, improving horse, only run 3 times, so well bred, very talented. We're going to give it a shot.
Well, Chad, best of luck. That would be really cool to end the meet in that fashion, but congratulations on a superb day.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Chad Brown saying picture perfect here on this Wednesday afternoon, guys.
It's a historic day. I mean, at this meet, with all the greats who have been here over the years, to win 5 on a card, take the feature as well. We mentioned Todd Pletcher did it back in 2004, and now Chad Brown can add his name to that list. Just incredible.
No, it's an outstanding accomplishment, you know, to think that there's guys and gals that would be happy to win 5 races at this entire meet, let alone 5 in one day. And to be able to find it all, to have the racing luck, to have all the right horses in the right spots. And he didn't do it with a bunch of 1 to 5 shots either. It was a pretty cool accomplishment.
To survive an inquiry as well with Winterpool. Things got to fall your way. Sometimes they fell Chad Brown's way. What an incredible job. 27 wins now at the meet and counting. But Mike Maker's got a chance to try and answer. He's got some work to do to catch up now. But he's going to have 2 horses who have big shots to win this nightcap coming up with Jazzy Lady the 5 and My Candy Girl the 11.
Yeah, and both those horses make a lot of sense in here. Jazzy Lady was closing into a slow pace last time. And then the 11, My Candy Girl, is a horse that's switching to Mike Maker's barn. Has a little bit more tactical speed, has an outside draw, and he has that guy looking for his 4th win on the day, Irad Ortiz.
Big one is coming up on Saturday, and of course one of the great traditions here at Saratoga, painting the infield canoe in the colors of the winning connections of the Travers. That means Saratoga Stable. A few more days to enjoy their colors on the canoe after Tiz the Law's win last summer. So just where did this tradition come from? We separate fact from fiction as best we can.
The old stories of the Saratoga canoe are ones of myths, fables, and legends. As early as 1927, the canoe, just blue, was coupled with graceful white swans in the infield lake. Folks say these symbols of the spa meant that the racing season was near. Now it gets darker. One story actually hinted that the canoe was there just in case a horse player, intending to drown himself, changed his mind. Another myth was that the canoe provided unlucky bettors with transportation home to Manhattan via the Hudson River. Enough of the speculation. The story of the canoe in more recent times is easier to tell. In 1962, fans returned to the track to find that the blue paint had been covered over with the colors of Calumet Farm, whose horse, Beau Prince, had won the 1961 Travers. Since that year, the old canoe gets a new makeover after every running of the Travers Stakes, a 55-year-plus, more palatable standing tradition.
A lot of interesting stories surrounding that canoe over the years, including, and this is not a rumor, this is fact, it was stolen, I believe on a few occasions, but it's been recovered, and now it's one of the great traditions we have here at this racetrack. And you believe we're going to be seeing blue on that canoe after Saturday, right?
Yeah, I would imagine that someone at NYRA should go ahead and order some blue paint just to have it around. You don't have to wait for it, just go ahead and get it.
This is the time, though, we'll see when the rest of this group can kind of catch up to the champ. He's going to have the target on his back. Essential quality, of course, we're talking about. We'll see if, in fact, he can get it done. Won the prep. He's the 2-year-old champ. He's the Belmont Stakes winner as well. He has an incredible resume. Can he keep it going on Saturday? You don't want to miss it. Well, Catholic Boy, what a runner he was. He won the Travers for Jonathan Thomas, Robert LaPenta, Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt. We'll look back at his romp in the Travers when we come back here on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport, authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse.
Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes Vertical Strat in the Steel Valley Sprint. Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
The leading sire of 2-year-olds in the world today stands at 3 Chimneys, and he's Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, who is off to an extremely promising start at stud. The sire of Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack Stakes like a good horse. He is also the sire of undefeated Del Mar Graded Stakes winner Papa Cat, a 4 3/4 length winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal. Gunrunner's yearlings lit up the board at Basic Tipton.
In the back, 850,000, thank you.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast. It definitely has to be easy to use. And it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires. Download the app today.
Back on Saratoga Live, our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
And they're into the stretch, and it's Catholic Boy. Catholic Boy has taken the lead on the outside. Mendelssohn is full out toward the rail. It's 5 lengths back to Bravazzo, who's now third. Then Vino Rosso and King Zachary on the outside. They're coming down to the 16th pole. Catholic Boy is pulling away. He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
What an edition of the Travers back in 2018. Coming into this race off a Grade 1 win on turf. Catholic Boy.
Yeah, one of the things I can say about Catholic Boy is he was a gutsy horse. There was twice down at Belmont where he was headed by a really talented horse and analyzed it, and he still came back and beat that horse. He tried so hard, and he just didn't seem that he liked to get beat, and you could see in his Travers he was running by a very talented horse in Mendelssohn.
Part of that new stallion roster that is loaded at Claiborne Farm.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, obviously he tries to do that stuff right there, you know, every now and then. But he's not overly aggressive about it. He don't try to chew your arm off or anything like that.
I like more than ready. I like the fact that he was versatile, dirt and turf. I mean, to be able to win the Belmont Derby and then come back and win the Travers. I mean, you know, the Travers is a midsummer derby. It's a big deal.
Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers!
Breeders really like that versatility and that stallions offer, like Catholic Boy, where you have multiple graded stakes winners on turf and dirt, short distance, long distance. You add the looks and the pedigree that he has out of more than ready out of a Bernardini mare, and you have two really good sires on top and bottom. His looks back him up as well as his race record. So we love what we've seen from the foals. Quite a compliment that my dad gave the foals the other day. He told me that he thought the Catholic Boy foals were the best foals we've had here at the farm since Warfront's foals for freshman crop sires. So, you know, that says a lot. He's been around and seen a lot of good stallions in his years that he's been around the farm. So that's quite an endorsement for Catholic Boy.
What a performer, and now we can't wait to see him at what he produces as a stallion for Claiborne and their incredible roster of runners. So much fun to get to see these horses perform like this and then see the next generation. Coming up in this race, there's one of the two Mike Maker runners. We'll see if he can answer, try and make up. He's now in chase mode, trying to catch Chad Brown. That's Mike Andy Girl for the Maker barn. 3-1 right now. Maker also with a 5-2 favorite in the 5. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, the odds would suggest that he has a pretty good chance of winning this race with one of his two charges, Greg, as we'll check in with the one coming in off a bit of a layoff. First time for trainer Mike Maker is number 11, My Candy Girl, as she was purchased at the Horses of Racing Age sale. The Fasig-Tipton one over the summer for $57,000. So, I don't know, sometimes, yeah, okay, if you win and get claimed here, then you're out. But also sometimes when they're purchased for more than what they're entered for the tag, do you take it as a negative? I'm always kind of on the fence with that. She is a horse that I thought in her last start at Indiana Grand had a great trip behind the early pace setters, and then she just kind of idled late. She's not the biggest filly in the world, which is typical of that Twirling Candy line. She lands probably in the right spot here, but an outside post, we'll see what magic that Arad Ortiz can work with her. She is fit. I just preferred others from the individual standpoint, as we'll check in with Mike Maker's other horse. That's number 5, Jazzy Lady, first off the claim. I actually picked her in her previous start for Ray Handel. I thought she looked great relative to what I had seen from her going back to the year before and before that. She looks fine here. If anything, I liked her a bit more last time, and I don't know why. She just looked a bit stronger maybe across her top line, but she makes a lot of sense here with the new connections and coming back in the same spot in which she ran well, considering how far back she was in that effort. And then there's number 9, Jocular here, who always typically looks great. She looks great again here for trainer Linda Rice, first off the claim. I know they've had trouble getting the turf for her. She's been entered in several spots and scratched when it's come off. Story of Saratoga 2021 with trainers with turf horses. But she can be one that's bad to saddle, but they were ready for that. They took her outside, had her saddled with the pony, and she behaved beautifully. And I like the way she's acting here in the paddock. One of the better times I've seen her behave pre-race, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. We get set for this nightcap here coming up. Going to get to the post parade shortly. I talked to you earlier before we came on the show. I thought I'd love the 11 quite a bit in this race. Problem is, going to have post 9 with the scratches. Post 8 and beyond on the inner turf. 3 for 91 here at the meet. Post 9, 1 for 25.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It takes a certain type of horse to win from out there. A horse that has some tactical speed, that has the ability to be asked away from the gate, but then shut off again. You don't want to be asked away from there and then kind of be a runoff. And the 11, My Candy Girl, feels like one of those horses that could do that. If you look at some of her past races, she's been tactical enough. You see her right here. She's forward in this spot back in December, and she ran well that day. I mean, it was non-winners of 3, 35,000. The pace wasn't particularly quick, which is a little bit of a downgrade in terms of how well she actually ran, but she's switching to Mike Maker's barn, and And Brad Cox is not one of those guys that, like, I'm cutting in line to bet horses leaving his barn. But Mike Maker is a guy that I think that he just tries to do outside the box things. I think sometimes some of his horses he can get some improvements.
3-1 here. Irad Ortiz Jr. again will be aboard. He's looking for his 4th winner this afternoon. See if he can close out the card in a big way. The other Mike Maker runner, that's Jazzy Lady, who he claimed off of Ray Handel here at the meet back on July 15th.
Yeah, and Ray Handel took this horse from Greg Foley down at Churchill Downs, and last time Jazzy Lady fell way out of it. She was extremely far back. She was bet that day. Five Alarm Robin won that race. The pace wasn't fast that day. And, you know, look, we talk about it, or at least I do, ad nauseum, about horses that are closing in a slow paces. To me, it's still one of the hidden trips in racing and in handicapping in this day and age where there's so much information available. Workout reports. Everybody can watch replays. Everyone sees pace figures, speed figures, late pace figures, everything. I do think that closing into a slow pace can sometimes help, because this horse, if you look just down on paper, this horse ran 4th, beaten 5. There's nothing about that really gets you going. But in my opinion, this horse actually ran better than that, because the time that this horse made up in between the middle of that race and the final of that race, I think indicates this horse can run well if she can get some pace to close into.
Yeah, you look at this race, so that's what I was going to bring up. First of all, it's the inner turf. Tight turns. Speed can do really well here. Is she going to get that set up? And even if she does, coming from so far back, is going to need a lot of help, right?
I think she can from the 11 and the 12 towards the outside. My Candy Girl, like you mentioned, she needs to be forward to be able to work out a trip from that outside post. And then, like I told you, Wolfie, when we were talking before, the 12 needs to not be aggressive and go, because if the 12 goes, that's going to then force the hand of My Candy Girl to continue to go, and that could set it up for the 5, Jazzy Lady.
Now, you would think that 12 absolutely has to send. That's the way she's effective. But My Candy Girl has been effective on the front end as well. Do you see it 12 in front, 11 just sitting behind? If you your best guess?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you had to decide, you know, in a lineup who went to the lead first, Irad Ortiz or Jose Lescano, I think everyone would pick Jose Lescano. So, and with Jose being farther to the outside, his hand is that much more forced. But I don't see Irad giving up a bunch of position either.
Here's Unicorn Sally. We'll kick things off with John Kimmel filly.
I love hot riders drawn on the inside on the turf. They'll save ground and hopefully make all the right decisions.
Kitten's Romance, 5-1 Dylan Davis.
Yeah, it's another one, Kitten's Romance. Dylan Davis could be tactical with this filly, try to save some ground and get some position moving forward.
This one can sit close as well. 2-cent Tootsie Manny Franco.
Yeah, just ran really poorly last time, and I didn't really see an excuse.
Here's the 4, Seeking Revenge. I thought had a shot in here for John Stevens.
Yeah, this horse ran well, up in class a little bit, has been facing $20,000 claimers, has some horses dropping down in here, deeper waters.
First of the Mike Maker fillies, Jazzy Lady.
Yeah, I think this horse is going to get a nice setup with the pace from the outside from the 11 and the 12.
Long shot with some decent efforts on the grass, Wicked Amber.
I don't like Wicked Amber, but the lady that just walked by our set, she seemed to like Wicked Amber.
Went to the windows?
I don't know where she was going.
Disappeared on us. 17-1 on Giggle Factory.
Yeah, this horse ran well last time on the dirt, had everything her own way against off-the-turf runners.
Jocular coming in off a win now with a new barn for Linda Rice.
Yeah, switches to Linda Rice. Anytime Linda picks up a new horse, my eyes open just a little bit.
My Candy Girl for Mike Maker, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, Irad looking for his 4th win on the day, one shy of Chad Brown's 5 wins today. We'll see what happens with the next horse. Is the 12 Alba Star going to pressure the 11? My Candy Girl
should be leading the way, and her Jose Lescano just went by. And then this one in for the also eligible list, Sky Kitten Randy Persad.
Yeah, 48-1, and looking at the past performances, that seems about right.
Interesting, though, because that 13 might throw a wrench into things, too, from a pace standpoint, because this horse has shown some speed sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, it has shown some speed. Not a ton of speed, but has been close enough. I see what you're saying there. If you can get an honest pace figure facing shorter or going shorter, when you stretch out sometimes, especially from the outside, I mean, what's the plan from out there to take back, make one run? I'd imagine they'd be involved early.
Post time coming up for this nightcap. What a day for Chad Brown. 5-win afternoon, including the feature. Irad Ortiz Jr., 3-win afternoon, an opportunity for him to get number 4 here on My Candy Girl, the 11. What a way to start off Travers Week.
This is obviously the biggest week, at least it feels like the biggest week for us. So many grade 1s, the Allen Jerkins, sword dancer, ballerina. Just really looking forward to the races that we're going to have in store, and obviously it all culminates with the Run Happy Travers.
Here's Jocular, so 5-1 on. You said anytime they go to this barn, you pay attention. That is Linda Rice, who just claimed this 3-year-old filly, who's 1 for 5 on the lawn. That win coming last time out.
Yeah, and you know what else I think is interesting? That Maggie picks the 9 Jocular, because if you notice, the horse was previously with Tom Morley, so you'd imagine that Maggie has a relationship with this filly, knows a little bit about her. But yeah, I think Linda's one of those trainers that when she picks up a new horse, the idea that she's going to have success with them, no matter who she really gets them from, is an idea that seems to work out quite often. In her career, out of 1,600 attempts at a horse just making a switch to her barn, she's 21%. In racing, in my opinion, anything above 20% is considered a pretty good stat.
Well, let's go to the source. You mentioned this one used to be in the Tom Morley barn. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Well, like I said, back in the paddock, I just like the way she's acting. Now, sometimes she would have the propensity to act up in the starting gate. So pay attention to how she is going into the gate. But so far, she's handled herself quite well by her standards. And physically, she looks good. And I like the fact that she has the tactical speed to keep herself close on this inner turf course. But taking a look at number 5, Jazzy Lady, I did say I wasn't in love with her back in the paddock. But once I watched her warm up, she kind of swayed me in the more favorable position. She's moving really well out there. Jose Ortiz gave her a solo warm-up. I'm hoping she does not find herself as far back as she did last time out. Definitely one that kind of changed my viewpoint on her once she got out on track. Is number 2 is Kitten's Romance. Another one that can be tactical enough. And last time at Gulfstream, I thought she had a great trip, but also because she saved ground the entire time, she could never really truly get clear. Now, she's posted to have a similar type of trip today, and one that, going back to last year early on, physically, she just didn't look that well. But when Dave Duggan, who previously had her, took over, he really got her looking the way she should, and Mark Henning has continued that throughout. She looks great here, but did get a warm-up with the pony, so I'm not sure how much early speed she will show today. Your long shot, Greg, Seeking Revenge, she looks great. Just a price horse. She looks a little overmatched here on paper, but physically matched up very well with the rest of her foes in this spot.
Like to hear that. Thanks, Maggie. 19-1 on Seeking Revenge for trainer John Stevens. As they load up, there's Kitten's Romance. Mark Hennig, 5-1. Favorite, though, remained pretty much throughout, has been Jazzy Lady, the one to beat.
Yeah, look, I just think she's going to get a good setup here. And also, when horses run well at the meet, they tend to get bet back. She ran well that day. It was a little bit sneaky, only 4th, but like I said, closing into a slow pace.
Mike Maker with this one here, trying to keep striking distance. He has the 11 as well. My Candy Girl. Let's go upstairs. Nightcap from Saratoga. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're all in. And they're off. Slow start for number 13, Sky Kitten. My Candy Girl and Alba Star, those two go out for the lead. And Sky Kitten is now ranging up in the outside to challenge for the lead. Alba Star is the leader. Sky Kitten has now moved into second. My Candy Girl is next in third. Jocular's on the outside and in fourth. In between horses, Giggle Factory runs in fifth. Kitten's Romance is down on the inside and in sixth. And then we come back to Wicked Amber, who is next in seventh. Followed by 2 Cent Tootsie, who is racing in 8th. Unicorn Sally is in 9th. Jazzy Lady runs in 10th. And the trailer is Seeking Revenge in 11th. The quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Sky Kitten has stepped away here to lead by 4 lengths. Alba Star runs in second. 2 big long shots are 1-2 right now. And then My Candy Girl next in third. Jocular's on the outside in fourth. A half mile in 49 seconds. Kitten's Romance has had a good trip on the inside, racing in fifth. Giggle Factory's in between horses and in sixth. Followed by Wicked Amber on the outside in seventh. Steadying there just a bit was 2 Cent Tootsie in eighth, and Seeking Revenge, Unicorn Sally. The field is coming now for the top of the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:14 1. Sky Kitten, Albastar, My Candy Girl is 3 wide. Jocular is on the far outside. Kitten's Romance is looking to come through up the rail. Here comes Jocular on the outside. Albastar has come away with the lead. Jocular's on the outside. Then My Candy Girl and Kitten's Romance, followed by Unicorn Sally, who is coming on late. It is a wild finish here. Jocular, My Candy Girl, Unicorn Sally, and Albastar. They come for the finish. It's very tight between Unicorn Sally and Albastar. A photo finish to wrap up the card.
I think it was Unicorn Sally. Luis Saez, what'd you say you like about these horses on the inside?
Yeah, when you have a confident rider like Louis, you know you're going to end up getting a good trip because he's going to do all the right things. You know, you got a guy who's seeing the ball well. He's not going to panic down in there. He's going to sit chilly. He knows what he's sitting on. He's been riding a bunch of live horses. He's made this run on a live horse on the inner 17 times already for the meet. And they just make good decisions, and they'll be able to save ground, which is also important. The stat you brought up about how the outside posts just don't quite get it done on the inner, and Louis was down inside saving ground.
3-win day again. He's had multiple 3-win days at the meet. 52 wins and counting for the meet's leading rider, Luis Saez, who delivers on a 14-to-1 shot.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people at dinner tonight that say, can you believe that Luis Saez won the last at 14-to-1? I didn't have him on my tickets. I thought the horse could work out a good trip. I just didn't think it was fast enough. I do want to give Irad credit, you know, like we talked about earlier, being results-oriented in this game. Irad found a way to get My Candy Girl going into that first turn down to the rail from the outside, from the 9 post with the 11 saddle towel. It was extremely impressive.
And, wow, do you think instructions with Sky Kid in the 13 were go to the front?
Clearly.
That did not allow Jose Lezcano to be in front. And let's go to the head-on here as we take a look at them coming home.
Yeah, you'll see Louis in the back with the blue hat and the noseband, the sheep noseband across the horse, the blue silks. Maybe it's purple. Just rolling right here down the middle of the track. He saved ground as much as he could on the turn until he was time to tip out. And then you just get one of the game's best finishers.
Well, that 12 horse drifting out a little bit as well.
It feels like that happened in the last jump.
Wow. That's pretty dramatic.
Maybe the 5th, the last jump.
1:12.92. So if you had this 20-to-1 shot in second, hang on. Let's go back to the beginning of the race, though, and watch the 11.
Yeah, well, let's watch 2 things at once here. Let's take a look at the 11. Also, just, you know, drop your eyes to the right, to the rail to see where Louis is, just so we can keep an eye on him as well to see how he navigated the first turn. But Irad breaks away from here, and he finds himself on the rail going into the first turn. We'll check in with Louis right there. He's sitting 2nd or 3rd to last in the blue. He's saving ground as well. And Irad made it to the rail right there on the 11 from the outside post. If you're drawn outside, that is the trip you need. It didn't work out here, but that's the trip that you want from Irad Ortiz.
Here's your winner. You saw the board flashing. It's not involving your winner. It's involving the second place finisher, this 12, Albastar, who did pretty dramatically here drift out late in the race and under left-handed urging as well from Jose Lezcano, which won't help his case.
And ran well for the Canamassis. You know, they obviously had a rough Belmont meet. It's important. It doesn't always have to be about wins. It's about finding horses that you think improve when they switch barns and then identifying the barns they're switching to as possible opportunities later on.
There's your winner, though. 3-win day for that man. Yet another 52 wins at the meet for Luis Saez. Been leading the way, gate to wire so far. What a meet it's been. Of course, he'll be on the champ on Saturday in the Run Happy Travers Essential Quality. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this.
Performer is closing in and running on by.
And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, new for 2022 at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 is the best way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post every Saturday and Sunday, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2, Valley Sports Southern California. Keep your eyes on the inside. Luis Saez, Unicorn Sally, saving ground. Tips out a bit around the turn, and plenty of finish at 14-1 late. We still have an inquiry, by the way, in your second place finisher, the 12 Alba Star, who dramatically drifted out in a stretch.
Yeah, look, it's been a day of inquiries, and I don't ever know what's going to happen. I try my hardest, but you never know. You'll see him down on the inside. Pink and black silks, white face, neon green saddle towel. Starts to drift out here.
2 lanes, 3 lanes, 4.
Right, a little bit of a dangerous bump there towards the end on IRAD on the 11.
All right, we'll let you know the steward's decision there. 112.92 as the stewards continue to take a look at this. Meanwhile, we're going to look ahead at some of the weekend action. Not only is it a tremendous day with the Travers on Saturday, we've got 6 grade 1s on just one of the great days of racing in our sport, including maybe the most exciting kind of head-to-head matchup I think we're going to see the entire meet long in that Alan Jerkins with Jackie's Warrior and the return of who could have been king. Life is good.
Yeah, look, Jackie's Warrior is a superstar, and he's been one for a couple of years now. He's trained on, and it doesn't always happen. These 2-year-olds don't always turn into good 3-year-olds, and Jackie's Warrior's done that. His Pat Day Mile was outstanding, even though it was a little bit longer. His Woody Stevens was outstanding, even though he was beat. And then he shows up here in the Amsterdam and is in an absolute gallop around there against good horses. There's a grade 1 winner behind him, and Jackie's Warrior, this has always been the goal. I've long believed that he had this race had his name written all over it, but I think that could potentially be another horse now.
Did make a change in here, that 12. We showed the 4 paths he came out, and stewards say yes, that was enough to warrant a disqualification. So new order of finish. It was 112.92, now 192.11 in the nightcap. 14-1 shot closes it out. 3-win day for Luis Saez, still the meet's leading rider, but the story today, Chad Brown, 5-win day for now the meet's leading trainer. And this was one of them in our feature. Serve the King. 27 wins at the meet, and many more to come for Chad Brown, who was the odds-on favorite to win it. Of course, Saturday, the 2-year-old champ, Belmont Stakes winner, back in action at Central Quality. In the Travers, whose colors will be on that infield canoe. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 Eastern.
Run Up asks the question, moving to a 5-length lead, furlong and a half left to go. Good battle on for second, California Bella, I'm getting there. The inside is Vodkatini out in the center of the track, prepare for takeoff, but Run Up running up the tally to a 6-7 length advantage as they're close to the Pimlico wire. Run Up and Horatio Carmanis Run Up to win it.
Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.